Chapter 388. At 10 o'clock at night, after a sumptuous dinner, Emo Chun-Fong sat at the desk in front of the window, smoking and pondering. The dim light from the table illuminated the outline of his face. The door of the washroom opened and steam floated out like a veil. Chu Xiangxiang's tall figure was wearing a bathrobe, her waist was tied, her chest was perky and her beautiful face was flushed. A picture of a beauty coming out of the shower. Emo Chun-Fong was stunned. He suddenly got up and hugged her. His breathing was rapid and he threw her on the soft bed. "Are you nervous?" Emo Chun-Fong propped himself up with his elbow and looked down at her. Chu Xiangxiang blushed and nodded. "First time." Her face turned redder and she nodded again. "It's my first time too." Emo Chun-Feng's voice was like a bomb. Chu Xiangxiang suddenly opened her eyes. "Surprised?" "Yes." Emo Chun-Fong revealed a rare warm smile and said, "Do you regret it?" "Regret it?" Chu Xiangxiang asked herself in her heart. At this moment, the inside and outside of the movie seemed to merge into one. She shook her head and said softly, "I don't know what will happen in the future, but I know that I don't regret it." After that, her eyes lit up and she stared at Mo Chun-Fong. Thousands of words, all turned into one sentence. "What about you, do you regret it?" Mo Chun-Fong was in a trance. He should not be in a trance. It was not written in the script, but he was indeed in a trance. And the director, MOU, also forgot to shout cut. The light was soft and the fragrance of shampoo floated in the air. One sentence, one question. It was obviously very simple, but it was hard to speak. Silence. Silence. After a while, Mo Chun-Fong finally opened his mouth. It was no longer the sound of ice, but a hoarse voice with a meaningful expression. He said, "No matter in the past or in the future, I won't regret it." Their lips met and the two were entangled on the bed. But when Mo Chun-Feng's hand pressed on the belt of the bathrobe, Chu Xiangxiang woke up from her dream and pressed down on his hand. Her voice was soft but firm. No, I'm not ready yet." The camera stopped on Mo Chun-Feng's face. He was stunned and at a loss. He frowned slightly and finally smiled. "Then I'll give you the time for one song." "Very good, one take." MOU shouted. The staff in the room sighed in relief. The assistant director asked, "Not a retake?" "Many of the lines are wrong." "It's good that you were wrong." MOU closed his eyes and recalled the scene just now. That feeling, the feeling of acting, is even better than the original work. It was too perfect. With just a few glances and a few words, there was actually so much conflict and so much trouble. What I want is this kind of puzzling and profound scene, because after this, the plot will have a turning point. Qin Bao Bao took off his bathrobe, revealing a V-neck low-cut sweater. His trousers were rolled up to his calves, and he dressed up as if he had just come out of the shower. She put on her outer robe, her expression somewhat gloomy. After acting for so many days, she was deeply immersed in the role of Chu Xiangxiang. To put it simply, she was a little too immersed in the role. He even imagined her to be another Qin Bao Bao. Why was she depressed? Why was this the turning point of the movie? In fact, according to the conventions of women's literature, under such circumstances, it was more than enough to omit 500 words if it was not suitable for children. However, there was none here. Chu Xiangxiang had rejected him, and this in itself explained many things. Readers who were familiar with the rhythm of female genre novels would frown and realize that things were not as simple as they seemed. At this time, the dormitory door was already closed. Fortunately, Chu Xiangxiang's house was very close to the university, and Mo Chun-Fong drove her home without turning on the GPS or giving directions. He had sent Chu Xiangxiang several times. There was a street full of sycamore trees outside Chu Xiangxiang's neighborhood. As usual, Mo Chun-Fong parked the car, and the two strolled under the sycamore trees, slowly walking towards the neighborhood. Mo Chun-Fong wore a dark black short jacket, looking cold and silent. Chu Xiangxiang held his arm, and their shadows merged together, elongated by the streetlights. There was a slight accident today. The two of them were at the entrance of the neighborhood, and Mr. Chu, who had just returned from drinking at his old friend's house, bumped into them. Chu Xiangxiang let go of Mo Chun-Feng's arm in a panic and shouted in panic, "Dad!" Mr. Chu looked at them for a moment, and was unexpectedly calm. "How long has it been? You look quite handsome. What's your name?" Mo Chun-Fong held Chu Xiangxiang's hand, and said in a voice that sounded like ice cubes hitting each other, "Hello, Uncle. I'm Mo Chun-fong. The Chu family." Mo Chun-fong sat on the sofa, and opposite him was Chu Xiangxiang's family of 3. The obedient girl snuggled up to her mother, and Mrs. Chu and Mr. Chu looked at Mo Chun-fong, their eyes sharp as if they were merchants choosing goods. It was said that the more a mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more she liked him. But here it was the opposite. Mr. Chu liked him more and more, and Mrs. Chu was more and more shocked. This young man looked very much like an old friend of hers. Very, very similar. "Your surname is Mo. What does your family do?" Mrs. Chu asked. "My family runs a company." Mo Chun-fing's tone was calm, without any hint of nervousness. Mrs. Chu reached for the teacup, and said in a casual tone, but her eyes did not leave him. "What company?" "Mo Corporation." Mrs. Chu's hand trembled, and the teacup fell, and the hot tea spread along the coffee table. "Who is Mo Enian to you?" "My father." Mo Chun-fong answered honestly. "Shwa." Mrs. Chu stood up abruptly, and her face was pale. The 3 of them looked up at her. Mrs. Chu did not explain, and her body swayed a little before she rushed into the room. Chu Xiangxiang had never seen her mother lose her composure like this, and was at a loss. "Dad, what's wrong with Mom?" Mr. Chu looked at Mo Chun-fong, and seemed to have thought of something. His expression became complicated, and he said, "I'll go in and take a look." After a few breaths, the emotional voices of Mrs. Chu and Mr. Chu could be heard, mixed with crying. Mo Chun-fong listened attentively, and vaguely heard a few sentences. "He is Mo Enian's son. They can't be together. What a sin. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's first ask the children what stage they are at," and other words that he couldn't hear clearly. Mo Chun-fing's heart sank. Soon Mr. Chu came out of the room, and his face was ugly. Chu Xiangxiang asked, "Dad, what's wrong?" Mr. Chu sat down and said in a low voice, "Xiangxiang, what stage are you 2 at?" Chu Xiangxiang's face turned red, and she did not know how to answer. Mo Chun-fong went straight to the point. "Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it." Mr. Chu looked at the ceiling and did not speak for a long time. After a while he sighed. "Xiangxiang, I have something to tell you. Actually, I'm not your biological father." A bolt from the blue. The camera panned to Chu Xiangxiang, and her face was filled with shock, and confusion. "Dad? What are you talking about? I'm not your biological child? Then whose biological child am I?" Mr. Chu looked at Mo Chun-fong and said word by word, "He's your half-brother." Mo Chun-fong felt like he was struck by lightning. Mr. Chu told the story. Back then, Mrs. Chu and Mr. Mo were lovers, and they promised to be together forever. However, because of the opposition of the man's parents, they broke up. After they broke up, Mrs. Chu found out that she was pregnant. Mrs. Chu was lucky to have a childhood sweetheart who always loved her, and that was Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu asked her to give birth to the child and raise him as her own. Mr. Chu said dejectedly, "Originally, you would never know about this. But fate made fools of people. Cut." The moment Mo shouted cut, everyone present, whether it was the crew or the actors, breathed a sigh of relief. They shot this scene a total of 9 times. There will be a crying scene next. "Let's try to finish it today," Mo said. Qin Zhe teased. "Why are you crying?" "Director, can I cry? My sister is best at this." Ouch. He was kicked by Qin Bao Bao. Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he changed his words. "Let's try it first. It depends on CEO Qin's condition. If it doesn't work, we can continue it tomorrow." For professional actors, crying scenes were not difficult. However, for non-professional actors, they might not be able to cry even if they tried for a long time. Representative. Hold down Bay Bay. However, crying out loud and crying well were 2 different things. Qin Zhe's words reminded him. Mo felt that the crying scene next was not very likely to be successful because it was too difficult. Despair, sorrow, and pain of being completely disheartened. Unwillingness that could only be hoped for. How could Qin Bao Bao understand the despair of, the person you love the most is actually your brother? Therefore, they could only test the waters for this scene. Chapter 389. Boss Qin, please read the script again before shooting. Try to figure out the character psychology. Mo asked someone to pass the script to her. The other staff members entered the room and started to set up the scene. Qin Bao nodded. This was one of the most touching scenes in the novel. It was written in a tear-jerking manner, interspersed with many descriptions of the female lead's psychological activities and memories. Qin Bao also shed a lot of tears for this scene. Qin Zhe personally went to the kitchen to wash the apples, cut them into slices and brought them to his sister. He also cut 3 slices of apples for the staff and 2 actors in the room. Everyone was flattered. The actors who played Mr. and Mrs. Chu were 2 veteran actors. The audience would recognize them at first glance, but they couldn't remember their names. His sister liked to eat apples and grapes. The reason was simple. Apples were good for her skin and grapes were anti-aging. From a certain point of view, women were quite tired, but beautiful women were even more tired. Qin Bao ate her brother's apple of love and pondered over the script. After reading it, she closed her eyes and brewed her emotions in her mind. After about 10 minutes she said, "Director, we can start now." Mo Chunfeng left in a hurry. Even though he was cold and aloof, he couldn't accept such a terrifying reality. No one knew what he would do. Perhaps he would vent his emotions or find a place to lick his wounds. Anyway, he left. Mr. Chu carefully thought about it and chattered on. Seeing that his daughter was dumbfounded and didn't say a word, he finally sighed and said, "All right, maybe what you need is some peace and quiet." Chu Xiangxiang walked to the room in a daze. The camera slid past her face and landed behind her. Her back view was bleak and lonely. In the room, Chu Xiangxiang opened her diary and started to write. Since they started dating, she would record every detail of her time with Mo Chunfeng in her diary. She would write about their good times in writing. She couldn't put her pen down. She sat in front of the table in a daze. In Chu Xiangxiang's mind, the time they spent together flashed past. After a long time, she tore a page and tore it into pieces. The second page, the third page, bits and pieces of good times turned into pieces of paper flying away like butterflies. The furthest distance in the world was not the distance between a bird and a fish, but the distance between a sister and her brother. As she tore the paper, tears came. First, a line of tears flowed down, then tears poured out. "Cut!" After crying for a while, Mo shouted, "Cut!" Immediately, a staff member passed her a tissue. Qin Bao wiped her tears and looked at the director. The others also looked at the director. Mo frowned. "No, I owe you something." "President Qin, what do you think?" Qin Zhe rubbed his chin and muttered, "Not enough strength?" "No, it's not that. There are too few feelings." She cried very calmly, without that kind of heart-wrenching feeling. Mo nodded. "That's right. Perhaps we still need more emotional input." When the book wrote this paragraph, it was filled with emotions. We can edit the scenes and use music to express the feelings expressed in words. But the most important thing is that we have to remember. The actor's emotional investment is the finishing touch. Qin Bao wiped away her tears. "Then how should I cry? Do you want to read the script for a while longer? I think we can find some sad movie clips. How about some sad music? Let's leave the room and let Chairman Qin brew alone." The assistant director, and scriptwriter discussed. Qin Zhe sat beside his sister and thought for a while. After some hesitation he said, "Why don't you try to jump out of this role?" "Jump out of this role?" Qin Bao was stunned and fell into deep thought. "Jump out of this role. Jump out of this role." Qin Bao tried. Yes, she jumped out, but what next? What should she do after jumping out? Actually, her crying scene just now was not bad. Although it would not make people praise her acting skills, it was still above average. Mo was an experienced filmmaker. He clearly understood that this kind of youth romance movie sold emotions and acting skills. He perfected the small details. The few finishing touches of the plot needed even more acting skills to make people cry. Otherwise, what was the selling point of this movie? Qin Bao sat in front of the desk and thought carefully. Just now, she put herself in Chu Xiangxiang's shoes and imitated her sadness and despair. Naturally, she cried. Even so, the director still felt that there was a lack of emotions. Then, how could she jump out of this role? Qin Bao couldn't figure it out. She flipped open the book on the desk. This apartment was rented from a relative of the crew because there was a sycamore tree outside the neighborhood. It matched the scene in the novel. The room was the daughter's boudoir. Now, the family was sent to a hotel for 3 days. The cover of the book in her hand was a cartoon boy and girl. They were very tall and cute. The boy was holding an umbrella while the girl was holding him. The two of them were strolling in the season of cherry blossoms. It was a romance novel. Qin Bao Bao flipped open the cover and saw a paragraph in the introduction. Love without love will never turn bad. So we flirt and flirt, but we should never fall in love. She carefully read this sentence and felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. Jump out of this role. Was that what he meant? At this moment, memories surged like a tide. Sister, I wet the bed. Don't tell Mommy. 2 long-nosed kings or I'll tell on you. Sister, this question is very difficult. I don't know how to do it. 2 lollipops. I'll help you. Sister, your butt is bleeding. F***ck off. This is my period. Help me call it. In their childhood, Qin Bao Bao liked to bully her younger brother and take advantage of him. Like a little queen controlling her little followers. They spent the rest of their childhood playfully. In their youth, Qin Bao Bao's chubby face faded and became more delicate. The 2nd and 3rd year bosses fought over the prettiest girl in the school. They often caused a bloody storm on the lawn behind the school. If they won, they would treat the prettiest girl in the school. If they lost, they would be the sister-in-law. If they dared to think about the sister-in-law, they would be punished. After seeing the gangsters, it was impossible to stop. The bosses felt that to survive in the world, they had to have a woman behind them. If they didn't have a girlfriend, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in front of their followers. The prettiest girl in the school was, of course, the girl of the school bully. Therefore there was a saying, the one who got Qin Bao Bao got the world. Then one day, a little kid appeared in the 1st year of junior high. He called himself Qin Bao Bao's little boyfriend. This young boyfriend of hers was very stubborn. He had fought his way through the martial arts world from the south to the north. He had been beaten up by groups of people, beaten up by sticks and beaten up by people with sticks. He had won and lost, but he had never admitted defeat. Until his grades were too bad. He failed to advance from junior high to senior high and left school. Qin Bao Bao's lips curled up slightly. Mou waved his hand and asked the cameraman to fill in the gap. He felt that Qin Bao Bao was brewing her emotions. That smile just now was so sweet that it made his teeth fall off. It would be perfect if she could cry out later. When looking at the notebook in a daze, she should smile first because she was reminiscing about the past. The staff in the room quickly entered the zone. There was a period of estrangement when Qin Bao Bao went to college and moved in with her, while Qin Zhe lived with his parents. Although they would see each other every weekend, the two of them were no longer as close as they used to be. His sister, whose fighting strength was declining day by day, changed her strategy and turned into a crying monster. The effect was very good. Later, Qin Zhe went to university and studied for another 4 years. Until now, in the 26 years of Qin Bao Bao's life and the 24 years of Qin Zhe's life, there were 2 deep traces of each other. They could not be erased or forgotten. However, important turning points in life would still come. For example, marriage and starting a family. Love without love would never turn bad. Therefore we flirt and flirt, but we should never fall in love. This sentence could also be said, love without confessions would never turn bad. There was no awkwardness, contradiction, or hysteria. We could spend the first half of our lives together and the second half of our lives in silence. This was a bitter, humble, and laughable love. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao jumped out of the role of Chu Xiangxiang and returned to this role. Tears flowed out of her eyes like a broken dam. She cried until her shoulders trembled and she cried hysterically. Under the camera, Qin Bao Bao's bitter face was ugly and ugly. However, in the midst of this crying, the cameraman also fell silent. He had been silent all this time, but it was different from the silence when he did not speak. Now, he was silent with his expression and emotions. He also could not distinguish between the inside and outside of the scene. The room was quiet except for the echoes of the crying. The atmosphere was inexplicably stifling. No one could tell if Qin Bao Bao was in or out of the scene. Mou turned around silently and walked out of the room. This scene was over, but there was no need to stop. Sometimes, one had to consider the actor's mentality. Since they were crying, they should cry to their heart's content. The scriptwriter was the second, and the assistant director was the third. 7 or 8 people walked out one after another. Chin Zhe waved his hand and the cameraman also walked out. There was enough footage, but if the director did not stop, he could not leave. This made him feel very emotional. In the end, only Chin Zhe was left in the room. He was standing, Qin Bao Bao was sitting, he was silent, she was crying. Chapter 390. If I Become Memories, this novel would definitely be a hit if it was put in the male genre. If it was put in the female genre, this plot would be very touching. If it was adapted into a movie, the effect would be the same. These days, a relationship without any twists and turns would be difficult to resonate strongly with. A perfect ending would be delightful, but it would lack a heart. Therefore, many movies would take the tragic route. For example, in the market, some sweet and nostalgic school romance dramas would leave the male and female protagonists with regrets at the end. Would such a movie be good at the box office? Of course it would be good. The youth craze that was popular a few years ago was an example. If you don't believe me, you can search online. Most of the high-rated youth romance films had sad endings. Therefore, Chu Xiangxiang and Mo Chenfeng broke up. Outside her neighborhood, on the street filled with sycamore trees. The familiar street. The sky was gray and it was drizzling. Neither of them had brought an umbrella. It was early spring and it was extremely cold. The wind blowing against his face was mixed with raindrops. It was cold, and the traffic and people flowed silently. As usual, they strolled along the street in the rain. Chu Xiangxiang stopped and whispered, "Let's not meet again in the future." After not getting a response for a long time, she raised her pale face and pretended as if nothing had happened. She said the words that she had prepared for a long time. When I watched dramas in the past, I always felt that such plots were ridiculous. I didn't expect reality to be so ridiculous. But it's good, there's still time. Let's just pretend that nothing happened in the past 6 months. Chu Xiangxiang bit her lip. Actually, this is quite good, right? My parents hope that you won't come and find me again. I have the same intention. Mo Chenfeng laughed softly. Woman, you're too self-righteous. His face was cold and calm as usual. Actually, I don't like you that much. To me, you're more like a game. It's just a matter of time. Chu Xiangxiang heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. I thought you would not let go. Mo Chenfeng said calmly, You're thinking too much. The two young people who loved each other hurt each other's hearts. Then you can leave. I'm going home too. Chu Xiangxiang walked towards the gate of the neighborhood. The moment she turned around, Chu Xiangxiang's eyes turned red. Mo Chenfeng's face was pale. He just stood there and watched as she walked into the neighborhood and disappeared from his sight. Crack. Behind Chin Zhe, Mo exhaled heavily. The production crew stepped forward to hold an umbrella for Chin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao came out of the neighborhood with an umbrella. It was cold in spring, and it was drizzling. Around them were passers-by who stopped to take pictures. Qin Bao Bao put her scarf around her brother's neck and said softly, It's still cold. Don't wear so little. Chin Zhe was wearing a t-shirt and a thin jacket, which showed off his tall and straight figure. You get in the car first, I'll talk to the director. Chin Zhe rubbed his sister's cold hands. The onlookers were snapping photos. The chauffeur drove the nanny car over. Qin Bao Bao was escorted into the car by 6 bodyguards in black. I'm finally confident now, Mo said. I went through all the footage yesterday. It's done. How safe is it? Chin Zhe asked as the two of them walked towards the car. Picky people look at the acting skills. Young people look at the face. Mo said. The acting is too good. Especially you, CEO Qin. Your acting is off the charts. In terms of the plot, it follows the novel completely. This is another guarantee of reputation. Moreover, one of you is the queen of popularity, and the other is a handsome young man. On the day of the premiere, the box office will definitely not be low. We'll maintain the standard until the end. There won't be a problem. I've been studying the popular teen movies from a few years ago, and it's more or less the same. Although I know it's impossible, it'll be perfect if there's a finishing touch at the end. What kind of finishing touch? Chin Zhe asked. I don't have a clue at the moment. Mo smiled bitterly. Not long after, Mo Chenfeng took a leave of absence. In the next 2 years, He didn't come to the university for classes. He only appeared for exams. The two of them only met then, and they didn't say anything to each other. Everything that happened yesterday was like water without a trace. What day is it now? You're already strangers. In the blink of an eye they graduated. At the graduation ceremony, they organized a farewell party. Everyone drank too much and talked about their relationship, asking why they broke up. I don't like him or her anymore, the two of them said at the same time. After that, they didn't say anything to each other again. After the party, the two of them were drunk. Have you ever loved me? At night, Chu Xiangxiang sent a message. What about you? Mo Chenfeng asked back. After the message ended, they were silent. Neither of them replied. Not long after, Chu Xiangxiang completely lost contact with Mo Chenfeng. She heard that he went to another city to develop his career. Spring went and autumn came, and the years were peaceful. The wrong love was buried in their hearts. Neither of them talked about it, didn't think about it, and didn't feel sentimental. Just like that, 3 years passed. Then, Chu Xiangxiang found a reliable man. She was going to get married. The groom happily prepared for the wedding. His parents were all smiles, and his friends sent their blessings. The wedding was just around the corner. Chu Xiangxiang turned on her phone and found someone she hadn't contacted in 3 years. She didn't know if that person had changed his number. Chu Xiangxiang looked at the number that she used to memorize. She was silent. The camera gave her a close-up. No one knew what she was thinking at the moment. In the end, she didn't have the courage to call, so she sent a message. I'm getting married. The day after tomorrow. Are you coming? In the past 3 years, Mo Chenfeng lived in a strange city. His career was smooth. Everything was good. In the camera, Mo Chenfeng was in a spacious and exquisite meeting room. He was elegant and graceful. In the camera, he walked to every corner of the office. The eyes of the female employees followed him to every corner. The cold CEO was the best Prince Charming in the hearts of the female employees. But no one could walk into his heart. On such a day when everything was going well, he received a message. Blue sky, white clouds, and sunshine. Mo Chenfeng stood on the street in disappointment. The camera kept zooming in. The crossroads, the bustling crowd, and the traffic were all in the camera. In such a turbulent ecological map, Mo Chenfeng became an unmoving black dot. Cut! Mo shouted from the director's seat that was more than 10 meters high. There are 2 more scenes. Assistant director, go and see if the wedding site is ready. The rest of you, follow me to the neighborhood. Mo Yu slowly descended and arranged the work. The next 2 scenes, one was the wedding site, the other was the street outside Chu Xiangxiang's neighborhood. Mo Chenfeng came, but he didn't attend the wedding. He stood alone on the street filled with sycamore trees, reminiscing the sweet memories he had with Chu Xiangxiang. On one side, it was lively and festive. On the other, it was lonely and lonely. Director, come here. Qin Zhe called. Mo Yu ran over eagerly. I suddenly have an idea. Qin Zhe said. What? Mo Yu didn't understand. The finishing touch. The last scene. I have an idea. Qin Zhe smiled. What idea? Mo Yu asked. I want to write a song. Well, we don't have to go to the neighborhood. Go back to Tianfeng. I remember there's a nice piano room there. Qin Zhe said and strode to the car. Director, scriptwriter, come with me. I'll tell you my idea. The employees whispered to each other. We're not going to the neighborhood? Boss Qin said he wants to write a song. The last scene needs to be edited. What? Boss Qin is writing a new song? I've said it before. If Boss Qin can write a song in 3 minutes, the movie will definitely be popular. Ha ha. Tianfeng Film and Television. Piano room. Is it okay to edit this scene? Qin Bao Bao asked softly. Boss Qin, I still think the original scene would be more beautiful because there would be a sad contrast, the scriptwriter said. Let's film it first. Boss Qin, do you want to practice the piano for a while? You haven't even written a song yet. The director said. The cameraman in the piano room made a hand gesture, indicating that it was okay. The moment Qin Zhe stepped into the piano room, everyone went into filming mode. Warm sunlight shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, sprinkling on the teak floor. The air was heavy. He walked very slowly. His face was stiff, and there was sadness in his eyes. The sunlight flashed in his eyes, and the sadness was overflowing. Qin walked forward slowly, and the cameraman walked backward slowly. Finally, they came to the piano. He sat down, placed his hands on the black and white keys, and narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Qin was not only Mo Chen-fong in the movie, but also Qin in real life. In fact, ever since his sister cried that night, he had an impulse in his heart. He recalled everything that had happened since the start of the movie. He recalled every bit of Mo Chen-fong and Chu Xiangxiang, and the time he spent with his sister. His sister's cries and smiles had never been so vivid in his mind before. At this moment, Chu Xiangxiang and his sister merged together. They were not the same person, but the same person. He was Mo Chen-fong, and Qin at the same time. He opened his eyes, and his fingers danced on the piano. The sound of the piano flowed like water. Qin's voice. You stopped at this street that we are familiar with. Read all the lines you have prepared. The street full of sycamore trees. That day, it was raining, and Chu Xiangxiang said they would never meet again. That was Mo Chen-feng's most desperate night, but he was not good at expressing his feelings, so he kept all his emotions in his heart. He pretended as if nothing had happened, and said he didn't care. But he watched her leave, frozen in the wind and rain. I'm still trying to be brave, lying. I don't have the ability to block the direction you went. At least when we broke up, I was magnanimous. Later, I chose to avoid that street. How I wish I could meet you on another street. He couldn't forget. Half a year of dating, he spent 3 whole years pretending that he had forgotten. But he knew that he couldn't forget that person. For 3 years he was single. I'm still trying to be brave, refusing to forget. It's my fault that I don't have the ability to follow the direction you went. The more you love, the more passive you are, the more magnanimous you should be. A message. A marriage message. 3 years later, he only received a message from her that she was getting married, and the groom was someone else. The piano lowered, and the singing rose. What do you want me to do? Your sudden message is enough to make me sad. I don't have the ability to forget. You don't have to remind me. Even if the ending is like this. What else can I do? What else can I do? In the end, I still end up in the position of a lover. In the piano room, the cameraman couldn't help but hold his breath. Outside the room, more than a dozen people were silent. I'm slowly returning to my circle of life. I'm starting to get in touch with new people. Loving you until the end, it doesn't hurt. The message is arguing about who has loved before. I'm left with a look of no regret. The furthest distance in the world was not the distance between a bird and a fish, but the distance between 2 people who loved each other but couldn't be together. They didn't even dare to say, loved before. Just like the 2 messages back then. Qin closed his eyes again, and his slender fingers danced on the piano keys. The singing was loud. What do you want me to do? Don't be at my wedding. I got in the car after listening to your love song. I loved you, you're worth it. I won't go back to your wedding. I won't go to see someone else holding your hand and walking into the wedding hall. So, please don't show up at my wedding in the future. Spring goes and autumn comes, the years are peaceful, we live our own lives and leave the past behind in the wind, but I don't want you to do anything, nothing. You can't forget the path I took with you. Because that was the happiest time of my life. I won't pester you, I won't disturb you, but please don't forget the time we spent together. Don't completely erase my shadow in your heart. Even though that position doesn't belong to me anymore. My life after that was pretty good. I didn't end up lonely because of you. One night, I had a dream. You had white hair. You said you would take me to wander. I still didn't hesitate. I followed you to heaven. No matter what, I can accompany you until dawn. Everyone was silent, listening to the song, and the movie scenes flashed through their minds. When they heard the last line of the lyrics, they all thought at the same time, loving you can only be in dreams. That was the biggest obsession of Mo Chen-feng's character. Qin Bao stood in the crowd and stared blankly. In the piano room, under the sunlight, the young man sat upright by the piano, his hands dancing on the keys. His figure slowly merged with Enchanting's. The song ended, and so did the song. Everyone was speechless, and Mou forgot to shout, "Cut!" "Is it okay?" In the silence, Qinzhe stood up and turned around with a smile. No one could answer him. At the wedding venue, the shooting of the last scene was delayed by more than an hour. Mou said, "Wait, I need to slow down. That song made me, the director, a little too immersed in the scene." After the scene in the piano room ended, the other female staff in the production team secretly wiped their tears, and the sister cried a little. In private, she punched his chest with her little fists, and the only thing missing was the dubbing, "You're cold-blooded, you're cruel, you're unreasonable." At the wedding, everyone was happy. The groom was happy. He finally married the goddess he had been chasing for so long. The groom's parents were happy. Their daughter-in-law was beautiful, had a good personality, and was virtuous. The bride's parents were also happy. Their daughter married a good man, young, handsome, and had a successful career. There was no one more suitable than him. If that person back then was not surnamed Mo, friends and relatives gave the newlyweds their blessings, and everyone's faces were full of smiles. But what about the bride? What about the bride? Was she happy or regretful? She looked around at the wedding, until the groom held her hand and walked to the side of the priest. Her hopeful eyes finally dimmed. The priest said, "Groom, are you willing to take her as your wife, for richer or poorer, for better or for worse?" The groom said, "I am." The priest asked again, "Are you willing to take him as your wife, for richer or poorer, for better or for worse?" The bride was silent. The priest asked again. The bride was still silent. Was she expecting something? She had been a good bao since she was young, and did not have the courage to resist her parents and the rumors. But she still hoped that that person would come to her wedding. Perhaps if he came, she would have the courage. She hoped that he would rush into the church and reach out to her. But no, he did not come. The groom asked with concern, "Are you feeling unwell?" The bride shook her head. So the priest asked again. She was still silent. Just as the groom was frowning, a crystal-clear teardrop fell. "I do." "Good cut." Mou's arms shook, and he shouted excitedly, "Perfect, this is perfect. This teardrop is simply a stroke of genius." The original plot was not like this. After the bride was sad, she got married. But when Qin Bao was acting, she could not say it. She was too immersed in the role, so she hesitated. The groom and the priest were very anxious, and they kept looking at the director. The groom thought to himself, "Director, the bride is crazy, this scene can't be filmed." Then he squeezed the back of Qin Bao's hand. Qin Bao woke up from her dream and said reluctantly, "Yes." If I Turn into Memories had officially wrapped up filming at this point. The crew had to eat in the evening, and the two main actors, Qinzhe and Qin Bao, naturally could not be absent. At the banquet, the two main actors, the director, the assistant director, the scriptwriter, and a few important actors sat at the same table. The other crew members sat at 3 tables. In today's society, drinking was very popular. Not only did people drink themselves to death during social gatherings, but employees also drank themselves to death during company gatherings and ran over to drink with the leaders at the table. The driver was definitely a clear stream at the banquet. He did not touch a single drop of alcohol, but it was not that he did not like to drink. He could not drink even if he wanted to. "President Qin, I think that this film has a chance of winning the Golden Horse Award. Your Best Actor award is also not a problem." Mou drank some wine and began to float. "Yes," the scriptwriter said, "the more literary, tragic, and emotional the easier it is to win an award. If the box office is high, it will be a sure thing." The assistant director agreed. "President Qin's acting skills, Tisveske, I have nothing to say. President Qin, I think when promoting the film we can write." His face was red and his eyes were bloodshot. He stuttered, "If I Become Memories, a heart-wrenching love between a sister and a younger brother." Shocking, it actually stars Qinzhe and Qin Bao. Qinzhe was speechless. "The title is too long. It does not suit the style of the shocking party." Li Wei laughed. "Then let's write it like this. Shocking. Sister and brother in love. If I Become Memories." Qinzhe. Mou waved his hand. "The era of the shocking party is over. Now it's the era of the shocking party. The title should be like this. Qin Baobao's new film reveals the love between her and Qin Zhe. Looking at the group of people discussing excitedly, Qin Zhe suddenly had an ominous premonition. The film would definitely be promoted. In this day and age, in order to hype up the film, there was no lack of shocking parties and shocking parties. Could he really hide it from his parents? I obviously didn't think of a perfect plan. Why did I agree to act in a forbidden love with my sister? What's wrong with me? Qin Zhe's current mood was the same as when he woke up that day and found that he had slept with Su Yu. 3 words. Shocking. He didn't think about going in and out of Su Yu's body. Similarly, he didn't think about acting in a blatant love between a sister and a younger brother. If his parents saw it, how worried they would be. Looking at his sister next to him, his sister was so drunk that her face was rosy. Didn't she worry about this at all? Was his sister so stubborn? Or, did she plan to let him take the blame from the beginning to the end? Qin Zhe panicked. I'm really a salted fish. I started to be afraid after the film was finished. In the evening, the crew drove the sister and brother back and parked the car. He himself took a taxi back. Qin Zhe held his sister, entered the password, fingerprint, and opened the door to go home. It was 11:45 in the evening. The living room was dark. Sister Ziwei must have fallen asleep. Turning on the light in the living room, he carefully put his sister on the sofa and took off her high heels. When Qin Zhe returned with the cotton slippers, his sister slumped on the sofa like a salted fish and fell asleep. Come on, go back to the room. Qin Zhe held her. Go away. Qin Baobao opened her eyes and looked at him. She was about to cry. Go away, I hate you. Qin Zhe. Was elder sister drunk and crazy? Qin Baobao's eyes were blurred and she cried. You heartless and bad thing. Why didn't you come to my wedding? Why did you leave me alone? Believe it or not, I'll die in front of you. She seemed to be very sad and started to cry. Qin Zhe. Was she too deep into the role or too drunk? Should he give her 2 slaps and shout in her ear? Don't be silly, go wash up and sleep. Impossible, my sister is so cute. I can't do such a thing. Otherwise, she will kill me when she wakes up. Little fool, why wouldn't I come to your wedding? No, you're thinking too much. Any man who dares to marry you has to go through me first. A movie is just a movie. It doesn't exist in reality. Qin Zhe coaxed his sister. Sister twisted her body and said, I don't believe it, you're lying to me. Unless you kiss me. She was so pretentious when she was drunk. Qin Zhe said, Of course I'm not lying. As she spoke, she kissed her sister's tender cheeks. Sister twisted her body again and pressed her index finger on her bright red lips. She said, I want a kiss here. Qin Zhe thought to himself, since there's no one here, there's no harm in kissing her. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he heard a click in the corridor and the door opened. Then, the corridor lights turned on and Sister Ziwei walked out in her pajamas and teddy bear cotton slippers. Her hair was disheveled and her eyes were drowsy. Ace, you're back. Wang Zijin rubbed her eyes. Where's Bao Bao? Qin Zhe said, she. Before he could finish, a pair of lotus arms reached out, wrapped around his neck, and pulled him down forcefully. Qin Zhe. The moment he kissed his sister he thought, I have to think of a perfect reason later, otherwise Sister Ziwei will kill me. Chapter 391. There was a smell of alcohol in his sister's mouth. Not only did it not smell bad, but it was also a good experience. Soft, moist, with a faint smell of alcohol and fragrance. 999 likes. Wait, what am I thinking? Now is not the time to taste her lips. Qin Zhe pried his sister's arm away and straightened up. Then, he saw Sister Ziwei standing by the sofa, watching this scene with a hopeless expression. Qin Zhe imagined that hopeless because Sister Ziwei's face was expressionless, and her oval face was stiff. It was so awkward. Even the air became awkward. It was not because he felt guilty, but because he felt that it was very embarrassing to be seen kissing his sister. This was different from filming. If this scene was seen by his parents, he would be dead meat. My sister is drunk again. Qin Zhe pretended to be distressed. Ha ha. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhe laughed. Ace, how could you do that? Wang Zijin said faintly. Qin Zhe also drank a lot, so his way of thinking was a little different from usual. When he heard this, he subconsciously thought, "What do you mean? I didn't help my sister." Qinzhe scratched his head. "Sister Ziwei, actually, we were revising our acting skills." Wang Zijin was stunned and said seriously, "That's why you're a biological sister?" A biological sister and a biological sister were not the same thing. At this time his sister made a scene again and shouted, "Get out, get out, I've been waiting for you at the wedding for so long. Why haven't you come yet?" His two long legs were kicking in all directions. Qinzhe shrugged at Wang Zijin. See, I told you we were acting." Wang Zijin knocked her best friend's head and said angrily, "That's why you're a biological brother?" A biological younger brother and a biological younger brother were two different things. Qin Baobao opened her eyes and shouted, "It's none of your business." Wang Zijin said angrily, "You kissed my man." Qinzhe trembled. "Forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. You're already so drunk." Wang Zijin muttered, "We're different." Qin Baobao was not convinced. "What's the difference? Did you grow up eating shit?" What a terrible line. Qinzhe silently covered his face. Wang Zijin's mouth twitched. Qin Baobao moaned twice, and with a coquettish expression, she fell asleep again. After a long time, Wang Zijin sighed. "Don't just stand there. Take her back to the room and sleep." Okay. Big sister is cute." Carrying his sister into the room, Qinzhe said, "Sister Ziwei, the movie has been completed, but my sister seems to be a little too engrossed in the role. The wedding she mentioned just now was the ending where the female lead marries someone else, and the ending is too heart-wrenching." Wang Zijin nodded. "I know. I've finished reading the heart-wrenching novel these two siblings wrote. When the movie is released, let's go watch it together." Qinzhe pretended to be calm. "Watch you kiss Bao Bao?" Wang Zijin said faintly. Qinzhe was speechless. "Can't we have a nice chat?" Wang Zijin helped her best friend take off her jacket and was about to take off her pants when she turned around and glared at Qinzhe. "What are you standing there for? Get out." "I didn't want to do it. You're always wronging me." Qinzhe left the room, feeling wronged. Wang Zijin gently tucked in the blanket and patted her best friend's face. "You're hopeless," she whispered. "Bao Bao, let me ask you again. Who is your favorite?" She had asked this question before, and the answer she received at that time almost made Wang Zijin doubt her life. Now, she wanted to ask it again. Magic mirror, tell me who is the prettiest in this world." Qin Bao Bao opened her eyes and laughed out. "Of course it's Qin Bao, my master." Wang Zijin's face darkened. "Qin Bao Bao, who is your favorite?" Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. "Why should I tell you?" Wang Zijin was shocked. "You're not drunk." Qin Bao Bao rubbed her head immediately and mumbled, "My head hurts a little and my body feels weak. But I'm still conscious." "Right, why are you asking me this question?" Qin Bao Bao was puzzled. "No, nothing. I just want to know if you're planning to fall in love." Wang Zijin said hypocritically. What love? Of course, the person I like the most is you, Zijin." Qin Bao Bao said hypocritically. Wang Zijin sneered. She was lying through her teeth. "What do you like about me?" "You can't live without tissue every day." Wang Zijin. I hate this name. Qin Bao Bao drank a little too much and said a few words with difficulty. Then she fell asleep. Wang Zijin closed the door and left the room. She happened to bump into Qinzhe, who had just come out of the shower. "So fast." "I've always been fast. I'm multitasking," Qinzhe said. "Then drink with me?" Wang Zijin thought to herself. As expected of a fast shooter. "I drank a lot today. I can't drink anymore," Qinzhe said. "Then I'll drink by myself," Wang Zijin complained. "Or, you can drink a little more." The two took a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, mixed it with green tea, and sat on the soft single sofa on the balcony. They tasted the wine, chatted, and enjoyed the night view. "Sister Ziwei, is it really okay not to go home for the new year?" Qinzhe said. "Of course." Wang Zijin curled her lips. "But I'm in the rebellious period after all. I don't care about that." Qinzhe. This sister seemed to have not figured out her age. Sister Ziwei was 26 years old, not 16. You and Su Yu are two extremes. Qin Zhe smiled bitterly. Why do you say that? Wang Zijin picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Qin Zhe roughly described Su Yu's situation. She has a bad relationship with her parents and is alone. Sister Ziwei has a headache and left home because her family arranged a marriage. Wang Zijin expressed her sympathy. Two extremes, but both are pitiful. Qin Zhe thought to himself that Su Yu was not pitiful now. She was happy now and living under his crotch. The two talked about the interesting stories of the movie. Qin Zhe talked and Wang Zijin listened. Hearing that Qin Zhe finally wrote songs for this movie, Sister Ziwei was very envious. Ace, you wrote so many songs for Bao Bao. When will you write one for me? Wang Zijin said. She said sadly, Bao Bao is so lucky. If you want to be a star, you write songs and start a company. Whatever she wants, you'll satisfy it. And she has such a good figure and big breasts. I'm always envious of her. She said these words in front of her boyfriend without any pressure. Sister Ziwei, I suddenly want to write a song for you. Qin Zhe said. What song? Sad Pacific. Sister Ziwei's chest size was similar to Su Yu's. In fact, this size was very good. After all, most of the women's chest size in our country was between A and B, and C was already the best. A D-level big boss like her sister was very rare. But there was no harm without comparison. Every time Wang Zijin saw Qin Bao Bao's weapon, she felt inferior. In front of Qin Zhe, this kind of inferiority would be expanded. Sister Ziwei drank and drank, from drinking wine to drinking green tea, and then most of the wine went into Qin Zhe's stomach. Sister Ziwei, I can't drink anymore. Drink some more. I'm in a good mood today. But I really drank too much. Don't think about playing with your sister all day. Pay attention to your empty nest girlfriend. You bastard. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. Sister Ziwei wanted to have sex while drinking? It was very likely. She was very conservative in this aspect. Normally, it would be very difficult for her to be honest with him, so she planned to get him drunk and then do it shamelessly. Could it be that today I have a chance to test Sister Ziwei's depth? Thinking about it made him excited. Qin Zhe tilted his head and pretended to be drunk. It was not an act. He was really drunk and dizzy. But his body was strong and his liver was very good, so it was very good at sobering up. Therefore, he would not be drunk to the point of unconsciousness. A few minutes later. Aze? Wang Zijin called a few times. Qin Zhe murmured as a response. Her cold hand touched his cheek, and Wang Zijin called a few more times tentatively. Qin Zhe responded, but his brain was not sober and he responded instinctively. He was so excited in his heart that he wanted to die. He definitely liked Sister Zijin very much. Wang Zijin's personality determined that the two of them could get along. They could not laugh and play like their sister, nor could they be as shameless as Su Yu. But it was like the ancient saying that they should treat each other with respect. Wang Zijin thought, he's finally drunk. Let me test him. Aze, can you hear me? Sister Ziwei? Aze, let me ask you a question. Hey, Aze, who's your favorite person? Wang Zijin revealed her true intentions. Qin Zhe thought, what's the meaning of this? Before having sex, she wants to confirm it to reassure me? Sister Ziwei is so naughty. Sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe pretended to be tongue-tied and mumbled, I like Sister Ziwei the most. Wang Zijin stared blankly for a moment before a bright and beautiful smile appeared on her face. It was not the name she thought it was. Very good, very good. Ding. Congratulations, player. You have shot a Cupid's arrow and successfully hit Wang Zijin. In a few minutes, she will transform into a juicer. Full marks for this maneuver. Aze, it's cold here. Let's go back to the room and sleep. Wang Zijin held Qin Zhe, and Qin Zhe leaned on her softly. After entering the room, he took off his pants, clothes, and shoes. Wang Zijin covered him with the blanket and kissed Qin Zhe shyly on the lips. Good night. Then there was no more. Footsteps came from the distance, and the door closed with a bang. Qin Zhe. Ding. Player. You have shot a fake Cupid's arrow. Please, Sister Ziwei, I've already taken off my pants. You just want me to sleep? I really want to write a song for you. Really? What kind of woman are you? What kind of woman are you? She watched me sleep but didn't ask me anything. Chapter 392. The post-production of the movie was completed very quickly. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao participated in the whole process. During this time, Qin Zhe recorded the song, What Else Do You Want Me in the studio and used it as an interlude for the movie. When the movie was released, he definitely couldn't use his original song live. The piano room part was done very well. His figure appeared in the camera from different angles. His side profile, front, back, and his slender fingers dancing on the piano keys. The production team added in the clips from the movie. It was a very poignant MV. They originally planned to use it as a trailer, but MOU rejected it after watching it. When he heard this song in the piano room, he was stunned. If this feeling was exposed in advance, it wouldn't have the effect of palpitating heart when watching the movie. It would reduce the viewing experience. When the time came, the more stunned the audience was, the higher the rating. This way, there was another problem. They had an interlude, but they didn't decide on the theme song and ending song. Director MOU and the music director argued. According to MOU's idea, they just needed to find a passable song. With an interlude that added the finishing touch, as long as the ending song wasn't bad, it would be a good thing. But the music director disagreed. Instead, he felt that with an interlude, if the ending song was too bad, it would be a mistake. The two argued many times because of this. When the movie was nearing the end of production, they argued again in the meeting room. I can guarantee that no one will sit in the theater and listen to an ending song. So this is not important, MOU said. This is the first time I heard someone say that the theme song is not important. Don't forget, the movie is not only released in the theater. You have to understand that it will be sold to the major online media outlets, the music director retorted. But it's useless. After it's sold, the click rate of the movie has nothing to do with us. It has nothing to do with the theme song. MOU couldn't help but raise his voice. But the trailer is very important. Whether the theme song in the trailer is good or not directly affects the movie's box office, the music director said loudly. I think it won't affect much. As long as we promote it well, with two boss Qins as the gimmick, the popularity won't be low. At this time, an employee of the post-production team raised his hand. Leaders, there's no need to argue about this. We can ask Boss Qin to write another song. It's very difficult to write a good song in a short time. But if it's a fast shooter, it shouldn't be a problem. MOU and the music director were both stunned. He hadn't expected this. He had been too tired from working overtime, and he had neglected the fact that his boss was a fast shooter who was as productive as a pig. MOU wondered if he would leave a bad impression if he went to look for Chairman Qin so directly. He might misunderstand that they were all treating him as a fast shooter. The director fell silent. The music director wondered what CEO Qin would think if CEO Qin asked him for a second song after he had just finished writing a song. These people all think I'm a fast shooter. Although the whole world knew that Mr. Qin was a fast shooter, he seemed to avoid it. If he had this kind of association, his impression of me would decrease. A few seconds later. Good idea. I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, young man. You should talk to President Qin about this. The staff was speechless. What was the meaning of this? Why did he suddenly feel like disaster was falling from the sky? The employee braced himself and went to the office to look for Qin Zhe. He politely knocked on the door, and Qin Zhe's voice came from inside. Come in. He pushed the door open and saw the two Qins sitting together on the leather sofa facing the door. He saw the charming CEO Qin pull down the hem of her shirt and rub her buttocks secretly. What's the matter? The other CEO Qin Zhe, asked. The employee calmed himself down and said, the director and the music director aren't very satisfied with the theme song. They want CEO Qin to help write another theme song. Qin Zhe slapped his head. I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. Ask them to come over. The employee left decisively. CEO Qin didn't seem to think too much. What a good boss. Can't your song be the theme song? Qin Bao Bao looked at him from the corner of her eyes. That's an interlude. We still need an ending song or theme song. The director thinks that song is too amazing and it's not suitable for the trailer, Qin Zhe said. Oh. Qin Bao Bao nodded. She suddenly kicked her brother and puffed up her cheeks. "You black-hearted maggot." Before the unlucky employee came in, the brother and sister quarreled. The sister, who was not as good as the other, was pressed down on the sofa. The slapping sounds could be heard in every corner of the office. Chinze ignored her. He took out a staff from the drawer and started writing the song and lyrics. When MOU and the music director knocked on the door and came in, Chinze had already finished writing the accompaniment and was writing the chorus. "Give me 5 more minutes." CEO Chin didn't even look up. 5 minutes later, he threw the song to the music director. "Finish the accompaniment. I'll record the song tomorrow." The music director and director MOU looked at each other and felt a sense of admiration. He was really a fast shooter. It was too F***ing fast. They couldn't think of the leader that way. Maybe the leader had already prepared it a long time ago. MOU glanced at the score and said in surprise, "What if I become a memory? It has the same name as the novel." CEO Chin really did prepare a theme song. The music director added, "CEO Chin, can you sing? Let us hear it first." Chinze nodded and cleared his throat. Chin Bao Bao said, "Wait a minute." She got up and ran to the back of the CEO's desk. She took the guitar hanging on the wall. This guitar was bought by Chin Bao Bao for Chinze. Because Wang Zijin bought a guitar for Chinze as a birthday present, the sister secretly competed and bought a guitar too. She didn't bring it home and left it in the office. Wang Zijin bought a wooden guitar, but she bought an electric one. In some aspects, women were really childish and ridiculous. After a while, Chinze's voice and the sound of the guitar could be heard. "Tired, trying to stay awake as usual. Also thinking of you as usual. So scared, sleeping in peace. My heart doesn't listen in my dreams." Then it stops. This song didn't fit the theme of the movie, but it didn't matter as long as it sounded good. It was enough that there was an interlude that fit the theme of the movie. If there was another song, it would be superfluous. The music director was excited. "This song is good. This song is good." MOU was convinced. CEO Chin's standard is unquestionable. Chin Bao Bao said in her heart, "Of course, my brother is the best." The theme song was decided just like that. The music director hurriedly left with the score. MOU also continued his work. After the film was completed, it had to be sent to the SARFT for review. In the past few years, the SARF style of doing things had become stricter and stricter. If there was even the slightest problem, the SARFT would be stopped. Considering the company's leader's connections with the SARFT, there shouldn't be any big problems. However, he still had to use his connections, so there was still a lot of follow-up work. "I have to stay with Tianfeng for a few days. The investment company is preparing to expand its business. So you can't handle it alone. Is it okay to leave Tianfeng to you?" After the two of them left, Chinze said, "The stock market crashed too fast. I once wanted to take advantage of this bull market to expand my assets to more than 30 billion. I thought too much. Don't look at how much money I made in half a year. That's because I just happened to keep up with the trend of the times. In the future, the pace of making money will slow down. Don't worry, sister is so great. No problem. I will keep an eye on the follow-up work of this movie. There's no problem with the publicity work." Chin Bao Bao patted her chest grandly. "I thought you only knew how to sob," Chinze complained. Chin Bao Bao pouted. "You just look down on me, sob." Chinze. There was no saving this sobbing monster. Speaking of which, his sister was still very capable. She was not as scheming as Wang Zijin. Her knowledge was not as deep as Su Yu's. She was afraid of hardships and fatigue and did not have much tenacity. But if it was something she should learn, she would focus on it. Half a year ago, she was still an ordinary person, with a perky chest and a slim waist. Today, half a year later, even without Chinze, she could still manage Tianfeng well. Her connections in the entertainment industry had also expanded. 1/3 of the company's business was brought in by her own connections. An A-list singer, a female celebrity that advertisers loved the most. 1/3 of it was Chinze's connections. The current Chinze was rich and powerful, crossed out. The rest was what Tianfeng had accumulated previously. Chinze drove straight to Baoza Investment. There was a meeting in the afternoon. All the middle and upper management of the company were present. The stock market had weakened. The company definitely had to find another way out. They could not continue to invest all their financial resources in the stock market. It was time to develop other businesses. Not long after Qin Zhe left, Qin Baobao stayed in the office and put on a face mask for 10 minutes. Then, she went out to inspect the work. The post-production team was very diligent. They were afraid that they would speak too loudly, so they whispered to each other about work. The crisp sound of Qin Baobao's high heels could be heard. They all looked up and greeted her. Qin Baobao nodded and asked casually, "When will the trailer be ready?" "As long as the theme song is recorded, it will be ready immediately," a staff member said. "What about the publicity?" Qin Baobao asked. "The movie posters are already out. We can release a batch of them tomorrow and the day after. The marketing department said that we will start a bombing campaign at the end of April," another staff member replied. A mature and on-track company did not need the boss to handle everything personally. The other leaders could handle everything well. The boss's existence was to make the final call on important decisions. "Let me see the movie posters." Qin Baobao was excited. The staff member in charge of the art department pulled up a few posters on the computer. The first one was of a slightly bleak street in early spring. Both sides of the street were filled with sycamore trees. Qin Zhe stood by the street and looked at the beautiful figure in the distance. It was beautiful and poignant. The second one was of a blue sky and bright sunshine. Qin Baobao was lying on the lawn. Qin Zhe was lying on top of her. The two of them looked at each other affectionately. Their lips were very close to each other. The third one was of a corner of the campus. Qin Zhe was pressing Qin Baobao against the wall. The sun shone from the side. Qin Baobao's eyelashes were very long and caught the light. Qin Zhe lowered his head and kissed Qin Baobao's lips. Their side profiles were very beautiful. Qin Baobao's girlish heart was overflowing. She nodded enthusiastically. "Did you take these photos?" The staff member nodded vigorously. "Not bad, not bad. I'll give you an extra drumstick later." Qin Baobao smiled sweetly. "Send these photos to my computer." She went back to her office happily. The staff member smiled happily. In the office, Qin Baobao received the movie poster. She admired it over and over again. A sweet smile bloomed on her face. Such a perfect poster. It was better to share it with others than to share it alone. Wasn't the existence of chat groups for showing off? She logged into the chat software online and sent the poster to the group. "Oh, the poster is out. I'm so shy." Qin Baobao chose to send it to this group for a reason. There were only 4 people in this group. They were Su Yu, Wang Zijin, and Nan Man Pei. The first 2 had been blacklisted by this Baobao. The latter was vigilant and continued to pay attention. Chapter 393. About 10 minutes after the message was sent, the first reply was from Nan Man Pei. Nan Man Pei. "Yo, a new movie." Qin Baobao. "Yeah, A's and I just took a cute emoji." Nan Man Pei. "So, are you posting this to promote the movie or to show off your intimacy with your younger brother?" Wow, this question was so heart-wrenching. Qin Baobao, who originally intended to show off her intimacy with her younger brother, didn't know how to answer. If she answered that she was promoting the movie, the disgusting effect would be gone. If she answered that she was showing off her intimacy with her younger brother, it would feel too demonic. Clearly, he only needed to understand it. Why did he have to ask? This black-hearted sister man. Same question. "Suyu, by the way, I'm going to act too, remember to call me next time." Qin Baobao. "Can you act? Do you think acting doesn't require acting skills? Do you think you can act just because you're pretty?" Naive. Qin Baobao mercilessly attacked Suyu. Suyu sent a hee-hee emoji. Does acting require acting skills? If you want that, half of the stars in the entertainment industry will lose their jobs. Suyu continued. "Also, aren't you relying on your beauty to survive in the entertainment industry? Why can't I?" Qin Baobao. This teddy bear's words were so sharp. Qin Baobao attacked. "Isn't Baozi going to expand his business? How can you have time to act? Besides, Tianfeng is mine. I don't like you." Suyu sneered. "I also have shares in Tianfeng. A small shareholder is also a shareholder. Bean buns are also dry food. Nan man pay. Are you serious? What movie are you going to act in? It's boring. Suyu. It's interesting, then I can kiss Chin Zay. Nan man pay. Sister Man thought to herself, you still care about kissing? You know Chin Zay's strengths and weaknesses very well. Kissing this kind of house thing is not what you Suyu look at. Chin Bao Bao. Ha ha ha. Damn that Teddy Sue. Her ambition was clear as day. Suyu. Ha ha ha. Chin Bao Bao was speechless. Then, Suyu and Chin Bao Bao fought again, mocking and ridiculing each other. Nan Man Pei occasionally sent emoticons and ellipses, playing the role of an onlooker. Chat group. Catfight. How interesting. At the same time, Sister Man was very confused. Wasn't Chin Zay's girlfriend Wang Zijin? Why did she feel that Chin Bao Bao's sister was more like his girlfriend? Otherwise, why would she be so entangled with Suyu? On the contrary, Wang Zijin, who was his girlfriend, was very calm. She did not express any opinion from beginning to end. Nan Man Pei. Ching Zijin, what do you think? Wang Zijin finally jumped out. Well, the novel is very good. I believe the movie will be great too. Was that all? Of course not. Sister Ziwei had already silently forwarded the picture to Chin Ma. Auntie, Bao Bao and A's new movie. This is the promotional poster. It will be released in May. You must go and see it. Those were the original words. Suyu, Ching Zijin, do you want to make a movie together? Provocation, Wang Zijin, not interested. Suyu, yes, we are different, there needs to be an echo here. After all, I am a woman who knows Chin Zay's strengths and weaknesses. Wang Zijin, hee, we're different, echo is needed here. Suyu is just a crazy woman. I am his real girlfriend. Chin Bao Bao chuckled. What's the difference? Which one of you grew up eating sh*t? Suyu, Wang Zijin. On the other side, Chin Ma stood in the living room, holding a mop in one hand and a cell phone in the other. When she received Wang Zijin's message, she was mopping the floor. She said that her son and daughter were making a movie again. There was nothing wrong with that. However, the 3 promotional posters made Chin Ma very sad. What do you want me to do? Your sudden message is enough to make me sad. Chin Ma, who was sad, immediately called her husband. Old Chin, a few days ago, you said that you went to the set to watch A's and Bao Bao filming, right? Old Master, yes, filming is quite boring. The same scene is repeated several times. There is nothing to see. I watched for more than an hour and then left. There was nothing to see and you watched for more than an hour? Chin Ma hesitated. You watched for so long. Then, you don't have any objections? They did that. You didn't even tell me? Old Master was confused. What do you mean? Chin Ma sighed. I'll send you a few pictures. She thought to herself, old man, you have to hold on. She sent the 3 posters over. A moment later, she called again. What do you think? You must beat them up. Old Master laughed. Not bad. Bao Bao is very beautiful. A's is also very handsome. This is called beauty. My students are all using it. Chin Ma. What do you mean? Your son and daughter have shamelessly kissed each other. You only care about beauty? Chin Ma said in a serious tone, even if it is a movie, kissing is not good. Old Master, you are making a fuss. You don't know the power of technology at all. Making a fuss? You. Old Chin, you are like this. Chin Ma's sadness turned into a river again. I've seen it all. The kissing scene was done by a stunt double. They just showed up. Old Master's tone was calm. Chin Ma breathed a sigh of relief. It was acceptable if it was a stunt double. But it was his son and daughter who showed up. This made him feel sad. However, Chin Ma said in her heart, you don't know how terrible your children are. After hanging up the phone, Chin Ma held the phone in a daze. Meiha. I have to go and see. Chin Zay arrived at Bao Zay Company at 1:30 p.m. just after the lunch break. He immediately held a meeting. One of the 2 futures departments would be retained. The other 2 would be retained. The other would be developed into other financial businesses and set up new departments. 2 team leaders were promoted. Qinze had a good network in the entertainment industry. The stars who had tasted the benefits were all talking about buying their company's fund products. Therefore, even without the huge profits from the stock market, the company's profits were still thriving. The meeting ended at 3 p.m. Qinze and Suyu went back to the office to rest. Suyu put on black-rimmed anti-radiation glasses and wrote the work plan of the new department in front of the computer. Looking at it this way, she had a bit of the temperament of a woman with glasses. "What are you writing?" Qinze asked. "Some things in the investment department." Suyu tapped on the keyboard. "Husband, I'm hungry. Can't you be quiet? Let's talk about it at night." Qinze was helpless. Suyu was stunned and blinked her eyes. "I hate you, always thinking about things that are not suitable for children. I'm hungry." "Qinze, what do you want to eat? I'll go to the convenience store downstairs to buy it." "A glass of milk, 2 hot dogs, a sandwich, and a banana," Suyu said. Qinze helped her buy the things back. She was still writing, tapping hard on the keyboard. Suyu's mobile phone on the table vibrated and rang non-stop. "Why don't you answer it?" Qinze said. "Crazy bees and butterflies," Suyu said. "What do you mean?" Suyu said softly. "Husband, it's a stinky man who wants to steal your woman." Speaking of which, Suyu was also a beauty at the goddess level in the workplace. In the hearts of countless male employees, my beautiful president, and my iceberg beauty president, could definitely write 500 chapters of male songs in their hearts. It was not surprising that such a high-quality woman was pursued. How dare they think about Heiai's king's woman? "Who is it?" Qinze frowned. Suyu was a little happy and said charmingly, "You answer the phone yourself." Qinze picked up the phone and said, "Who is it?" The other side was stunned and a thick male voice. "You are? If you have something to say it quickly." "Oh, I'm looking for Suyu." "She doesn't have time to answer the phone. She's busy. If you have something to say, tell me," Qinze said. "Who are you? Why do you have her mobile phone?" The tone of the other side suddenly became bad. "I'm Ju right luring Jing stem." If it were the system next door, there would definitely be such a prompt. From XXX's negative emotions, plus 10086. Unfortunately, his system was low level. Suyu slowly opened the milk, took a sip, and deliberately said loudly, Well, my husband's milk is thick and delicious, and it's still hot." Qinze's body shook. Suyu took a tissue to wipe her mouth and said sweetly, "Oh, you have a lot of goods." Qinze found that the other side silently hung up the phone. Qinze said helplessly, "Li Shizhen's skin." Suyu licked her lips. "My father has a son who is a family friend. I've seen him a few times at home. At first, he chased me crazily, but I'm not interested in this kind of man who is gentle and thrifty in front of the elders and is proficient in 48 hands behind their backs." As she said, she threw a fresh and refined coquettish look. "My husband, who is proficient in 365 hands, is what I belong to." Qinze said angrily, "Eat lollipops at night." Suyu pretended not to hear and focused on writing. "Eat lollipops at night," Qinze repeated. "I don't want to listen, you bastard." Suyu acted coquettishly. "This is very unmasochistic." "Eat lollipops at night," Qinze repeated again. Suyu curled her lips. "Oh, well, this is the right style." Suyu finished the hot dog and sandwich, drank the milk, and burped comfortably. The banana took a small bite and said, "It's hard and astringent, not ripe, don't want it." "Then throw it away." "It's a waste to throw it away, husband, you eat it." Suyu put the banana over. Qinze just opened his mouth, and she poked it in. Qinze choked and held her hand. "Are you crazy? Do you want to choke me?" Suyu said righteously. "I'll return this sentence to you." Qinze. Chapter 394. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sky was dark. It was the beginning of spring, and the sky didn't get dark so quickly. People living in the metropolis ended a busy day. Qinze and Suyu got off work on time and went to the vegetable and fruit shop near Suyu's house to buy groceries. Suyu held Qinze's arm and was in high spirits. She strolled around the small shop, which gave her the feeling of Nanjing Road pedestrian street. Zhe's patience was surprisingly good, because when he saw Su Yu's happy smile, he remembered a very artistic sentence. This world is very beautiful, because there are traces of you. So even if he was buying groceries, he was happy. The old driver Zhe personally cooked 3 dishes and 1 soup. Su Yu ate happily. Zhe was good at cooking. His cooking skills were good. The dishes not only looked, smelled, and tasted good, but also had the feeling of home. Halfway through the meal, Su Yu's feet under the table were restless and she tried to tease Zhe. Zhe glared at her. Not only was he not afraid, but he also threw a coquettish glance. Don't make trouble. Do you want to play at the dinner table? Zhe said angrily. Su Yu blushed and answered shyly. Zhe, your blushing makes me very anxious. My little teddy is getting more and more dirty. After the meal, Zhe washed the dishes in the kitchen. He told his sisters that he wouldn't go home to cook at night. His sister knew that he was busy recently, so she didn't pester him for the reason. She said, "Oh," and said, "Can't you eat pork without butcher Zhe?" Zhe said, "What's with your attitude? Then you eat pork. I'll eat abalone tonight." Bao Bao said disdainfully, "It's not like I haven't eaten abalone before. What's there to show off?" Zhe sneered 3 times at that time. His sister was too naive. Su Yu leaned against the door and made a seductive posture. "Hubby, you've worked hard. I'll reward you later." Zhe followed her words and said with a smile, "What reward?" Su Yu made a smile that didn't sound like a good family and walked away with a twist of his waist. When Zhe finished washing the dishes, he saw her in the room. She had already washed herself clean and was wearing a maid outfit with a pair of cat ears on her head. Cat ears. This move was too much. When I bought it last time, there was a complimentary cat ear. I was embarrassed to take it out. Su Yu's face was flushed. She had also overcome the shame in her heart for a long time to dress up like this. Cat ears may be late, but they will never be absent, Su Yu said. This is an indispensable part of the uniform series. Recently, she read a lot of shameless women's chicken soup on the internet. The chicken soup said that women should be able to go to the hall and the kitchen, fight against the mistress, beat the rogue. Su Yu was not interested in these. She agreed with one of the sentences. Women's modesty can add points, but women's modesty can't stay in bed. Su Yu glanced at Zhe's tent and bit her lip. Go take a shower. Zhe snorted. Wait for me. Keep an eye on the crotch. 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhe leaned against the headboard of the bed, comfortably smoking a cigarette. After smoking a cigarette, he was as happy as a fairy. Su Yu snuggled up to him, her snow-white shoulders were exposed to the air, her hair was messy, and her face was flushed. Zhe, I want to show you something. Su Yu straightened up and showed her snow-white and graceful body to him without any psychological barriers. Zhe stared at her fiercely. No need to see it. It's not the first time I've seen it. Su Yu blushed and said, Not this bastard, it's the mobile phone. She lay on Zhe's body, stretched out her small hand, hooked it a few times, and took the mobile phone on the bedside table. Look, Bao Bao sent it in the group. Su Yu showed him the mobile phone. It was Bao Bao's poster to show off. Zhe looked at it for a moment, and his head was full of black lines. Didn't I tell you to leave the group? Su Yu pretended to be stupid. I took off my skirt, otherwise how could you come in? Zhe. Damn it. As long as you're happy. Zhe said in despair. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about them. Live in the moment, have fun, and don't care about messy things. Next time there's a movie, ask me to shoot it, okay? Su Yu raised her beautiful and refined face. I'm so hot and beautiful. Standing still is a scenery. It will definitely increase the box office. Let's talk about it later. The movie just finished shooting. How can it be so fast? Besides, I don't plan to shoot anymore. Zhe said. Ha! Su Yu said angrily. How can you be like this? Oh, you only shoot a kissing scene with your sister. You're too biased. If you have the ability, write a novel. I'll help you change it into a script. You'll be the female lead, and I'll be the male lead. Zhe said in a bad mood. You don't say. My dream when I was a child was to become a writer. Su Yu said, I'm best at writing sad rumors. I used to write essays that won awards. When I was a child, I dreamed of being a scientist. Qinzhe sneered. Things like dreams are disdained by salted fish, because salted fish know that it's not reliable. She pinched him angrily. Qinzhe gasped and scolded. You don't know how to control your strength. Suyu said angrily. You don't love me at all. Qinzhe used his dragon claw to scratch her. Does it hurt? Suyu was about to cry. It hurts. 9:30. Suyu said. You're still not leaving? Qinzhe hugged her. I'm not leaving. How about I stay with you tonight? Suyu frowned. How are you going to explain it to your sister Ziwei? Qinzhe. Do whatever you want. I'm going to give up sooner or later anyway. Suyu said softly. Then you'd better go, I'm used to sleeping alone. She turned over, wrapped the quilt tightly, and turned the back of her head to Qinzhe. Qinzhe felt pity in his heart. He hugged her from behind, buried his head in her hair and whispered, Sleep, I won't leave tonight. Sometimes I really hope you can be a little bit of a jerk. Suyu said. What? Qinzhe didn't understand. Suyu shook her head and said silently in her heart, Compared to forcing you to choose one of the two, I'm more afraid of being abandoned by you. But Qinzhe's arms that hugged her slender waist were strong and hot, and that was a man's thick chest. He said that he would stay with her at night, giving her an infinite sense of security, so she kept this sentence in her heart. At this time she also heard Qinzhe murmur, Waist, sister, most admirable. Suyu didn't hear it all. Qinzhe's original words. Sister's waist is still the most comfortable. Tight, elastic, small waist with a mermaid line. Before going to bed, Qinzhe sent a text message to Sister Ziwei and Bao Bao, saying that he would stay in the company for the night. The next day, Qinzhe and Suyu were both late, both with dark circles under their eyes. Before Suyu went to work, she carefully touched up her makeup, but if one looked closely, one could still see that she was in low spirits. Last night one of them was the one who made the first move. Maybe Suyu gave Qinzhe an abyss gaze, or maybe Qinzhe showed Suyu an iron rod. Anyway, in the middle of the night, the two of them fought again. They went to bed at 9:30 and woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning, full of energy. Then they fought until dawn. It would be strange if they were in good spirits. In the morning, after taking a shower and changing clothes, Suyu cried and complained. The sheets can't be covered, and the sheets can't be used. Qinzhe simply booked a room in a hotel near the company to let Suyu catch up on sleep. He was strong and could still hold on. There was still a meeting in the company in the afternoon, so Suyu couldn't ask for leave to go home. At noon, he brought food into the hotel to find Suyu for lunch. The two talked about the direction of the company's expansion. Suyu was more conservative and wanted to establish a firm foothold in the financial industry first. Qinzhe, on the other hand, wanted to expand his territory and roll around in other industries. Host, I have a good product here. The system said. Long time no see, system boss. Qinzhe was happy. Do you have a product to reward me? No. The system sneered mercilessly. Dream at night, keep your mind clear during the day. Then what are you talking about? Your design drawings and whatnot are all sky-high prices. I don't have enough points. Qinzhe said. TSK, the host is really a salted fish. Always thinking about doing business. Don't you know that business is harmful to the country and real estate is prosperous? The system complained. People all over the country want to beat people when they hear it. Qinzhe ridiculed. Of course, business things are expensive, but virtual things are very cheap. The system said. What do you mean? Qinzhe was at a loss. For example, the internet. Now the internet plus is the mainstream development trend of society, and the internet does not exist physically, it is just a virtual data. The system said. I understand, you are talking about online games or something. System, you want to support me to kill Penguin? Qinzhe was excited. No, your points are not enough to exchange for large-scale online games. Your points. The system said, I looked at it for you. It's probably only enough to exchange for an antivirus software. Qinzhe. What the F***CK? Can I use antivirus software to kill a lowly person like you? The system said, the internet technology tree, antivirus software is only a part of it. You can use points to exchange in the future to slowly perfect the technology tree. There are discounts. For example, the online game you mentioned just now. Let me be clear, it is only an example. The production of online games is also a part of the internet technology tree. If you exchange for antivirus software, you can exchange for other technology tree products in the future. You will get a 50% discount. Qinze understood. That's it. In online games you learn from a master, start with basic skills, and then slowly level up, from a rookie to a newbie. So be it if it's an antivirus software. The system's products must be the best. Who knows? Maybe I can unify the country's antivirus platform. How many points? 2,000. Damn. Qinze's balls hurt. He only had 2,800 points in total. I'm not exchanging, I want to keep the points for missions. Qinze said. In fact, with your salted fish personality, missions are rarer than meteor showers. Moreover, you are already in the middle of a mission. If you succeed, you will be rewarded with 6,000 points, and if you fail, the corresponding points will be deducted. There is no point in you keeping these points. If you fail, it won't save you. The system said. Chapter 395. In the end, he still exchanged it. If he abandoned the ambition of being the leader of the world, the system's golden finger was still quite powerful. You see, after exchanging a few songs, Qinze was given the title of the first fast shooter in the music industry. You see, after swallowing a few skill books, hanging an all over his head for a month, and sleeping only 4 hours a day, he achieved his goal of earning 100 million yuan a month. You see, the system gave elementary school students radio gymnastics. The times are calling. After practicing for more than half a year, it was not a problem to deal with a teddy bear, but his waist was a little painful. Qinze wiped his bitter tears. Now, he has to use the hard-earned money of half a year to exchange for an antivirus software. This seems to be the system opening a way for him to dominate the internet industry. In fact, an antivirus software can at most set up a good internet company, right? Can you beat black cats and gray dogs and penguins? Even in the internet industry, there are many unrivaled bosses. But since it was produced by the system, and the price was 2,000 points, 30 points is a fine song. 2,000 points, how can it be bad? It is impossible to help him reach the sky in one step, but it is still very appropriate to open a channel for him to climb slowly. Why don't you talk? Suyu ate the food in small bites, raised her beautiful face and said sweetly, "Do you think what I said is very reasonable and you have nothing to say?" The two of them were arguing about Bao's future. Although Suyu was a little masochistic, in life and in bed, she was resigned to it. But in work, she was very opinionated, and even a little overbearing. I do things, don't talk about it. Looking at her working style when she was in the company, she could delegate power to the manager, but she would never allow her half-brother Su Hao to dictate. Let's do this for the time being, follow your idea, but share a batch of funds. Qinze murmured, I want to register a network technology company. Suyu raised her head from the lunchbox, stuffed food in her mouth, swallowed, and was stunned. What do you want to do? Venture capital is not as messy as you. Your major is finance. My major is also finance. Our milk, harmonious, blend is 1 + 1 is greater than 2. But the internet industry, do you understand? Even if you want to invest in the internet, you don't have to register your own company. You can just invest in venture capital. I can't explain it clearly in a short time. Just treat it as me playing around. Anyway, I don't need to invest too much money, Qinze said. All right then, you're the head of the household. Suyu pouted. I'll get someone to do it tomorrow. Good girl, I'll reward you with a lollipop before you check out. I'm not eating. Scram. After the meeting in the afternoon, Qinze received a call from Huang Yitsong. Qinze, my company is investing in a movie and we need a second female lead. The crew is interested in Li Wei from your company, Huang Yitsong said. Do I need you, the CEO, to make the call personally? Qinze laughed. Of course not, Huang Yitsong said. I found a very nice clubhouse a few days ago and made an appointment with a few friends. Would you like to have some fun? How nice. Qinze's tone became sneaky. I found 2 of the top 10 weapons in the pugilistic world. Don't you think it's nice? Huang Yitsong chuckled. Did you feed your little wife? She's bored at home and went to do business. Recently, she's been running around on business and enjoying herself. So you're having an affair behind her back? How can a man improve his martial arts if he doesn't have an affair? Have you seen a straight-A student who only knows how to solve a math problem? That makes sense. Address and time. At a clubhouse. The so-called high-end clubhouse was a place where the rich gathered to eat, drink, and have fun. There were many types of clubhouses. For example, women liked to go to beauty and fitness clubs. Men liked to go to unique clubs. They did not like to play sports, but clubs like golf, shooting, bowling, horseback riding, and so on. The clubhouse that Huang Yitsong invited Qin Zhe to was a health club. There were massages, foot baths, massage, acupuncture, and so on. I heard that you and your sister just finished filming your new movie? Huang Yitsong lay comfortably on the recliner, wearing a bathrobe and holding a glass of red wine. It's going to be released in early April. Qin Zhe also wore a bathrobe and drank red wine. They had just finished massaging and enjoyed the service of the female technician's soft hands. It's a big gathering in April, Huang Yitsong said. Yeah. Qin Zhe nodded. Do you remember the number of the female technician who massaged you just now? Huang Yitsong smiled and said, I specifically asked her to come. She's a famous weapon. You can take her away at night. Qin Zhe recalled the female technician's good looks, slim figure, and charming eyes. This trip was a social event between men and also a tour of the adult world. He was already a billionaire, but he had never been to a clubhouse. It would be embarrassing if word got out. Forget it. I don't like shared bicycles. I have my own car. Qin Zhe shook his head. If it was in the past, he might not be able to resist the temptation. Although famous weapons were good, they were like university and miss. They were used by people every day. Brother, I'm mainly here to learn from you, Qin Zhe said. Sure. As long as it's not about essence. Huang Yitsong nodded. Is it about the entertainment company? No. Then is it 48 hands? Huang Yitsong was interested. I've created 365 hands. 48 hands is too low end. I'm not going to talk about this with you. Qin Zhe said. Aren't you experienced? You have a lot of women outside, right? How do you manage to keep the red flag at home and the colorful flag outside? Isn't this the talent of rich men? Why are you asking me this? Huang Yitsong said curiously. Besides, it's too early for you to think about this. Look at those rich bachelors now. They change girlfriends as easily as they change clothes. Besides, you don't have a red flag at home. Qin Zhe waved his hand. I'm different from those flirtatious sluts. I talk about relationships. Huang Yitsong rolled his eyes. Pretentious. Qin Zhe was speechless. I have no experience in this area. My red flag doesn't know that I have a colorful flag outside. She thinks that she's the only flag under the sky. If I can make my red flag and colorful flag coexist, I won't have to play behind her back, Huang Yitsong said. You might be a fake driver. Qin Zhe was a little disappointed. But my grandfather has experience, Huang Yitsong said. Qin Zhe was stunned. What do you mean? I have 2 grandmothers. How did your grandfather do it? There's no skill involved. What do you mean? My grandfather used to be a landlord. It's normal for him to have 2 wives. My father is the silly son of a landlord. He also wanted to have 2 wives like his father, but he was suppressed by my mother. He could only have a mistress outside. Huang Yitsong said, Actually, in our circle, mistresses and whatnot are very normal. Which man with a net worth of hundreds of millions or billions would stay by his wife? Oh, you're different from us flirtatious sluts. Qin Zhe was speechless. Qin Zhe was not convinced. Those mistresses don't have feelings. They're all here for the money. Who said that? Haven't you heard of love grows with time? Huang Yitsong retorted, I have a brother who failed in his investment and went bankrupt. His wife brought the children back to her parents' home and wanted a divorce. In the end, his mistress took him in and never left him. After he made a comeback, he married his mistress. The role model of the 3 realms. No, I'm asking how to live together harmoniously. That's hard to say. Some hide it, some tacit understanding, and some don't want to see it. But I've never heard of anyone who can live happily with a mistress, Huang Yitsong said. I understand. Qin Zhe sighed. Huang Yitsong glanced at him. Are you stuck between two women and can't decide? Yes. 2, 3, or 4. You want all of them? Yes. Then don't get married. Marriage means you have to make a choice. Just don't get married. I thought so too, but how many years can a woman wait for you? I also want to give them happiness. Then have you ever thought that it's your desire to make a choice that makes them feel insecure? Qin Zhe was shocked. Huang Yitsong patted him on the shoulder. A marriage certificate can at most give a woman a sense of security. There was no such thing before. They're marrying you, not little notebook. To put it bluntly, they need a sense of security. As long as you give them a sense of security, they won't care about things like a small book. Oh yes, a small book is not only a sense of security, but also property. No one wants to give birth to an illegitimate child who has no right of inheritance. Qin Zhe said, I don't have to worry about that. Whether it was Su Yu or his sister, they were all rich people. Sister Ziwei was even more so. She was the daughter of a rich family. As long as she was willing, Qin Zhe could give her whatever he had. If he didn't have it, he would find a way to give it to her. Hey, it seems that something strange has sneaked in. Sister, crossed out. Pretend you didn't see it. Chapter 396. Seeing that he was deep in thought, Huang Yitsong smiled and said, Isn't listening to my words better than studying for 10 years? Qin Zhe said, T. China's 9-year compulsory education can't compare to your words? Huang Yitsong was speechless. Let's talk about the movie. I heard it's a romance between an older woman and a younger man? Huang Yitsong said, Our company originally wanted to adapt that novel into a movie, but some time ago, the news was tight and the higher-ups were nitpicking. To be safe, we gave up. We plan to wait for a while and see how things go. I didn't expect you to beat us to it. The novel was very popular, but the movie adaptation rights had not been sold because of this reason. That's fine. Didn't young Master Duan make a few remakes? Qin Zhe said, If I slept with it, it would be a banned film. If I didn't, it would be a literary film. Your backer is really strong. Huang Yitsong sighed. Yes, Tara Stone's backer. Qin Zhe said. After the two of them finished their foot bath, Qin Zhe was about to leave. It was now 8 o'clock in the evening. It's quite comfortable. My waist has been revived. Qin Zhe stretched. Let's come again next time. What do you want me to say? Seeing that he was about to leave, Huang Yitsong sighed. You didn't realize the beauty of this club at all. No matter how beautiful the shared bike is, it's not mine. Brother, let's go. Qin Zhe left and walked to the changing room. I'll get someone to send you. Don't drive after drinking. It's okay, I'll ride the shared bike. It's not far from my house. Huang Yitsong was speechless. Didn't he not want the shared bike? This B*TCH was really pretentious. When they reached home, it was 8:30. Dynamic music rushed to their faces. The TV was playing a dance tutorial video. The sisters were wearing yoga clothes and learning to dance on the TV. It was a very hot dance. Coupled with the sisters' domineering figure, it was pleasing to the eye. The way her butt moved could only be described with one word. Awesome. Wang Zijin was half lying on the sofa, wearing headphones and looking down at the video. I'm back, Qin Zhe said. The sisters replied with an oh, and then went back to their own business. That's why Japan's etiquette is pretty good. When the male host returns home, the female host will cross her hands and stand at the entrance. Welcome back. Have you guys had dinner? Yes, Bao Bao. Wang Zijin said. How about you? How's the company? Fortunately, we've formulated a preliminary development plan. Ace, come dance with me. Qin Bao Bao panted. I don't know how to dance. Big sister will teach you. There are some things that men have to try. Learn from big sister for the first time. Qin Bao Bao said. What a terrible line. Qin Zhe took off his jacket. How about a tango? You know how to dance. Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes. I don't know how. Go wash up and sleep. What are you doing here? Wang Zijin snorted. His sister bounced to his side and said with a smile, If you don't know how to dance tango, then we'll dance ordinary aerobics. Qin glanced at her deep cleavage. Coach, I want to play basketball. Zijin, you come too. You'll get a belly if you sit all day after eating, Qin Bao said. No way. Wang Zijin refused. Come on, only A's will accompany me. It's boring. 1A's can't satisfy you? Qin. Sister Ziwei, your lines are terrible too. Qin held the remote and chose a more intense dance that was suitable for both men and women. Hey, this dance again? It's tiring. His sister said. It's your body that's too weak. Wang Zijin complained. His sister put her hands on her chest and said in distress. It's tiring here. It's heavy and swaying. Wang Zijin. Suddenly I don't want to dance. I'm going back to my room to sleep. Qin Bao looked at her back and whispered. She's inferior. After all, she's just a C. Qin nodded. Sister Ziwei's sadness is the ocean. Besides, you'll be beaten by other women if you say that. By the way, you practice dancing during the day and dance at home. I don't remember when you liked dancing so much. I'll walk in a few days. I'll dance. Oh, okay. Dancing is good for your figure. Qin thought that dancing women had particularly soft figures. He and Suyu practiced 365 moves and finally encountered a bottleneck because Suyu couldn't do some postures. For example, trapeze. If it was his sister, she should be able to do it easily for more than 5 minutes. Qin didn't dance with his sister. He slipped into Wang Zijin's room and comforted his sad girlfriend. In fact, C is already very good. Really, I especially like women who can be grasped with one hand. Qin comforted. Also, what's so good about a big cow? Wang Zijin hypnotized herself. Qin Bao big cow, Qin Bao big cow. Suddenly, she smiled. Wang Zijin sat on the bed and patted her side. Sit down. Qin hugged her waist and shamelessly said sweet words. Chasing girls now. Do you only know how to say sweet words? There's nothing practical. Wang Zijin said. Watch a movie? Do you only know how to watch movies? Wang Zijin said, by the way, today, several of my female employees were chatting while eating. They said why boys don't chase girls now. Maybe it's because they're not good-looking. Qin said. They're not bad. They're quite pretty. Then let me analyze. Qin thought for a moment. I think I know the truth. What truth? Let me tell you. Treating a girl to a meal, watching a movie, playing around, and finally sending her home like a gentleman. In a day, it'll cost at least 400 to 500 yuan, right? If it's once a week, it'll be 4 times a month. Almost 2,000 yuan. You might even have to buy gifts, and it'll easily cost thousands. In the end, you might just get a good person card. However, if you use this money to get massages, eat and drink, and find a girl to give you the full service, you can still buy a skin and show off in the game. It's simply too good. Wang Zijin. Get out, I'm going to sleep. Wang Zijin kicked her feet repeatedly. Qin held her warm and soft little feet. I'm talking about others. Of course I'm not. I'm different from the coquettish bitches outside. Wang Zijin said angrily. Then did you give me a gift? The way you chase me is to take me to the movies every day. You're a coward who's afraid of being seen by your sister when you buy gifts. I do everything I can to wash your clothes, do housework, and cook for you every day. What else do you want me to do? Shouldn't there be a gentle and virtuous sister who knows how to take care of people? I'm obviously a sister con, but I'm doing what a sister con should do. I might be a fake big sister complex. Qin said, I can give you my most important thing. Then give it to me. Okay. Hey, why are you taking off my clothes? Isn't this what you want? Get out, get out. Another series of kicks. The next day, Suyu asked someone to register the company. The registered capital was 3 million. It was an internet technology company. Qin also exchanged the antivirus software code from the system. In order to write the code, Qin also exchanged elementary computer proficiency. The core code must not be given to others, otherwise it would become someone else's. In addition, he also transferred 3 IT specialists from Baoza and Tianfeng to help him. It took him 2 days to make the antivirus software. After the antivirus software was made, he forced the company's employees to install this software. The office computers must be installed, and private computers were ignored. This is the antivirus software you tinkered with? Su-yu sat on Chin-Zay's lap, half lying, operating his computer. It has a lot of functions. Not bad, you made such a software in a few days, she said. If Su-yu was knowledgeable, she should be shocked now. When others make software, they upgrade and improve it step by step to make the software perfect. Chin-Zay directly reached the point in one step, saving the long improvement process. The rest is promotion, but the antivirus software is almost monopolized by the industry bosses. It is difficult to promote, it costs money, and it may not be able to eat the market. Su-yu said. Take it slowly, put it into the market first. If the software is good, there will definitely be more and more users. Chin-Zay said. Then. Okay. Su-yu suddenly said. By the way, why is your sister so annoying? What's wrong? Chin-Zay heard this sentence, just like many men heard their wives say, why is your mother so annoying? Last night, I ordered a big meal. I posted it in my circle of friends, and everyone liked it. Your sister replied, single dogs eat so much, hee hee hee. Su-yu gritted her teeth and said, I almost replied to her, my husband is Chin-Zay. My sister has been busy recently, so she is in a bad mood. She has a lot to do, and her mood will be bad. Don't pay attention to her. Chin-Zay comforted her. Then am I very free? I have to work during the day, and I have to be done by you at night. Su-yu glared. Chin-Zay. A woman who has been developed is really different. If it was before, her face would be red and she couldn't say the last half of the sentence. My sister is going to walk in a few days, and I'm going to walk today. Chin-Zay pressed her on the table and lifted her office lady suit. What's wrong with your computer? Su-yu suddenly said. Chin-Zay's computer suddenly popped up a dialog box. The dialog box background was red, with the logo of a lock, the time, and a text description. What did you just do? Chin-Zay was stunned. I opened the file, and then this dialog box popped up. Su-yu was confused. Looking carefully at the text description. Well, it was a virus. The general meaning was, the file was encrypted, and if you want to get the important files on the computer again, you have to send a remittance to the other party, and it only costs XX coins. Not only the files, but also photos, compressed files, audio, documents, and so on, were locked. How did my computer get a virus? I didn't enter the site. Chin-Zay looked confused. How do I know? I wrote a proposal on your computer, which is tens of thousands of words. Su-yu was depressed. In fact, Su-yu just clicked on an email. The content of the email had nothing substantial. It was just an advertising spam email. She didn't know that because of this email, Chin-Zay's computer was infected with a virus. Crazy, I'll try to kill the virus. Chin-Zay said. He clicked on the antivirus software on the computer and detoxified it. Soon, the antivirus software scanned the virus and began to kill it. But it was useless. The virus dialog box was still there. Su-yu was about to cry. Or send money to try? Damn, it's a few thousand. A few thousand yuan is not much. Tens of thousands of yuan is a small matter for Su-yu. She just felt aggrieved. I'll try it with my own software. Chin-Zay said. He opened the software of the low-level system, scanned and killed. 5 minutes later, the virus dialog box was gone. Su-yu's little face was happy, and she clicked on the file. There was no loss, no mess, and it was as good as before. Oh, husband, your software is very powerful. Su-yu was very happy. That's, Chin-Zay's products must be the best. That's what the internet says. Chin-Zay boasted. At the same time, it's very fast gunman. Su-yu joked. Damn, lie down and let you see how fast I am. Chin-Zay said angrily. Chapter 397. From Tuesday to Friday, a virus suddenly broke out. Ordinary users were the first to be affected. Their computer documents, pictures, videos, and so on were all locked. A dialog box popped up, demanding payment of XX virtual currency, which was about 2,000 yuan. The infected user immediately activated antivirus software. But it was useless. This virus was unexpectedly strong and could not be killed. The only way was to format the entire computer. However, that would mean that all the files and information would be destroyed. Ordinary people were fine. There were no confidential or important documents on their computers. However, some business elites, white-collar and gold-collar workers from various industries, were troubled. Their computers usually stored more important business information and customer information. At first, the virus did not cause much of an impact. It was only mentioned on some forums, Tieba, Weibo, and other social media platforms. Not long after, the virus broke out. Part of the reason was that it was highly infectious. If infected users kept going online, it would spread to other computers. The most obvious case was the Office network. The virus changed its target from ordinary users to enterprises and institutions. Many institutions were stunned. They were infected with the virus out of nowhere. Moreover, antivirus software was useless, causing huge losses. The News Online reported. Recently, a virus has swept the country. Enterprises and individual users are threatened by the ransomware virus. The ransomware virus originated from abroad and has swept the world, including China, the United States, the United Kingdom, Russia, and other places. Currently, the ransomware virus in the country is expanding. According to the Internet Security Agency, this is the use of criminals. The ransomware virus that has swept the world continues. At least 150 countries have been attacked. A considerable number of enterprises and institutions have also been infected. According to an employee of XXX branch, the day before yesterday, all the computers in the unit were affected by the ransomware virus. In addition, many universities and networks in the country have been attacked by the ransomware virus. They can only be restored by paying the ransom. In the country, apart from the education network and campus network, the virus's range of influence is suspected to be gradually expanding. There are user feedback on Weibo. Oil gas stations, police stations in Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai have also been attacked by the virus, causing huge losses to major enterprises and institutions. The opinion of Internet security experts is that files encrypted by the virus are basically unrecoverable, regardless of whether the ransom is paid. Unless you have the key to the virus encryption, but that is basically impossible. School websites, corporate websites, telecommunications websites, and many other websites were affected by the ransomware virus. Foreign countries had it the worst. The virus's influence had spread, and many foreign news had been dug up. It was said that more than 40 hospitals had been exposed to the ransomware virus, and even the National Cybersecurity Bureau had been invaded by the virus. It sounded scary and lofty. Rumors spread like wildfire, and the ransomware virus became a hot topic among the people. Even individual users who weren't infected learned about it on the internet. Recently, netizens' expressions changed when they talked about it. The company's network has been taken over by a ransomware virus. 2 days off. Why do I feel so happy? F***CK. My computer is infected. Everyone, please don't open any strange emails. Currently, it's all formatted. Luckily, there's nothing important on my computer. The campus network can't be used anymore. Damn it. They even hacked into the students' computers through the campus network. Several students in the dormitory have been infected. This virus reminds me of the panda burning incense. It makes me shiver. It's true. Currently, there's nothing we can do about the virus. We can only swallow the bitter fruit. It's still fine for us. At most, we'll just be formatted. The hackers won't be able to get a single cent, and the enterprises will be finished. The experts only know how to blabber, telling us to pay attention to safety. It's just that there's no way to kill the virus. In fact, the ransomware virus had been circulating overseas for a long time. It had only entered China recently. Many experts overseas were actively trying to crack the virus. Not long after, someone overseas found a way to intercept the ransomware virus. In the era of information explosion, the news immediately spread to China. Foreign network engineers discover a way to intercept ransomware virus. The spread of ransomware virus has been curbed, and the virus is under control. There's always a higher mountain, the bane of the ransomware virus. All the major media outlets wrote exciting news. On Weibo, netizens were excited. Someone overseas discovered a way to intercept the ransomware virus. That's great. But there's still no way to unlock an infected computer. No matter what, it's still a good thing. At least we don't have to worry about being poisoned in the future. In the field of internet engineering, our country is still too young. F***CK, the bootlicker above. Although I don't want to admit it, it's the truth. There are too many overseas experts. Our country is lagging behind in many fields. There's still a long way to go. But in just 2 days, the ransomware virus broke out again. This time, it was a variant. The previous method was no longer effective. The ransomware virus came in full force again. More and more organizations were implicated. For example, a famous movie company with a children's theme and a famous IP movie company had their new movie stolen by the ransomware virus. The hackers demanded that they pay $10 million. Otherwise, the new movie would be broadcast to the audience for free. This seemed to be a benefit. For the first time in history, the pirated version was faster than the original version. This incident shocked all the local film companies. They were afraid that the hackers' next target would be them. However, it was obvious that they were thinking too much. Chinese films were only good in their own country. That was if they did not encounter any foreign blockbusters. Bad scripts and actors with no acting skills were not good enough for the hackers to take a liking to. Hollywood blockbusters were their targets. F***CK, the computer I just reformatted has been infected by a virus again. Is there an end to this? My 180 gigabytes of action movie. We're not the worst. The unit next to mine has been extorted by a virus again. 233. I heard that the boss has paid, but it's useless. The ransomware virus is still not cured. In the past few days, we've lost hundreds of thousands. This time, the target of the ransomware virus is a big company. Every day they delay, they will lose a lot of money. Don't worry. This virus won't last long. There are so many powerful people. There will be a way to solve it. Haven't all the previous viruses been solved? But to some infected companies, time is money. After the old master finished browsing Weibo, he clicked his tongue and said, "Look, this virus is really powerful. Even our school's website has been hacked." Beside him was Qin Bao Bao, who was sitting cross-legged. There was a plate of grapes on her belly. She was eating happily. Beside Qin Bao Bao was Qin Zhe. He was also browsing Weibo like his sister. Occasionally, he would eat a few grapes. In the kitchen, Qin Ma was cooking. Wang Zijin was also in the kitchen, helping her. Sister Ziwei was pretending to be virtuous. She didn't know that her scheming nature had been exposed on New Year's Eve. She felt good about herself. Qin Ma felt good about herself. Wang Zijin thought so. In Qin Bao Bao's mansion, Qin Ma and the old master came over for dinner and stayed for the night. After Qin Bao Bao received a call from her parents, she turned around and destroyed Qin Zhe's things. Then, she called her brother to inform him. Qin Zhe went home after work and bought some disposable items. He pretended that he had never stayed in his sister's house. Mrs. Qin was very satisfied when she saw this. "Dad, the virus is most widespread in the school. You have to be careful. Don't get poisoned," Qin Bao Bao said. "I didn't bring my laptop to school a long time ago. There is a lot of information I have collected over the years. I am afraid that hackers will hack it." The old master sighed. "Are you okay? My company has made an antivirus software. You can download it later and it will kill the virus." Qin Zhe took the grapes from his sister's plate. There were only a few grapes left. Qin Bao Bao didn't eat enough and slapped his hand away. Qin Zhe didn't want to lose his sister's grapes. He snatched them back. The two of them punched each other with 4 hands. The old master sighed bitterly. After the new year, one was 24 and the other was 26. He felt that they were still 14 and 16 years old. Back then he was already married. "What are you doing? Are you still a child?" The old master leaned forward, took the plate and ate the grapes silently. "It's quite sweet. Bao Bao, go wash a few more." Qin Bao Bao. The lazy sister changed the topic. "Hey Ace, what did you say just now?" "Oh, I said that my company has made an antivirus software that can remove the ransomware virus." Qin Zhe cooperated with his sister. "Nonsense. The old master snorted. Even the experts are helpless. The cybersecurity agencies of many countries can't do anything. How can your antivirus software work? Then the virus won't sweep the world. It's up to you to believe it or not. Qinzhe pursed his lips. Dad, your son is just making a fool of himself. He is taking advantage of this wave of popularity to make an antivirus software and profit from it. Many companies do this. Some say it's 10 yuan, some say it's 20 yuan. They are all lies. Qin Bao said, this is called black-hearted wealth. Shut up. Qinzhe kicked his sister lightly. Qin Bao jumped up like an angry kitten and pounced on her brother. Are you trying to rebel? The sister and brother were practicing their fists. With the old master present, his sister felt that she had a backer and was especially fierce. Qinzhe couldn't press his sister on the sofa or touch her big butt. It's also a skill to be black-hearted. The old master pulled his daughter away and said, don't talk about black-hearted wealth. It's okay to be rich and heartless. As long as you don't break the law, you can make money however you want. In today's society, there is no moral bottom line. The law is the bottom line. If you can really make money, I will give you a thumbs up. Those who used a stick to serve their son at every turn, saying that a man should be indomitable, return to society, and have a kind heart, were just acting on TV. For normal parents, as long as their children were happy and healthy and could make money, it was enough. Wasn't it the government's business to benefit society? What did it have to do with us ordinary people? Qinzhe poked his sister's waist. Help me say on Weibo and promote the antivirus software. I also said on Weibo that if I make money, I will give you a commission. Qinzhe had encountered the blackmail virus before. At first, he didn't care about it. But these days, the virus had been fermenting. He wasn't stupid. It was a huge business opportunity. He turned around and made the official website. I don't want it. It will damage my popularity. Qin Bao said that she didn't want it, but her body was honest. She took out her phone and posted on Weibo. Send the download link to me. Original Weibo post. Blackmail virus is so annoying. I recommend an antivirus software to everyone. Whoever uses it will know. It has a link. Chapter 398. This virus had been in the news for a long time, but no one paid attention to its dangers. Or it could be said that the virus went into hiding and did not cause much of an impact on society. Its main target was overseas, and China was not within its scope of business. Now, it had finally expanded its business to China. So, in the eyes of ordinary people and many organizations, the virus had suddenly erupted. It was very sudden and did not give people any time to react. If ordinary users were infected, they would at most curse and reformat their computer's hard drive. Only idiots would pay the ransom. Only a small number of elites from various industries gritted their teeth and admitted defeat. But they were still in the minority. Because of this, the virus targeted large organizations and enterprises. To them, a few 100,000 or a few 100,000 was child's play. Data loss was the real problem. After Qin Bao posted on Weibo, netizens immediately commented. On social media platforms, celebrities were always the most popular. Thank you, goddess. But this virus is unsolvable. I have tried many software, free and paid, but none of them worked. In the end, I reformatted my computer with tears in my eyes. Did Qin Bao accept an advertisement? Don't post such advertisements. It's useless. Nowadays, many trashy antivirus software use the pretense of cracking ransomware to scam money. Now, we can only hope that the overseas experts can crack this virus. In fact, no matter what kind of virus it is, it will be cracked eventually. It's just a matter of time. The antivirus software in China is all trashy. Previously, all of them claimed that they were good at protecting computers. But when faced with such a powerful virus, they are all helpless. Golden Shield antivirus? I have never heard of it. Maybe it's a black-hearted technology company trying to scam money? Yes. I downloaded it, but I found out that I have to pay to use it. 200 renminbi. It's so expensive. There were many comments, but not many people paid attention to Golden Shield antivirus. Paying attention to celebrities was one thing, and choosing to use the product was another. Everyone was used to celebrities endorsing all kinds of products. They would not rush to download and pay just because of Qin Bao Bao's advertisement. But the reputation of Golden Shield antivirus had more or less spread out. The purpose of advertising was to make people familiar with it. Hey, I've helped you advertise, but I can't guarantee that it'll be effective. At the dining table, his sister looked at the comments and said, "That's enough. As long as the advertisement is released, people will try to download and use it. It's good that people use it. Gold will always shine." Qin Zhe picked up some food for his sister. Wang Zijin looked at him silently. "Sister Ziwei, eat too." Qin Zhe immediately added, "Mom, your cooking skills have deteriorated. It's not as good as Aza's." Qin Bao Bao frowned. Qin Ma felt a stab in her heart. "Stupid child. You grew up eating your mother's vegetables. Now you want to get rid of the donkey after it has outlived its usefulness?" Qin Bao Bao stuck out her tongue. Qin Ma said, "You're not even as conscientious as the dog at home." Qin Zhe asked, "Mom, when did we have a dog?" Old Master said, "You two don't have a conscience. Your mom was bored at home alone, so she bought a dog. What's its name?" At the mention of the pet dog, Qin Ma smiled happily. "Pomeranian. It's only 2 months old. It's small and very cute. Your dad and I are sleeping here today. I sent it to old Zheng's house. He was the Uncle Zhang who owned a teddy bear that was known as the God of Love." Old Master said, "I bought it last week. The dog hasn't been named yet." Qin Ma joked, "Why don't you just call it Bao Bao?" Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks. "No way. Why don't you call it Zai Zai?" Wang Zijin immediately laughed. "Yes, it sounds better when you repeat the words. Bao Bao or Zai Zai is fine." Qin Zai complained, "It can also be called JJ." He regretted it after saying that. Qin Ma, Old Master, Qin Bao Bao, Wang Zijin. She was most afraid of sudden silence. "What else do you want me to do? Your sudden message is enough to make me sad." She lowered her head and scrolled through Weibo. She poked at her phone screen with one hand and held chopsticks with the other. "You have to eat properly." Old Master frowned. "What song is it?" "It's pretty good." Qin Ma smiled. "A's new song." Qin Bao Bao smiled. She was cute and beautiful. "Well, it's the theme song of the new movie," Wang Zijin said. "It's not the theme song. It's an interlude." Qin Zhe said, "Let's eat." "You're shooting a movie again?" "What movie?" Qin Ma asked knowingly. "When will it be released?" "Take Mom to see it." Qin Bao Bao panicked. "No, there's nothing to see. It's a low-budget teen idol movie." Wang Zijin, _ "Ah, little pervert, I'll help you advertise again for free." Qin Bao Bao guiltily changed the topic. Okay. Thank you, sister. You're so nice." Qin Zhe said loudly and cooperated with his sister to change the topic. "How do you advertise? Someone in the group is talking about the ransomware virus. It's a celebrity group. I know it from the entertainment circle." Qin Bao Bao said. She picked up her phone and typed quickly. Qin Bao Bao had many celebrity groups. Her celebrity friends would invite her to join them. Most of them were lurking and would occasionally say a few words. Qin Bao Bao usually just watched and didn't say anything. There was an A-list movie star in the group just now. His surname was Luo, and the celebrities in the group called him Old Luo. Old Luo was crying about how his studio was accidentally infected with a ransomware virus. "Old Luo, just because I accidentally opened an email, I got infected. I can't do anything about it because some clients are used to email. It's hard to guard against it. Li Rongxing, hurry up and unplug the internet cable. Don't let the whole studio get infected." Li Rongxing was the one who had pulled Qin Bao Bao into this group. This guy had wanted to pursue her in the past, but Qin Bao Bao had deliberately ignored his hints a few times, so he had given up on the idea. "Old Luo, it's already infected." Moment of silence. Moment of silence. Moment of silence. Everyone expressed their sympathy. "Old Luo, everyone, take this as a lesson. Don't get infected. Don't click on unfamiliar websites or emails. Pay the ransom. The information is more important. I can only admit defeat, Old Luo." Old Luo, Pay it. You didn't even remove it. I'm so angry. Qin Bao Bao, Old Luo, I recommend you an antivirus software. Try it. She sent the link. Old Luo, Qin Bao Bao? Did your account get hacked? Qin Bao Bao usually didn't say anything. Her sudden appearance made him feel very abrupt. Qin Bao Bao. She sent a string of ellipses. Li Rongxing jumped out. It wasn't hacked. She also advertised on Weibo. Qin Bao Bao, don't accept such advertisements. It's bad for your popularity. Qin Bao Bao, thank you, but this is my brother's software. He's preparing to promote it. Li Rongxing, your brother's crossover is quite impressive. Is he preparing to make a fortune? In the group, there were a lot of ellipses. Old Luo. Then should I give it a try? Then there was silence. The discussion in the group was still continuing. I don't know if it'll work. I don't think so. There's no cure for this virus at the moment. It can only be prevented. Once infected, even the foreign experts can't do anything about it. I'm reminded of the panda burning incense from a few years ago. It's too scary. This virus is really rogue. I've already told the studio staff to be more careful. Don't touch unfamiliar emails or click on unfamiliar websites. I hope the foreign experts can find a way to crack it soon. About 5 minutes later, Old Luo came online. Old Luo, Qin Bao Bao, the virus is gone. It's really gone. This antivirus software is godly. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He sent over a dozen thumbs up emoticons. When the celebrities in the group saw this, they found it even more unbelievable. What's going on? Old Luo, are you joking? Old Luo, don't joke around. How can this be cracked? Old Luo must be joking with everyone. People started speaking one after another. Old Luo. No, I'm not joking. It's really cracked. I downloaded it to try it out. After the virus was scanned, it was really cleared. Furthermore, it only costs 200 yuan. It's not expensive at all. I was dumbfounded just now. This is a virus that even the Foreign Internet Safety Bureau is helpless against. It's a virus that has swept over more than 100 countries. It's actually cracked? Qin Bao Bao, how did you guys come up with this antivirus software? Qin Bao Bao. It's really effective? My brother made it. I'm just helping to advertise it. Another wave of ellipses. So you don't know anything and you're still so confident in advertising? Qin Bao Bao, Old Luo, remember to help me advertise on Weibo. Old Luo, no problem thanks. Qin Bao Bao, wave, she went offline. However, the group seemed to have exploded. Many lurking celebrities also jumped out. Old Luo, is it really effective? My company's computer is also infected. Old Luo, is this for real? That's impossible. Old Luo, try downloading it. It's definitely effective. I feel like there's going to be big news tomorrow. Then I'll download it. Send me the link. Scroll up yourself. Qin Bao Bao posted a link to the official website. Chapter 399. Reality proved that the effect of advertisements by celebrities was definitely good. Qin Bao Bao's Weibo had more than 40 million followers and countless fans. There were a lot of die-hard fans of everything recommended by the goddess must be bought, and the goddess is always beautiful. Someone tried to download this chatting software, bought it, and used it to scan the antivirus. Then, he realized that the antivirus was really successful. The files were restored, the pictures were restored, and the cavalry's pride that had been accumulated over the years was restored. At that time, he was stunned in front of the computer. Didn't they say that there was no cure for the virus? Didn't they say that it could only be prevented and not restored? Didn't they say that it was a powerful virus that had swept the world and caused headaches for the internet security agencies of various countries? I downloaded a nameless local antivirus software for 200 yuan. With the thought that I wouldn't be at a disadvantage if I bought it for 200 yuan, I really cracked the virus. Could it be that I was infected with a fake virus? Then they were ecstatic. This meant that the virus was no longer a problem. They could connect to the internet and not be afraid of being infected. The world was peaceful again. A small number of people posted on the internet and Weibo, saying that they used the antivirus software recommended by the goddess Qin Bao Bao to remove the virus and return the world to peace. Shocking! The antivirus software recommended by Qin Bao Bao on Weibo was actually useful. My computer was infected with a virus before. I downloaded it, scanned it, and removed the disgusting ransomware virus. Netizens commented below, "Lands House Sesame Seed Cake." Foreign experts want to beat someone up after seeing this. God sprinkles wisdom on earth, but the original poster is holding an umbrella. You lack intelligence, but don't think that everyone is the same as you. Verified by Internet Water Army. It's definitely an Internet Water Army. This antivirus software probably wants to use this wave of popularity to advertise. First, Qin Bao Bao promoted it on Weibo. Then, it hired Internet Water Army to praise it. Everyone, don't download it, and don't buy it. Whoever uses it is an idiot. Netizens did not believe it. Of course they did not believe it. Ransomware viruses were notorious and difficult to deal with. Foreign internet engineers had a headache because of it. You're telling me that an unknown antivirus software cracked it? Whoever believes it is an idiot. There were many similar posts, but not many people believed it. There was a lot of cynicism and ridicule. However, very soon, an A-list movie star posted on Weibo. Recently, the ransomware virus is very popular. I recommend that friends who have been poisoned download this antivirus software. There will be a pleasant surprise if you buy it. I have personally tried it. Users who are not poisoned can also download the prevention software. Even if you are poisoned, you don't have to worry. This movie star was called Luo Yuming, Old Luo in the group. Then, Li Rongxing posted on Weibo, praising the antivirus software. This was not the end. The third, the fourth, and within an hour, 7 or 8 celebrities posted on Weibo or reposted it. What's the situation? Isn't this software company too awesome? They're letting so many celebrities advertise? This is not scientific. Don't tell me it's true. Will it really work? Could it really kill the poison? My computer is infected with a virus, and I've paid the ransom, but it's useless. There's a lot of important information inside, and I'm not willing to format it. I've been waiting for a way to crack it. I've already said in a post that this antivirus software is godly. You can't go wrong with it. You still don't believe me. So many celebrities are recommending it. Are they trying to stir up trouble? Let me download it and try it out. If they're lying, I'll destroy their Weibo. I'll download it too. That night, a poem could be used to describe it. Like a spring breeze, please go to hell with the ransomware virus. In the atmosphere of despair, a ray of light fell from the sky, and the words, Golden Shield Antivirus, were written on it. Song size 24, bolded, with the golden glow of a tycoon. Many netizens who were infected with the virus tried to use the Golden Shield Antivirus software. Although it was unbelievable, the virus was indeed removed. Their computers were restored to their original state, and the information was intact. Hence, they posted on the internet and Weibo to express their shock. Word spread, and Golden Shield Antivirus became a hot commodity in the eyes of millions of netizens. The words, Golden Shield Antivirus, became a hot topic on the internet overnight. The most grateful ones were the bosses of enterprises and state-owned enterprises. When they saw the relevant information on the internet, they couldn't wait to call their IT staff and work overtime late at night just to download an antivirus software. They didn't have the patience to wait until tomorrow. Now that there was a solution to the problem that had been troubling them for days, how could they be in the mood to sleep? They were all anxious to try it out. Especially the bosses of private enterprises. Their computers were encrypted, and the company's information could not be retrieved, causing huge financial losses. It would be strange if they could sit still when they suddenly heard the news that Golden Shield Antivirus had cracked the ransomware virus. The next day, Golden Shield Antivirus was on the hot search list and the internet headlines. The words Golden Shield Antivirus could be seen on Weibo, forums, major news, and the front page of major apps. It really became famous overnight. The experts also found it unbelievable. The troublesome part about this virus was that it used a loophole in the system to encrypt the computer's information. It was like you forgot your bank password, but you couldn't change it at the counter. What could you do? Unless you had the secret key, there was no way to solve it. However, Such an unsolvable loophole in the system had been cracked. In the online media, experts expressed interest in the antivirus software's process of cracking the ransomware virus in interviews. However, everyone suddenly realized that the company that made the Golden Shield antivirus software was called Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited. Other than that, nothing else was known. Not only was the antivirus software unknown, but this company was also unknown. It was as if it had suddenly appeared and rose to prominence. I've never heard of this company before. F***CK. Is it a smurf account opened by some big shot? Who on earth developed this antivirus software? Who says our country is backward in the internet field? F***CK. Such a tricky virus has been cracked. The foreign experts are probably dumbfounded. The netizens were relishing in the discussion. That night, Qin returned home and talked to his sisters about this matter. Golden Shield already has 1 million customers. More than 100,000 users have bought the antivirus software, Qin said. In just one day, the number of users of the antivirus software had reached more than 1 million. This number was enough to make all software developers green with envy. 1 million might not seem like a lot, but the country's population was more than a billion. 1 million was indeed not a lot. It could not be compared to those big shots who easily had more than 100 million users. However, the starting point was frighteningly high. Moreover, in just one day, the profit of the antivirus software was more than 20 million. Think about it. Many units were infected by the ransomware virus. How many computers did a unit have? At least a few dozen, at most a few hundred. How many units were infected all over the country? Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited, Qin Bao said sarcastically. Yo, what a good name. It sounds so familiar. I thought about it and realized that it has the same pronunciation as Zijin. It doesn't have the same pronunciation. Your front and back nasal sounds are mixed, Wang Zijin said weakly. To hell with the front and back nasal sounds, Qin Bao said angrily. This name doesn't sound good. I want to change it. I think it's better than Baoza, Wang Zijin retorted. Baoza is the best name in the world. Ace Company. Who are you to interfere with the name change? Wang Zijin has been very arrogant recently. Qin got up silently and walked to his room. In a while, there might be a ranking battle, a battle between the king tiers. He wanted to hide for a while. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Qin was lying in bed and sending flirtatious text messages to Suyu. Suyu, are your sisters asleep? Qin, I don't think so. Their work and rest is at 10:30. Suyu, then after 10:30 come to my place. Flirting, Qin. Do you think I'm Huang Zhong? Sweat. Suyu didn't reply. A few seconds later, she sent a photo. She was lying in bed, and the camera was aimed at her long legs. They were well-proportioned, slender, and straight. Suyu, Master Huang Zhong, what do you think of this battery? Qin. Veterans didn't die, but they gradually withered. Suddenly, he had a deep understanding of the sentence. The door of the room creaked softly, and the handle was twisted. Wang Zijin sneaked in sneakily in her pajamas. Qin thought to himself, what's wrong? Are you going to attack me at night? Oh, Miss Wang, why are you so unreserved today? Qin teased. Wang Zijin blushed and crawled under the blanket. She snorted. Look at your greedy eyes. I'll feed you some tofu. Qin hugged her waist and leaned against the bed, enjoying the rare time they had together. Unlike Su Yu, Wang Zijin gave him the feeling of a beautiful love in adolescence. It was sweet, warm, and had a bottom line that couldn't be crossed. This was the feeling of first love. To be precise, it was the feeling of first love on campus. Holding hands was enough to make one's heart pound. Unlike entering society, as long as the relationship between a man and a woman was confirmed, they could have sex that night. This feeling was something Qin had never experienced. In his adolescence, there lived a female demon. She was charming, domineering, and fierce. Any coquettish goods who dared to approach him would be swallowed alive by her. Your Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited. Wang Zijin whispered. Well, it was founded in your name. Qin said. Why? Wang Zijin's eyes sparkled. This question was not easy to answer. He couldn't say that Tianfeng was for his sister and Baozi was for Su Yu, so he also wanted to create a company for her. If he said this, the sweet atmosphere would turn into a battlefield in the blink of an eye. Because I like Sister Ziwei, I want to name it after you. Qin Zhe said. Wang Zijin smiled. Her dignified oval face was full of rare charm. By the way, I have something for you. Qin Zhe lifted the quilt and got out of bed. He took out a bank card from his wallet. The income of Amethyst was given to Sister Ziwei for safekeeping. He said, "Is this considered a dowry?" Wang Zijin glanced at him. Sister Zian is still brooding over the fact that my wife's money was taken away by my sister. Wang Zijin happily put the bank card into the pocket of her pajamas and smiled sweetly. Then I'll keep it for you. Well, aren't you afraid that I'll run away with the money? I'll lose both you and the money. Damn, now that you mention it, I'm really scared. Give it back. Qin Zhe reached out to grab it. Ah, little pervert, don't even think about it. Wang Zijin quickly protected him and pushed him with a small hand. You took my money, so you can't lose money. Hurry up and do it. They started to play in bed. After a while, Qin Zhe held her in his arms and explored her body as if he was exploring the truth. Wang Zijin's face was flushed. She gritted her teeth and let out a soft moan. Don't move. I'll just touch it. Don't put your hand in your pajamas. I'll just touch it in your pajamas. Why are you taking off my pants? I'm just rubbing it. Wang Zijin slapped him. Get lost. Qin Zhe. Didn't she say that after hugging, touching and rubbing, he could enter and leave? She must be lying. Chapter 400. Nowadays, the internet was so advanced that it was very easy to find out the background of Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited, and its legal representative could be found directly on the company's credit information website. The next day, there were online media reports, articles, and headlines that the legal representative of Amethyst Network Technology Company, Limited was Qin Zhe and registered in Shanghai. At the same time, they took a screenshot of Qin Bao's Weibo and speculated that this Qin Zhe was Qin Zhe. It can't be Qin Zhe, right? So awesome? This antivirus software developed by his company? I think that's most likely the case. Baby Qin was the first to advertise this software, and the legal person is Qin Zhe. That's right. Haha, well done. You've made our country proud. Some netizens who didn't believe it came to Qin Zhe's Weibo to ask and soon got an accurate reply. Qin Zhe posted on Weibo, "My new company's new product can protect everyone's computers. I'm deeply honored." Also on April 1st, the new movie If I Become Memories will be released. I hope everyone will support it. Wow, it's really you? Awesome, awesome. You've made our country proud. Haha, overseas reports are all about Golden Shield antivirus. Brother-in-law is awesome. Qin Zhe, I want to give birth to your children. Is the new movie starring Qin Bao? I've seen the trailer. It's good. Within half an hour, there were more than 2,000 comments. He was quite popular now, with more than 10 million followers. This was because he didn't use Weibo normally and didn't post for 10 days or half a month. Otherwise, he would have more followers. Golden Shield antivirus software not only caused a sensation in China, but also attracted attention abroad. Foreigners were the worst off. Looking at the data, it was clear that the IT systems of more than 40 hospitals in the British Empire were attacked by ransomware. Their phone systems and patient management systems were all disabled. In fact, in the past few years, more than 20 universities, more than 30 hospitals, and many businesses in the British Empire were attacked by the virus, causing huge losses. The US was also hit hard by the ransomware virus. Just last year alone, the frequency of the ransomware virus had increased by 300%, with an average of 4,000 cases per day. The damage was not to be underestimated. There were 120 countries in the world that were attacked by ransomware, but no matter if it was the British Empire, the United States of America, or five-star countries, none of them could compare to Russia. Russia was truly miserable. Someone opened a post on the Qin Zhe Tieba. Awesome. The Golden Shield antivirus software attracted the attention of many countries. The Sun, the Daily Mail, and the New York Times were all reporting about it. I went to a foreign website to take a look, and the foreigners' comments are hilarious. On the second floor, haha, it's a pity that they can only watch. Third comment, great, I feel so proud. Fourth floor, we can click on foreign emails and foreign URLs as much as we want, but they are still trembling under the threat of the ransomware virus. Fifth comment, OP, what's the use of taking a screenshot? You haven't passed CET 6 in English, so you can't understand it. The OP replied, let me translate it for you. Please wait a moment. A moment later, he translated the screenshot and posted it at the bottom of the post. This was a comment from a netizen in the British Empire. Oh my god, the Chinese made an antivirus software to break ransomware? This must be fake news. I don't believe it. We have been troubled by ransomware for so long, and there's nothing we can do. It can't be fake. The New York Times also has a report on it. You can also browse the Chinese internet if you can read Chinese characters. The Chinese are too good. They cracked the virus in such a short time. We should let the Queen see how useless our country's bureaucrats are. Give it to me, give it to me. I want this antivirus software. I don't have to be afraid of getting poisoned for no reason anymore. There doesn't seem to be an English version of the antivirus software. I'm looking forward to it. The OP. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. I've been browsing the entire day. As long as there's news about Golden Shield, I'll click on it. Then I'll see the foreigner's disbelief, shock, and excitement. I can't stop reading. It's so toxic. The netizens were delighted to see this and were in high spirits. They all asked the OP to continue translating. The OP. Let me show you the comments from the Americans. The New York Times screenshots and translations were quickly uploaded. The comments from the American netizens. It's fake. It's definitely fake. The Chinese can't be so good. The internet engineers are helpless. The British can't solve the problem. The Chinese have a solution? If it wasn't for the news from the New York Times, I wouldn't believe it. The Chinese like to deceive themselves and think that they are very powerful. When can we use this antivirus software? Is the government not doing anything? The Chinese are no longer threatened by the virus. We are losing money every day. Will the hackers want to kill that Chinese? Qinzhe? That's a familiar name. I remember there was a piano piece last year by the name of Qinzhe. The Chinese names are very short and repeated a lot. I wonder if it's the same person. The OP. I have the Russian one too, but I don't understand Russian. Let's get the software to translate it first. This time, it took more than 10 minutes. Has China found a way to crack the virus? When can we use it? It's a software made by a not very famous company. I don't know if it has any business in our country. It'll probably take a long time to use it. Hurry up. We can't live anymore. We've been targeted by hackers. That's great. The Americans' conspiracy has been cracked. F***CK the Americans. The Americans will eat *T. It was said that the virus was leaked from the Americans. White bears were the most affected by the ransomware virus. The white bears privately claimed that it was Old Eagle who was behind it. It was not wrong to think that way. To Qinzhe, this was a great opportunity. Purple Crystal Network Technology Company, Limited was not only famous in the country, but it was also a chance to break out of the country. Its value in the future might even surpass Tianfeng and Baozi. The low-level software had a hint of black technology. Its value was unquestionable. When everyone realized its power and convenience, they would continue to use it. Not only did it have a bright future in the domestic market, but it also had hopes of expanding into the international market. As more and more users used this antivirus software, there would be more and more partners. The benefits involved would be unimaginable. However, to enter the foreign market, even if countries applauded and welcomed it, the process was still more troublesome. Qinzhe had been working on this for the past few days. Fortunately, he knew that this software would be popular and had made sufficient preparations. Otherwise, he would be in a mess now. At present, the manpower of Purple Crystal Network Technology Company, Limited was transferred from Tianfeng and Baozi. The establishment was rushed, and so was the popularity. The few employees complained incessantly. Qinzhe asked Wang Zijin to come over and help him. However, the pretentious artistic young woman did not agree. Hence, Qinze asked Suyu to temporarily put Baoza aside and help build the framework for Purple Crystal. He would manage Baoza himself. He was the boss in terms of business. As for how to run a company from the beginning to the end, Suyu was a veteran and an expert. When Wang Zijin heard this, she immediately changed her mind and expressed that she was happy to be the CEO. She turned around and fired the editor, who had a bright future. Chapter 401. Now it was Suyu's turn to pout unhappily. She didn't let Qinze touch her for many days. Qinze was too lazy to care about her little temper. He was so busy these days. Suyu was also stubborn. If he didn't take the initiative to comfort her, she would hold it in. If it was her sister, she would have beaten his chest with her little fists with tears in her eyes. You are cold, heartless and heartless. Qinze was not annoyed, but would coax her with good words. Suyu's words, she hadn't understood Qinze yet. She was not good at acting coquettishly. After holding it in for a few days, she couldn't hold it in anymore. She stood in front of him with red eyes. She was about to speak. You don't love me at all. Qinze said her catchphrase first. Suyu. The tall and cold beauty stared at him with grievance. Her chest was so tight that she wanted to cry. You are the major shareholder of Baoza Investment Company. I gave you half of the shares. What else do you want me to do? Qinze sighed. Purple Crystal is hers. Suyu was surprised and wanted to cry. I am a woman. I must have a little temper. I like you so much. Can't you coax me? Qinze said in his heart, but you didn't act coquettishly to me. I have been too busy recently. Really, the movie is about to be released. There are a lot of things on Purple Crystal. Sister Ziwei learns things quickly, but there is a gradual process. I have to watch over there. Qinze held her gently in his arms. Baoza is mine. You gave Purple Crystal to Zijin. Hey, Qinze, what do you want to do? Suyu leaned her chin on his shoulder and breathed on Qinze's neck. Is it compensation for me or for her when that day comes? He looked at her, and she looked at him too. She was concentrating, as if she wanted to see something from Qinze's face. Qinze's heart moved. He remembered the words of the old driver Huang Yitsong. Maybe it is your idea of wanting to choose that makes them feel insecure. She hoped that she would be chosen, but she was also afraid that she would be the one to be abandoned. Suyu was like this. She wanted to defeat Wang Zijin and take away the man beside Wang Zijin, because she was afraid of being abandoned in the end. There was also Big Sister. Big Sister was pacing back and forth between being a coward and being tough. She wanted to be tough because of the desire in her heart. She wanted to cower because she was afraid. Like a cat, it looks at you, hoping to get close to you, but also afraid of being abandoned. It's natural for a man to earn money for a woman to spend. Qinze's expression did not change. Suyu's smile suddenly brightened. She leaned her head on his shoulder and said softly, Qinze, you can't abandon me. Even if you don't want me, I will pester you. Qinze gently stroked her hair and said softly, Be good. How can I not want such a good cannon frame? Suyu. At the end of March. If I Become Memories was released on April 1st, along with several other blockbusters that were released at the same time. The so-called blockbusters were movies with large investments, so there were bound to be a gathering of stars. This blockbuster was slightly different from overseas. The concept of foreign blockbusters. Stars plus script plus special effects. The concept of domestic blockbusters. Small fresh meat plus small fresh meat plus small fresh meat. There was nothing wrong with it. The entertainment industry was too crafty and lacking in ingenuity. The small fresh meat only cared about pretending to be handsome and ignored the self-cultivation of actors. In fact, not only the new generation of actors, directors and screenwriters were also lacking in ingenuity. The actors couldn't be blamed for the bad script. The film emperors and actresses were not the same. Therefore, Qinze had confidence in his heart. The script was adapted from a young age. The quality of the novel had passed the test of the market, and the script had not been modified beyond recognition. The script was okay. The popular Queen Qin Bao Bao and the super internet celebrity were partners. There was a proficient actor who carried the movie's appearance and acting skills. The actor was okay. A low-budget youth movie, Love. So there was no possibility of being criticized for the 50-cent special effects. Well, perfect. In this way, if the box office did not reach the top 3, Chin felt that he could cut his penis live. Recently, the company has stepped up efforts to promote the movie, If I Become Memories. It fully used the shock party and the title party to attract the public. For example, shock. Chin Bao and Chin passionately kissed on the set. This was the shock party. Another example, the first sibling couple in the entertainment industry, Chin Bao and Chin act out an unforgettable love. This was the title party. When Chin saw these entertainment news on his phone, he was so shocked that his little heart was trembling. What F*** king kiss? What unforgettable love. How does sister do things? Sister is responsible. Are you kidding me? I'm just busy with the new company and don't have time to keep an eye on Tian Fong. If I'm not careful, you'll cause trouble for me. If mom and dad see this title, do they want me to die faster? Besides, being drowned in a pig cage is not just a matter of gold. Sister, this promiscuous woman, has lost her mind. Even if you're promoting a sibling relationship, you should be more reserved and low-key. You can write it like this: Chin Bao and Chin act out a youth romance film together, or Chin Bao and Chin Chu Xiangxiang and Mo Chen Feng. This kind of reserved title is the right way to promote. If mom and dad see this, what if they insist on watching the movie on a whim? The most excessive thing is the publicity news of the small internet media. The above two title party and shock party are big internet media with a little bit of integrity. The title party and shock party of the small internet media are like this. Shock party. Shock. So the man Chin Bao loves deeply is him. Who is Chin Bao? The queen of popularity, countless fans, the goddess of otakus. There are too many people who like her. Even if it's a normal person, when they see such a title, they can't help but click on it. Title party. They are a sibling love in the entertainment industry that is not recognized by the secular world. It's just asking if you want to eat chicken or not. It doesn't feel like there's anything wrong with it. F***K. How can a real sibling love be recognized in the entertainment industry? Therefore, the topic was hyped up. The novel fans, Bao fans, Chin fans are full of anticipation, and there's also the audience. Wow, it's going to eat chicken. The sibling duo is acting out a sibling love? Of course they have to watch it. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. After so many years in the entertainment industry, such an interesting thing has never happened before. At the premiere, the director and main cast of If I Become Memories were present. When Chin and the others appeared, the media reporters took photos like crazy and the audience screamed excitedly. Chin is wearing a black suit and a white shirt, looking tall and handsome. He is the most dazzling among the male actors. Chin Bao is wearing an off-the-shoulder long dress. She is charming and beautiful. She is also the most dazzling among the actresses. While the audience screams, they whisper to each other, "They're out. My husband is so handsome, ah." To be honest, the two of them acted out If I Become Memories perfectly. Chin and the Mo Chen Feng in my heart are very compatible. Chin Bao also fits the image of the female lead. The female lead in the novel also has a seductive appearance and a curvy figure. Don't you feel that the two of them are actually very compatible? It's a pity that they are siblings. During the Q&A session, the reporters asked about the position of this small-budget romance film in April, whether there are worries about being drowned in the wave of blockbusters. Director MOU answered them one by one, following the rules. After answering, MOU's next sentence attracted everyone's interest. The theme song and interlude of the movie are Boss Chin's new songs. Especially the interlude, "You Will Be Surprised." The reporters recorded it and the audience screamed. The name of the fast shooter was known by everyone. Next was the interaction between the actors, reporters, and the audience. A reporter stood up and said, "I want to know why the two of you chose to act in this movie. Is it because you feel that the sibling relationship is very compatible?" The audience laughed. Chin glanced at the tag on her chest and thought to himself, "You're from the XX shocking department, right? Do you believe that I won't release a virus to hack your software?" The smile on his face was impeccable. Originally, I wasn't the male lead in this movie. But because the actor we discussed in advance requested for a pay increase at the last minute, we couldn't reach an agreement. So I'm the one. Reporter, which actor? Chin. It's not convenient to disclose. Reporter, How much does the pay have to be for you to not reach an agreement? Qin Zhe. 100 million. The audience was in an uproar and started discussing. The reporter nodded in satisfaction and sat down. The second reporter's question was also some gossip about the siblings. I believe it's not just me. The audience and fans who aren't present all want to know if teacher Qin Zhe and teacher Qin Bao Bao are dating. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao shook their heads and said no. The reporter joked, I've read a novel before. It's a very touching novel. When the two of you are filming, do you get too immersed in your characters? This question was very difficult. If they said no, then the audience would think that if they didn't even immerse themselves in their characters, how could the movie be good? If they said yes, damn, they were siblings. They really couldn't have that. Yes, Qin Zhe said with a smile. Qin Bao Bao looked at him in surprise. This was not a little pervert. The reporter smiled triumphantly. Have you ever thought of falling in love with your sister? The audience's eyes all focused on them. At this moment, Qin Bao Bao also couldn't help but stare at him. She didn't realize how gentle her eyes were and how bright they were. There were too many words hidden in her bright eyes. Qin Zhe said frankly, yes, if I had such a girlfriend, I would cherish her for the rest of my life and spend all my energy to protect her. I don't have such a girlfriend, but I have such a sister. So I would still do my best to treat her well. His answer was flawless. The audience applauded. Qin Bao Bao pursed her lips secretly. He could have a girlfriend. Sister. Crossed it out. On the 1st of April, the movie was finally released. At home. Bao Bao, you're coming back tonight? Qin Ma called. Yes, Mom. Ace hasn't been feeling well recently. He can't cook and takeout is not clean, Qin Bao Bao said sweetly. That's good. Take Mom to the movies tonight. Qin Ma smiled. You, as his mother, shouldn't you stay at home to take care of your precious son when he's not feeling well? You know I don't know how to take care of people. Qin Bao Bao's tone was a little strange. If he's not feeling well, then rest at home. It's not like he'll die, Qin Ma said unhappily. Wow, you fake mother. You don't want your son. I want my brother. I want to stay at home to take care of him, Qin Bao Bao said angrily. Okay, I'm just kidding, Qin Ma said. I knew Mom was the best. Qin Bao Bao smiled. In the office, Qin Zhe said, how is it? Qin Bao Bao said, it's fine. That's good. Mom doesn't know how to buy tickets with mobile phones, and she doesn't know the shooting time. She won't be waiting at the theater. As long as we don't take her to the movies, she won't be able to see it. Qin Zhe heaved a sigh of relief. Then he said angrily, how did you promote it? Can't we keep a low profile? Even Dad would jump out of his skin if he saw the title, let alone Mom. What does it matter? As long as the movie sells well, do Mom and Dad have anything to say about it? Sure, we can throw a lot of money at their faces. Do you have anything to say about it? Sulan is you. Do you have anything to say about it? And you, black-hearted Qin Zhenjiang, do you have anything to say about it? Do you believe that I'll bury you with money? Qin Bao Bao slapped the air with both hands. A vile character who was intoxicated by his success was arrogant. You're ambitious. Qin Zhe showed her the phone screen. Qin Bao Bao, I've recorded it. I'll send it to Mom and Dad now. Qin Bao Bao. Qin Bao Bao was so panicked that she almost cried. Ace, what did I do wrong to you? Why do you have to do this to me? Qin Zhe grinned wickedly. Little girl, I have your weakness in my hands. You should know what to do. Qin Bao Bao blushed. Please. Qin Zhe. What does she mean? Is it because my language skills are not good enough? This idiom is used in the wrong place. On the other side, Qin Ma hung up the phone and looked at the afternoon sun outside the window. She mumbled, can't I go by myself if you don't take me to the movies? She opened the chat history and clicked on a picture. It was a screenshot sent to her by Wang Zijin at noon. It showed the movie times of If I Become Memories. 12 o'clock noon, 3 o'clock p.m., 5 o'clock p.m., 9 o'clock p.m., 11 o'clock p.m. Qin Ma looked at the time. It was 4 o'clock p.m. There was a movie theater a few kilometers away. She could take the bus there and get to the movie theater at 4:30 p.m. The screenshot was the movie times of the movie theater a few kilometers away. The obedient Zijin had checked it on the internet for her. Qin Ma went out. Chapter 402. Taking a 10-minute break from her busy schedule, Wang Zijin sat in the spacious and luxurious general manager's office. The tea tray was boiling and steaming. She calculated the time in her heart. At this moment, Auntie should have arrived at the cinema. If she didn't know how to buy tickets, she might call her later. Well, the little chick was busy outside. She couldn't let him hear her talking to his mother. Wang Zijin originally wanted to take away her best friend's beloved brother and treat her mental illness by drugging her with medicine. Later, she found that mental illness was the common problem of the siblings. This was a pain in the ass. Oh no, it was a pain in the ass. This made it very difficult. She forced herself to take the medicine and hurt herself. She was afraid at the beginning because she was not prepared to fall out with her best friend, although she did it for Qin Bao Bao's good. She was 26 years old and still had a brother complex. Didn't she find it ridiculous? She couldn't really marry her brother. Later, she found out that A's also had a sister complex. This was beyond Wang Zijin's control. Under such circumstances, the uncle's stick and the auntie's tears were obviously more effective than Wang Zijin's little tricks. Auntie, the mental health of the little chick and the big cow depends on you. About this movie, she could only say that the siblings were looking for trouble. Wasn't it good to develop wretchedly? They deserved to have their legs broken. No, they couldn't develop wretchedly either. Only she could save this pair of siblings who would be doomed sooner or later. Wang Zijin secretly swore in her heart from the perspective of her best friend and girlfriend. On the other side, Qin Ma took the elevator directly to the cinema on the 6th floor. In the spacious car, young couples were watching a movie on a date. Amidst the crowd, Mother Qin was like a charming Chinese rose that had bloomed amidst a delicate cluster of flowers. I actually want to watch Soul-Breaking Song. The scene is gorgeous and the special effects are good, the boy of a young couple said. What's so good about that kind of movie? If I become memories, it's right to watch this. I always liked Qin Zhe, the girl said. I also quite like Qin Bao Bao, so I agreed to accompany you to watch it. Otherwise, according to my interest, I would definitely watch Soul-Breaking Song, the man said. From a bystander's point of view, Qin Ma's mood is inexplicably bright when she hears passers-by say that they like her son and daughter. After watching the trailer, I can't look at Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe anymore. Why? Because I feel like they're really a couple. That means their acting skills are very good. The young couple whispered to each other. Qin Ma was speechless. Ming Mei's mood suddenly became heavy. The boy asked curiously, "Have you seen the trailer? Are there any bed scenes?" Qin Ma immediately pricked up her ears. "Girl, there are no sex scenes. This is a more artistic romance film. But there are quite a lot of kissing scenes." There were quite a lot of kissing scenes. Qin Ma thought to herself, "It's fine," old Qin said, "it's just a stunt double." Unexpectedly, the boy chuckled and said, "Their kissing scenes are quite interesting. Last time in Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach, they kissed so well. I heard that they kissed in real life and didn't use a stunt double." The girl smiled and said, "Yes, yes. They're different from other young hunks. They put a lot of effort into filming. Their kissing scenes and acting skills are excellent." Qin Ma was dumbfounded. Real life, kissing without a stunt double. The kissing scene was excellent. Such praise pierced Qin Ma's heart. That's not right. Didn't old Qin say that it was a stunt double? Did old Qin collude with them to deceive me? No, that can't be. There was only one answer. Old Qin, who thought he was dignified and wise, was fooled by the siblings. Also, what's with the real-life kissing in Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach? I haven't heard of it at all. It wasn't that she hadn't heard of it. She remembered. Originally, she wanted to watch it in high spirits. But that day, the siblings suddenly came home, and then her daughter suddenly had a stomachache. The stomachache lasted for 2 days. So that's why. How dare they? Qin Ma understood. She understood painfully that she wasn't being paranoid. There was something wrong with the siblings. Something very wrong. The world was full of despair. Ding! The elevator dinged, and they arrived at the 6th floor. Qin Ma followed the crowd out of the car, walked through the aisle, and came to the hall of the cinema. Young people nowadays were used to buying tickets online and directly went to the ATM to get the movie tickets. The ticket counter was empty. Chin Ma walked to the ticket counter. There were popcorn, cola, and other snacks. The young waiter smiled and said, "Auntie, what do you want to buy?" "I want to buy a movie ticket." Chin Ma pointed at the screen. In the poster, there was a pair of children kissing. Her heart ached. "It's their movie." "Okay, 40 yuan." The young waiter took the ticket and smiled at the same time. "Are you here alone?" "Yes." The waiter felt strange. Why would an auntie come to watch such a movie? She handed the ticket over. "The movie will start in 15 minutes. You can sit on the side first." Chin Ma sat in the lounge, waiting for the movie to start. She was a little absent-minded. She hadn't been in such a mood for a long time. How could she describe this anxiety? Children masturbating and not ejaculating. No, it's not good for children to cough. All mothers had such anxieties. After a few minutes of anxiety, the ticket counter finally began. Usually, the ticket counter would be checked a few minutes in advance. Chin Ma entered and found the third screening hall according to the number of the movie ticket. The movie was far more popular than expected. The screening hall was full of people. The bright lights above her head gradually dimmed. On the big screen, the picture jumped out. The movie started. The first scene was taken from a high altitude at the gate of Fudan University. It was the first day of school. People came and went, and the traffic was endless. A luxury car turned into the school gate, accompanied by the theme song, "If I Become Memories." "This song is quite good. It's super touching when you watch it with the trailer," someone whispered. Chin Zai's new songs. "Every one of them can easily enter the billboard," the companion beside said. The luxury car stopped at the campus. Mo Chen Feng, who had a cold temperament, came out of the car. He looked dazzling. There were screams in the screening hall. The girls were very excited. Those who had read the original novel were very surprised. In just the opening scene, their impression of Mo Chen Feng and Chin Zai became one. His eyes, temperament, cold expression, all kinds of details were portrayed very well. In a corner, Chin Ma looked at the excited expressions of the girls beside her. It was hard to understand. "My son is so charming?" Scream. Be excited? It wasn't strange to see girls screaming for an idol. But when that idol turned out to be her own son, this feeling became very absurd. "I fed him shit and piss. Where did his charm come from? I didn't even realize it. Sigh, is there something wrong?" The camera turned to the girls' dormitory. What appeared in the camera was a pair of slender, well-proportioned, and fair long legs. She walked briskly, and there was also a short pleated skirt that fluttered in the wind. "I'll play with this leg for 10 years, the audience thought at the same time. The female lead also appeared. The camera slowly moved up. Her waist was slender, her chest was firm, and her face was flirtatious. Qin Bao Bao carried a laundry basin from the washroom to the dormitory to clean up. The scene made the audience very satisfied. Extra drumstick for the cameraman. Give the cameraman some money. Some people were whispering. The first half of the movie was very sweet. Chin Zai portrayed Mo Chen Feng's cold and ruffian image very well. And Qin Bao Bao's good looks were there. She just needed to be beautiful. The first time they met on the basketball court, the two left a deep impression in each other's hearts. One was very interested. The other gnashed her teeth. Mo Chen Feng's evil smile at the end made the girls in the theater exclaim. The scene in the library was very artistic and pleasing to the eye. The female lead, Chu Xiangxiang, sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, reading quietly. The sunlight coated her with a layer of dazzling light. She was so beautiful that it made people obsessed. Her fair and slender hands didn't need any plot. Just watching her turn the pages was a kind of enjoyment. In the novel, this period of time was described from Mo Chen Feng's psychological point of view. It let the readers know that the male lead really started to like the female lead at this moment. But in the novel, people with rich imagination could imagine, and some readers couldn't understand why the male lead fell in love with the female lead at this moment. There were no words in the movie, only scenes. When the audience saw this, they suddenly understood. If it were me, I would also like this beautiful girl in this situation. The cold male lead was moved. So he went up to Chu Xiangxiang and asked her to have dinner. But the goddess ignored him. There's something on your face. The female lead took out her makeup mirror. It's my gaze. Ha ha ha. There was laughter in the theater. This part is very funny. I laughed when I was reading the novel. I like this part the most. It gives me the feeling that my Prince Charming is a joker. He's old and bad. Chin Ma kept a straight face and continued to watch. Soon, the plot entered the KTV part. The drunk Mo Chen Fong kissed the female lead, Chu Xiangxiang, in front of the toilet. Mo Chen Fong pulled Chu Xiangxiang into his strong chest and kissed her. One side struggled, the other sucked. Well, this kissing scene was very intense. It was very exciting. Because of their sibling status, it was even more exciting. The audience watched with great interest. Chin Ma stared blankly at her daughter kissing on the screen. Her eyes were almost blinded by the spiciness. Especially after the kiss, the female lead bit the male lead and they separated. Chin Ma noticed that her daughter's lips were swollen. Of course, she didn't know that this scene was repeated many times during the filming. It lasted for an hour. Chin Ma thought to herself, my daughter's lips are swollen from kissing. I'll ask old Chin to teach them a lesson later. Chin Ma changed her mind very quickly. After the KTV part, the son started to pursue the daughter crazily. He pestered her like a ruffian and loved her like a cold CEO. The worst part was that the daughter fell in love with the son after some hesitation. In the audience's eyes, Qin Zhe was called Mo Chen Fong and Qin Bao Bao was called Chu Xiangxiang. But in Qin Ma's eyes, she had raised her children for more than 20 years. She couldn't replace them with other characters. So the son kissed the daughter forcefully and the daughter hesitated. There was nothing wrong with that. The next part of the plot was a fancy way of torturing the single dog. They said sweet nothings and kissed at random. They kissed on the wall, on the grass, in the library. She would ask old Qin to beat them to death later. Chapter 403. On the big screen, in a 5-star hotel suite. Mo Chen Fong was wearing a bathrobe as he sat by the desk. There was a hint of nervousness in his cold expression. After dating for half a year, they were finally going to reach this stage. The door of the washroom opened and the mist drifted in like ribbons. Chu Xiangxiang's tall figure walked through the mist and stood in the room. The two of them were wearing bathrobes and kissing passionately on the soft bed. The siblings had no idea how much of a psychological trauma they had caused to their mother by showing off their affection for each other. Even in the movie, Qin Ma couldn't hold it in when she saw the two of them rolling around in bed and kissing passionately. What kind of movie is this? It's such a mess. Can such a movie be filmed? Qin Ma said angrily. Beside her, a couple glanced at her unhappily. The woman said, if you don't like it, then leave. Nonsense. The man said, this auntie is so funny. She's already so old and yet she's still watching this movie. It's natural that she doesn't understand. She doesn't know how touching this movie is. The woman continued, Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe are so compatible. They look like a couple. Qin Ma, I'm sorry, but the two of them you're talking about are my son and daughter. The couple who couldn't get married strolled along the streets filled with sycamore trees. Mo Chen Fong sent Chu Xiangxiang home. They happened to meet Father Chu who was drinking at his old friend's house. Both of them were speechless. The scene changed to the small living room of the Chu family. Mo Chen Fong met Chu Xiangxiang's parents for the first time. It was still the same couple. They were whispering to each other. It's here. Their identities are about to be exposed. When I saw this scene I cried so much. Then did they get together later? Of course not. They were about to break up. I don't know if the movie can restore this scene. It's probably very difficult. Qin Ma's heart skipped a beat. It sounded like there was a twist in the movie. As she continued watching, Mother Chu saw a familiar face and her heart skipped a beat. She asked who Mo Chen Feng's father was. As a result, a melodramatic love affair from back then was implicated. It turned out that Mo Chen Fong and Chu Xiangxiang were half-siblings. In the camera, Chu Xiangxiang was locked in her room, crying her eyes out. At this moment, the theater fell silent. On the big screen, Chu Xiangxiang was crying her eyes out. Her expression of despair and her acting skills went from soft sobs to expressionless expressions. Many of the audience members had tears in their eyes, but they were afraid of being seen by their companions, so they turned their faces to the side and secretly wiped their tears. This crying scene was explosive. Previously, Qin Baobao's acting skills were mediocre, but this crying scene changed the audience's impression of her. It was her mediocre acting skills that set off the explosive acting skills of this crying scene. If they were not in the theater but on the computer, the bullet screen would be full of 666 comments. Qin Ma was shocked. Her daughter had been heartless for more than 20 years. Except for crying when she was a baby, she rarely cried. So rarely that Qin Ma almost forgot that her daughter could cry. The little princess at home was crying so sadly. In the field of literary films, a story without sadness and regret would never be able to reach a high level. Only a story that made people cry, regret, and leave a deep impression was the correct way to start a literary film. All in all, the more conflicted and uncomfortable the film was, the better the reputation of the film. The first half of If I Become Memories was a sweet love story. Then the second half was heart-wrenching and the ending of forgetting each other, forming a strong contrast. After watching it, it was like a fishbone stuck in one's throat, making one's heart feel empty. The first half was torturing the single person, the second half was torturing the heart. The sky was drizzling, and the long street was filled with sycamore trees. The scene on the poster reappeared. Chu Xiangxiang gradually walked away, and Emo Chunfeng stood alone in the rain, looking at her back view. In school, Chu Xiangxiang often stared at the empty seat beside her in a daze. There was originally a seat there, and he accompanied her to every lesson. From then on, Emo Chunfeng's figure disappeared from school. The few times they met during exams, the two of them did not speak to each other, like strangers. After that they graduated. Many years passed in a flash. Chu Xiangxiang was about to get married, and Emo Chunfeng, who was at the other end of the distant city, was running his own company and had his own life. Everything seemed to be peaceful, as if the scars had been healed by time. Until a message came in. Under the warm sunlight, there was an endless stream of cars and people on the streets. On the big screen, all the colors faded, turning into black and white. Only Emo Chunfeng's figure was colored, and he was frozen in the black and white picture. The audience's hearts were heavy. Mrs. Qin heaved a sigh of relief. To her, the first half of the novel was a complete tragedy. The scene of A's and Bao Bao kissing was too painful to the eyes. The ending of the novel was Chu Xiangxiang's wedding, and Emo Chunfeng stood on the sycamore street in a daze. I cried until I went blind after reading it. Someone said. The ending was too torturing. I felt terrible for many days. His companion also said. I really hope that the movie can be changed to Emo Chunfeng rushing into the wedding and snatching Chu Xiangxiang away. Piano room? There's no such scene in the novel. Damn, did the scriptwriter change it? No, the ending is the most torturing, but also the most touching. Don't change the essence, or else it'll be the biggest failure. On the big screen, Emo Chunfeng walked into a piano room. The warm sunlight shone on the elmwood floor, and the soft wind lifted the white curtains. The style of the movie seemed to have changed, because the details were too perfect, making people feel that this was the opening of a music video. He came to the piano, and the sunlight reflected on the elmwood floor fell on his face, as gentle as jade. Silence. Silence. He sat down. The sound of the piano floated. It was a piano sound that no one had heard before, a song that no one had heard before. It was not If I Become Memories, as everyone thought. The song came from the stereo. You stopped at this street that we are familiar with. Recite all the lines that you prepared. I'm still trying to be brave, telling lies. I don't have the ability to cover the direction you went. As the song floated, it was accompanied by Emo Chunfeng's memories. In the picture, the two of them parted on a long street filled with sycamore trees. In the picture, the two of them met for the first time in a basketball game. In the picture, there was always warm sunlight in the library, as well as a sweet couple. In the picture, they walked through 4 seasons, and there were only smiles and no tears. The scenes of the movie were replayed as memories. The song ended, and the music lingered. The camera gave a close-up, and on the black and white keys, a pair of slender hands was fixed. This song, this plot. It was not in the original novel, but it was more touching and tear-jerking than the original novel. In the huge theater, there were sniffling sounds, and many girls were crying. The boy was silent, and his eyes were wet. The movie came to an end, and it was at Chu Xiangxiang's wedding. The guests were all smiles, and the atmosphere was lively. It was a stark contrast to Chu Xiangxiang's pale and silent face. She accompanied the groom on the long red carpet, but her eyes were searching the crowd. In the camera, all these details were shown. Especially at the end, when the priest presided over the wedding. Chu Xiangxiang, who was played by Qin Bao Bao, bit her lips and looked hesitant, which affected the emotions of countless people. I do. After a long time, she finally said this sentence, and a line of tears fell from the bride's eyes. Her acting skills were amazing again. The movie ended, and the ending song sounded. The ending song, If I Become Memories, was already familiar to the audience. They had heard it many times, and it was even in the top 10 of the top Chinese music chart. But when they heard this song again, the audience suddenly felt that it had lost its flavor. Their minds were full of the song played by Qin Zhe. On the first day of the movie, If I Become Memories, its reputation exploded. There were hundreds of comments, dozens of long reviews, and even more short reviews. Among the movies released at the same time, the online rating was the highest. After all, it was only the first day of the movie, and this kind of movie tended to be good, but not popular, so it was difficult for the movie's box office to crush the other movies released at the same time. One of the most popular long reviews. After watching If I Become Memories, I was tortured by this IP again. I remember crying when I read the novel last year. This time in the theater, I was too embarrassed to cry, but I couldn't hold back my tears. Last time, it was for Mo Chenfeng and Chu Xiangxiang. This time, it was for Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao. It was really unexpected and pleasantly surprised. Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao's acting skills were very good. They didn't ruin the original work. No, I think they were better than the original work. Especially at the end, when Qin Zhe played that song alone in the piano room. How could it be so sad? The Fast Shooter brought us another good song. Especially when I was very sad. Suddenly, I heard that song and watched the scenes of their memories. I burst into tears. The netizens, what song? If I Become Memories? I don't like this kind of movie, but now that you mention it, I really want to watch it. When the piano piece started, I started crying. I cried all the way to the end. I couldn't hold back my tears during the piano song. Haha, I watched it with my boyfriend. When I came out, I found that my boyfriend's eyes were also red. I laughed at him for a long time. What is the piano song you're talking about? To Qin Bao Bao? Damn, my curiosity is piqued. I'll go and watch it tomorrow. After Qin Ma came out of the theater, she was stunned. She was in a daze when she crossed the road. Panic, anger, fear. All kinds of emotions were surging in her heart. How could it be like this? Her children's style shouldn't be like this. There was nothing wrong with them loving each other and supporting each other. But as a younger brother, he definitely couldn't have any strange thoughts about his sister. For example, the older sister throws the clothes, and the needle finds a gap. As an older sister, she could rely on her younger brother and act coquettishly to her younger brother. But she couldn't have any strange thoughts about her younger brother. For example, welcome to the street, get rid of the vulgar and get rid of the essence. Today, Qin Ma could no longer ignore Qin Bao Bao's younger brother complex and Qin Zhe's sister complex. She definitely wouldn't allow them to fight against each other. But what could she do? It wasn't convenient to talk about this kind of thing. At night, Qin Ma's cooking skills were greatly affected. Seeing her daughter frowning and complaining, her son comforted her in a low voice, and instantly coaxed her daughter into beaming with joy. And on the sofa in the living room her son, who pretended to have a headache and was lying on the sofa, his head resting on his sister's lap. When Bao Bao lowered her head, the gentleness in her eyes was no longer an emotion that an older sister should have. Many details that she hadn't noticed before suddenly became clear tonight. Late at night, lying on the bed and leaning against the headboard, Qin Ma sneered. I'm so silly, really. Would a normal brother give his wife's money to his sister? Would a normal sister act coquettishly to her younger brother? You're not silly, old master said blankly. Xiaolon, I could tell that something was wrong with your face at night. It's all because of your precious daughter and son. Qin Ma said in a deep voice. I'm not silly. Qin Zhenjiang, you're the most silly. Old master. Why did she lose her temper for no reason? Qin Ma took a deep breath. Let me tell you something. Chapter 404. Qin Bao Bao had a facial mask on her face and was holding her phone. Her two plump thumbs were flying as she typed and chatted with her brother next door. Qin Bao Bao. Mom didn't mention the movie. Dried fish fell to the ground in shock. Qin Zhe. It's all because my baby son is not feeling well. We are so distressed that we forgot about the movie. Proud. Qin Bao Bao. Bah, it's obviously sister's good luck. The little bumpkin is still alive. Thank you, sister. Qin Zhe. Sister's good luck is even better than my iron rod. I admire you. Qin Bao Bao. After this week, let's have a big meal. Qin Zhe. Sure. Qin Bao Bao. How much was the box office on the first day? Qin Zhe. 60 million yuan, second place in the box office for the same period. Qin Bao Bao. 666. Let's continue with the movie next time. Qin Zhe. No problem. Qin Bao Bao. Ha ha ha. Qin Zhe. Ha ha ha. Today's difficulties were unexpectedly easy. Qin Zhe went home and said, Mama, I have a headache. Mama didn't say anything. Well, she really didn't say anything. She just glanced at him and nodded coldly. Qin Zhe was depressed for a long time. Mama, don't you love me anymore? However, Qin Ma was so calm and didn't mention the movie from the beginning to the end. The siblings were at a loss and relieved at the same time. That's right. Their mother was so busy that she didn't have time to stare at the movie. Empty essence, empty essence, empty essence. Wang Zijin was also wearing a mask. The imported seaweed mask cost 200 yuan per gram. It was very expensive. Wang Zijin glanced at her best friend. Even with the mask on her face, she could see her eyebrows. She calmly glanced at her best friend's chat. Qin Bao Bao immediately shrank back and guarded her with vigilance. What did you talk to A's about? Nothing much, we're just chatting. I saw the box office. TSK. 60 million? Of course, you have to know that I'm a little fairy, the queen of the internet. Qin Bao Bao raised her chin. Wang Zijin sneered. Little fairy? You should be called my Shiranui, and your brother should be called Careless. I heard the movie was very good. Of course. Yeah, Auntie also said that your movie was pretty good. What did you say? Qin Bao Bao's smile gradually disappeared. Auntie said that your movie was quite good. Wang Zijin said insipidly. She told me at night that she went to the cinema to watch your movie in the afternoon. And she went there alone. Bao Bao, I always feel that Auntie's tone is a little weird. Do you know what's going on? Pata. The phone fell to the ground. My Shiranui, Qin Bao Bao. China petrified. What's wrong with you? Wang Zijin pretended to be confused. I feel like my body has been hollowed out. Qin Bao Bao leaned against the headboard and said in a hollow voice, Sob. I feel like my body is full of energy. It was Wang Zijin's turn to be enraptured. Qin Bao Bao was stunned for a while, then bent down to pick up the phone and typed a message with the speed of a bachelor for 26 years. No, I can't bear this kind of desperate thing alone. I have to share it with A's. A good brother is to share difficulties with him. A's, I really want to die. Sob. Qin Bao Bao sent a message. What's wrong? Qin Zhe replied instantly. Mom has seen the movie we made, big cry. Qin Zhe was so scared that his little hands trembled. Don't joke around. Believe it or not, I'll rush over and beat you up. It's true. Wang Zijin said that Mom went to see it this afternoon. Think about it, she was very interested, but she didn't say a word today. Qin Zhe was speechless. What are you doing? Why are you telling me this in the middle of the night? Am I done for? Reckless Qin Zhe. China petrified. At this moment, Qin Zhe thought a lot. He recalled the bitterness of the first half of his life and the flags he set. He swore in his heart that he wouldn't act with his sister anymore. He was so scared and had a lingering fear when they made Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. How could he forget the pain after the scar healed? My sister is really a troublesome little demon. It's all Qin Bao Bao's fault. Mother, there's nothing between me and this little demon. Qin Zhe's heart was filled with panic. What should I do? What should I do? Qin Bao Bao sent a series of frightened emojis. Little sister, don't panic. Leave this matter to me, Qin Zhe replied. Little brother, you're the best. What are you going to do? Qin Bao Bao felt a little relieved. Instead of waiting for death, it's better to take the initiative to ask for it. Maybe Mom and Dad will be merciful on the account that they raised us for more than 20 years. Qin Bao Bao was speechless. Little pervert, what's the use of having you? After a few seconds, Qin Zhe calmed down. Let's analyze it. Although Mom saw the movie, she didn't say anything. This means that Mom doesn't intend to harp on this matter, right? Then let's pretend that nothing happened. Qin Bao Bao. That's true. Sister has a guilty conscience. Qin Zhe. Funny. Qin Bao Bao. Bah, it's all your fault. You black-hearted maggot. Seeing that his sister had calmed down, Qin Zhe breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he couldn't expose the fact that his knees were weak. If he wanted to be the man behind his sister, he had to be hard. His mother going to the movies alone was actually a big warning light. It meant that his mother's mind was starting to wander and she was suspicious of them. Before his mother put on her glasses and shouted, "There is only one truth." He and Sister Bao would be safe for the time being. Then, Qin Zhe had to consider another thing. Should he continue to develop in a wretched manner or take on the proud dragon mode? This was the problem. He had heard people say that men were easy to soften because they were poor. Nonsense. I'm rich now, but I still can't get hard. Bah, it's not that I can't get hard, but I don't want to for the time being. Actually, he wanted to get hard, but he didn't dare to. Anyway, even if he was rich, he still felt that he was a child of the Qin family. If he angered Dad, he would still be beaten. He still didn't dare to let Mom and Dad find out about his feelings. I'm indeed a salted fish, but even so, I still have dreams. A salted fish will never be a slave. Qin Zhe secretly made up his mind for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered something. How did Sister Ziwei know? He sent a message to his sister. Let me ask. I think she must be the one behind it, his sister replied. Half a minute later, his sister sent a message angrily. Sure enough, she helped Mom check the shooting time. But she blinked her innocent eyes and said, "You're busy with work, so I helped Auntie check." What's the problem? Auntie wants to watch a movie, so you go with her. How can you be her children? Qin Bao Bao covered her face and cried. What she said makes sense. I have nothing to say. Qin Zhe, I know. Sister Ziwei is the most two-faced. After sending this message, Qin Zhe silently deleted it. Qin Bao Bao. What did you send? Qin Zhe. Pretend I didn't say anything. At this time, it would be great if there was a transformation device. Transform, Long Out Yen. In the master bedroom. Grandpa Qin waited for a long time, but Qin Ma didn't say anything. She hesitated, as if thinking about how to say it. What is it? Say it, Grandpa Qin said. Let me think about it first, Qin Ma said hesitantly. It was hard to say. Old Qin, I suspect that there's something wrong with your son and daughter. How should I say it? Old Qin, your son and your daughter's kiss is a shocking force. No, it's not convincing. Old Qin will definitely say that it's a double acting. Old Qin, your daughter has feelings for your son. No, if I say that, my son will be beaten to death. Qin Ma hesitated for a long time and said in a muffled voice, Bao Bao, I don't think it can go on like this. Grandpa Qin looked at her silently, waiting for her to continue. Qin Ma analyzed for her. Look, after the new year, she'll be 26 years old and she doesn't even have a boyfriend. How fast time passes now. She'll be 30 in a while. Well, she won't be able to get married. Grandpa Qin was stunned. You've been hesitating for a long time, and you're just talking about this? Isn't this important? It's important. But haven't you been worried about it? You've been worried for years. Then what do you think we should do? Maybe in a few years, she'll feel that it's time for her to get married and she'll get married. Qin Ma. That's not what I want to say. Qin Ma felt that she had been led astray. Have you ever thought about why she's unwilling to find a boyfriend? Grandpa Qin thought about it seriously and came to a conclusion. Our daughter is so beautiful. To be honest, there aren't many people who are worthy of her. I haven't seen anyone who can satisfy me. Otherwise, I would have introduced her to Bao Bao. Besides, she's a big star now. Having a boyfriend will affect her future. Old Qin, are you feeling too good about yourself? No one is worthy of your daughter. Haha, with your daughter's temper and bad habits, how many people can tolerate her? Qin Ma wanted to say something but stopped. What about you? Don't worry. There are so many older female stars in the entertainment industry, but they're all living a good life. Besides, they're all married in their 30s. Grandpa Qin muttered, You're just too free to worry. Qin Ma made up her mind and gritted her teeth. Let me tell you, Bao Bao likes her younger brother. That's why she's looking for a boyfriend. After saying that, Qin Ma went all out, intending to watch her husband fly into a rage. Grandpa Qin nodded. You have to be careful. She's already so old. She can't always rely on her younger brother. Qin Ma was stunned. You don't have any other thoughts? Grandpa Qin. I've seen through it long ago. Qin Ma felt as if she was struck by lightning. What's the fuss? Ace still loves his mother. He still wants you to hold him when he's 7 years old. Every day when he goes to school and comes home, he'll shout, Where's my mother? Grandpa Qin said angrily, But he'll be fine when he grows up. No, that's not what I want to talk to you about. Qin Ma was anxious. Then what do you want to say? Qin Ma hesitated again and subconsciously avoided the topic. Bao Bao, I'm 26 years old. It's not good for a woman to have a child after 30. Don't you want to hold a grandson? Grandpa Qin didn't want to at all. Anyway, Ace has a girlfriend. Maybe one day Sue you will be pregnant. I have a grandson to hold. It doesn't matter if my grandson plays for a few years. Qin Ma was stunned. Chapter 405. Qin Ma looked at her husband whom she had spent most of her life with and was dazed for a moment. Yes, if he had a grandson, why would he need one? His grandson's surname was not Qin. His grandson was someone else's. On the surface, this man doted on his daughter, and in fact, he did. However, in his heart, his son was the one who would continue the Qin family's bloodline. He only needed to dote on his daughter as much as he wanted. Whether she was smart or not was secondary. However, his son had to be successful. His son had to be a dragon among men. Therefore, he hoped that his son would be successful. He expected better from him. Just like his father, he favored his grandson. Grandpa had always wanted a grandson even in his dreams. His yearning was beyond words. His father also wanted a son, but he told his wife that it was fine to have another daughter. Do you think what I said makes sense? The old man chuckled. Let's not talk about it. Let's sleep. Qin Ma lay down and pulled the blanket over her, leaving the back of her head to her husband. The old man reached out to turn off the light. The room fell into darkness, leaving only the sound of their gentle breathing. Old Qin, I still feel uneasy, Qin Ma said. Old Qin, old Qin? The old man snored softly. He had always been a good sleeper. He fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. The whole family was envious of him. Qin Ma sighed. After a whole day of thinking, she was very tired. Sleepiness gradually overwhelmed her, and she fell asleep not long after. Plus the sound of firecrackers and chatter could be heard. It was very noisy, but it was very lively. Everyone's voice was filled with joy. Qin Ma opened her eyes and found herself at home. The sky was bright. The window and door were pasted with the word, Joy in red. What's going on? Is my family going to have a wedding? Then, she saw her daughter in a white wedding dress sitting by the dressing table. 2 makeup artists were putting on her daughter's makeup. The daughter in the mirror was beautiful beyond compare. It was all thanks to her hard work that she gave birth to such a beautiful daughter. Bao Bao is finally getting married. This is great, the sister-in-law said with a smile. I've been waiting for this day. Bao Bao, it's so good to marry a good husband. The eldest sister-in-law said with a smile. My daughter is finally getting married. I'm so excited that I want to cry. Old Qin almost cried tears of joy. Qin Ma was speechless. Since all of you have said so much, then I'll be in charge of cheering 666. Qin Ma couldn't help but wipe her tears. Finally, my daughter is finally married. Mom, I'm getting married today. You have to smile. Her daughter said. Mom is just too happy. Qin Ma's long-cherished wish was finally fulfilled. By the way, where's Ace? Where is Ace? Qin Ma looked around but didn't see her precious son. What A's? Where did this A's come from? Eldest aunt and youngest aunt were at a loss. What was going on? What did he mean by where did this A's come from? A's my son, Qin Ma said. Her husband was at a loss. Little Lon, what are you talking about? We don't have a son. How can we not have a son? I gave birth to a son for you, Qin Zhe. His name is Qin Zhe. I've raised him for more than 20 years. Qin Ma was anxious. Mom, are you feeling unwell today? Do you have a headache? Her daughter hugged her nervously and touched her forehead. She muttered, You don't have a fever. Bao Bao, your brother. Qin Ma grabbed her daughter's hand tightly. Her face was pale. They forgot about your brother. Mom, don't joke around. I don't have a brother. You and Dad only have me. I'm the only child. Her daughter was at a loss. Qin Ma was thunderstruck. At this time, the youngest aunt smiled. It's the auspicious time. The groom is here to pick you up. My son is missing. My son is missing. Mother Qin froze on the spot. Her joy had completely vanished. The groom came in. He was wearing a well-ironed black suit. He was tall and straight, and there was a gentle smile on his handsome face. Wait, isn't this my son? Qin Ma's hazy heart suddenly brightened. A's, you're back. Your father and sister said they don't know you. Qin Ma held her son's hand in surprise. Huh. The groom was stunned. Mom, although a son-in-law is half a son, Bao Bao is not my sister. If she's not your sister, then what is she? Qin Ma's heart skipped a beat. Of course she's my wife. The groom said. Of course she's my wife. She's my wife. My wife. Her son's words echoed in Qin Ma's mind. Honey. Her daughter threw herself into her son's arms. Her son took the opportunity to hug his daughter. Both of them smiled happily. What an eyesore. Qin Ma looked at her son and daughter. She felt as though her heart had been pierced through. No. You can't get married. You're siblings. You'll be executed if you get married. Qin Ma said loudly. I don't care about being executed. Her daughter pressed her face against her son's chest. Bao Bao, be good. Give me a kiss. The two of them kissed passionately in front of their mother. No. You can't get married. You can't get married. Qin Ma screamed as she broke down. How can my son-in-law be my son? No, you can't marry your sister. Dog lead, you dog lead. How can you marry your sister? But no one cared about her. Her daughter happily married her son. Plus. Qin Ma was awakened by the crackling of firecrackers. She opened her eyes and found herself in her own home. The windows and doors were plastered with the word, she, in bright red. Her relatives and friends were all there. Their faces were beaming with joy. I'm marrying my daughter again. This thought surfaced in Qin Ma's mind. Mom, why are you in a daze? I'm going to fetch the bride. Her son, who was in a suit, walked over. Ace. Qin Ma turned agitated. Your sister is getting married. The groom isn't you, right? Ha! I don't have a sister. I don't have a sister. If I have a sister, why would I marry a wife? No, I don't have a sister anyway. Besides, I'm getting married, her son said blankly. All the relatives and friends in the house looked at Qin Ma with concern. They cared for a middle-aged woman with mental disabilities. Old Qin, our daughter is missing. Qin Ma said a very familiar line. We don't have a daughter. There's no need for a daughter. We just need a son, said the old master. All right, Don old man. You've finally said what's on your mind. Are you unhappy that your first child is a daughter? If you're unhappy, just say it. Aren't you tired of pretending for so many years? Qin Ma said angrily. Xiaolon, what's wrong with you? The old master was dumbfounded. But we really don't have a daughter. Our first child was a son. I said that we should have a daughter, but you refused to give birth. You're pushing the blame to me? Qin Ma was so angry that she cried. Relatives and friends gathered around and said one after another. They all said that the Qin family only had a son. There was no daughter. A daughter didn't exist. Qin Ma was at a loss. She thought to herself, did I lose my son or my daughter? After a long time, her son, who had gone out to fetch his wife, came back. He walked into the house surrounded by everyone. His daughter-in-law's head was covered with a white veil, so he couldn't see her face clearly. However, her figure was amazing. She had a perfect S shape, big where it should be and slim where it should be. She also had a pair of long legs. The guests in the house were envious. Wait. They were all familiar with this domineering figure. The sister-in-law was all smiles. The sister-in-law said, "Ace is so lucky to have married such a beautiful wife." The sister-in-law said, Yes, but she's too gorgeous. I heard that her name is Bao Bao." Qin Ma was thunderstruck. She rushed over and lifted the veil of the bride. Wasn't it her precious daughter? "Bao Bao, you can't marry him. He's your brother. You can't do this." Qin Ma broke down and cried. "What?" The bride was dumbfounded. "Mom, I haven't married into the family yet. Don't worry. After Ace and I consummate our marriage, you can show me who's boss. I'll definitely deal with the relationship between mother and daughter-in-law." Qin Ma was in tears. "You stupid child. I knew you had feelings for your brother. I asked you to get a boyfriend, but you didn't. All you did was flirt with Ace. My God, what sin have I committed? Hubby, your mom is crazy." "It's okay. I'll send her to the mental hospital later. You're enough for me. Hubby, you're the best." Qin Ma said, "Ace, you can't marry her. She's your sister." Her son panicked. "Mom, how do you know that I have a sister complex?" Qin Ma stopped crying. "You can't marry her. You're not allowed to get married." Qin Ma threw a tantrum. "Who's not allowed?" her son said domineeringly. "I'll even exterminate the gods." "Wow, hubby, you're so manly." "Humph, I'm not that coward." "Hubby Mwax." The two of them kissed passionately in front of their mother. "Don't. How can you marry your own brother? Dog leash. Dog leash." Qin Ma cried like ye see on the spot. Regardless of whether it was her son marrying her daughter or her daughter marrying her son, she couldn't do anything about it. She was in despair and fear, but she couldn't change anything. All of a sudden, both her son and daughter were gone. All the scenery disappeared. "This is your retribution," a voice said. Qin Ma looked in the direction of the voice and saw a woman standing behind her. "Return the child to me," the woman said. "That's my child," Qin Ma said angrily. "You're the one who stole my child." The woman stared at Mrs. Qin. "No," Qin Ma said sharply. "If it weren't for me, would you have gotten married? Would Ah Rong have had the glory he has today? That child isn't yours anymore." The woman ignored her and repeated, "Return the child to me." It sounded as if it was a malicious spirit that was demanding his life. Xiaolon, Xiaolon? A familiar voice woke Qin Ma up. She opened her eyes and found herself soaked in sweat. The chandelier was on, and the light was so bright that she couldn't open her eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Grandpa Shen handed her a glass of water with concern. Qin Ma propped herself up and sat on the bed. After drinking the water, she gasped for breath and collapsed. It was too scary. It was too scary. Fortunately, it was a dream. "This is the first time I've seen you like this. What kind of dream did you have?" Grandpa Shen frowned. "On one hand, you said that you can't get married, and on the other hand, you said that you can't marry. Look at how shocked you are." Qin Ma's face stiffened. What else did I say?" Grandpa Shen shook his head. "I can't hear you clearly. One moment, you said Shanghai dialect, and the next moment, you said your hometown dialect." Qin Ma heaved a sigh of relief. "The dialect was so good." Grandpa Shen laughed. "Did you dream that Bao Bao got married? It's really hard on you as a mother." Mother Qin's heart was tired. "That's right. She married your son in a flash. Although it was a dream, she had to be careful. She had to think of a way to give them a warning. Yes, she had to think of a reason to let old Qin teach her son a lesson." Qin Ma looked at her husband. Grandpa Shen. On the other side, Qin Zhe, who was tossing and turning, suddenly felt a chill in his balls. He turned on his phone and looked at the time. It was 1:30 a.m. Although he pretended to be a man in front of his sister, as if, "This is just a small matter, don't be afraid," Qin Zhe was scared to death. He was afraid that his parents would suddenly rush in, one holding a rolling pin, and the other taking out a large Dharma artifact. It was too unrestrained. It was still too unrestrained. In the middle of the water, the waves stopped the flying boat. As the waves rolled, the boat capsized. Tisk, salted fish, the system said. Chapter 406. What does it have to do with you? Why did you come out? Qinzhe said impatiently. Even if you have a pet dog, there will be times when you bring it out for a walk. The system said. Although you're a dog, it's a bit inappropriate to describe yourself like that. Qinzhe was stunned. The purpose of the system's existence seemed to have become purely to complain. It would occasionally give out missions, but now it was complaining about itself? Low-ass system evolution. Complaining about the system? The pet dog I'm referring to is you. The system said. Qinzhe was speechless. So what did you jump out to complain about? Qinzhe said. The system usually did not come out. It was just a system. Even if it stayed in his brain for 100 years, it would not be bored. So if it came out, it must have something to say. I almost caught the opportunity of the mission just now. The system said regretfully, but you're too lazy. The desire that just arose disappeared again. I definitely don't have the desire to sleep with my sister. Don't give out missions randomly. Qinzhe panicked. The system was silent for a long time. Host, you talk too much. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Qinzhe sighed. Sigh, you don't have enough charm, so you talk too much. If you were like those flirtatious bitches next door, I wouldn't be so annoyed. The system said, you can't get hard, so you're blaming me? Long Outyen is called Long Outyen not because he has a system. Even if a lazy fish has a system, he's still a lazy fish. Qinzhe was speechless. The system said, actually, even if you're worth 10 billion now and have countless fans, you're still that poor kid who likes to follow behind your sister. You have no ambition, no ambition. As long as you're with your sister, you'll feel that life is long and good. Qinzhe said in a low voice. What are you trying to say? The system said, you always complain about me being low-ass, but you're actually complaining about yourself. You have abnormal feelings for your sister, you know that you're not related to her by blood, but you're afraid that your family will fall apart, so you don't dare to expose what happened back then. You like Su Yu and Wang Zijin so much, but you think you're a poor kid. You don't have the confidence to enjoy the happiness of two people, but you can't give them up. So you push the blame to me, blaming me for not being able to activate Heavenly Dragon Mode for you. In fact, you are not confident, because whether it is Su Yu or Wang Zijin, they are all goddesses that you can only dream of. The system said, maybe you need time to settle down. After all, if an ordinary person were to receive 100 million RMB, he would only become a nouveau riche. He would never become a refined and cultured aristocrat. It's only been half a year since you got me. In other words, host, you know nothing about the power of this system. Qinzhe, I only know that you tremble when you mention the hacking system. The system was speechless. Qinzhe scratched his head. Maybe you're right. I've been trying my best to change. I want to change the world, change myself, change. Sorry, I accidentally sang it. The system was speechless. Actually, I just wanted to comfort you. You can't reach the sky with a single mouthful of milk. A boy growing up to become a man is bound to experience trials and tribulations. It's not like you're a man just because you've had sex. The system concluded, men and women are different. When a girl changes into a woman, it's just a matter of a membrane. When a boy becomes a man. Qinzhe interrupted it and said, when the chrysanthemum blossoms. The system was speechless. It's going through trials and tribulations, you bastard host. Qinzhe nodded. Thank you. A heart-to-heart between two salted fish can cause a psychological resonance. I feel like I'm suddenly enlightened. This time, the system interrupted him. The chicken soup for the soul I downloaded from the internet only said the beginning. What do you mean by enlightened? I'm afraid you're the evolution of salted fish Zay. Zay. Qinzhe was speechless. It turned out that the system knew exactly what he was thinking just now. It was 2:00 in the morning. Qinzhe looked up at the ceiling. Since he had to sort out his messy feelings, he might as well do it one by one. Maybe I should take some time to go to Shujia town or Wen City, he thought. After spending an awkward weekend at home, Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao finally breathed a sigh of relief. They did not know if it was a psychological effect, but the siblings felt that their mother was looking at them strangely. She was paying more attention to them than ever before. Once, Qin Zhe and his sister were chatting on the sofa in the living room. His sister was talking about the endless work for the past few days. She felt sad and leaned on her brother's shoulder. "Ace, I'm so tired, sob sob sob." Qin Zhe saw his sister's strange expression and turned to look. He saw Qin Ma standing at the kitchen door, silently observing. The siblings sat upright and still. This feeling was like when you were having sex with your girlfriend in a room and suddenly realized that there were countless onlookers silently watching. It was easy to be traumatized. Qin Bao Bao and her brother were chatting in the living room. Qin Ma was silently observing. Qin Bao Bao and her brother were eating chicken in the room. Qin Ma was silently observing. Qin Bao Bao and her brother were talking on the balcony. Qin Ma was silently observing. Qin Bao Bao and her brother went out to buy groceries. Qin Ma also wanted to follow and observe. As a result, when the two of them went to work on Monday, they were so guilty that they didn't dare to go out together. Qin Bao Bao left first, and Qin Zhe left with Prince Su 5 minutes later. Qin Zhe carried Sister Ziwei's bag. Wang Zijin held his arm. After getting into the car, she said happily, "Ace, come to Uncle and Auntie's place next week, okay?" Qin Zhe immediately gave her a sideways glance. Sister Ziwei, you're really hopelessly evil. I'm asking you a question." Wang Zijin took out a rubber band from her bag and bit it in her mouth. She tucked her hair behind her head with both hands and tied it into a ponytail. Okay. Qin Zhe nodded subconsciously. Then he was stunned. This can't be. I have to be tough. I can't be so soft. What's okay? I don't like listening to their nagging. Let's talk about it later, he said with a straight face. Oh. Wang Zijin nodded. Then I'll bring Uncle and Auntie over. I'll bring the dogs over too. I just feel that they're not young anymore. They live in the same city, so why don't they go home every weekend? We can't forget the kindness of raising them, right? She was talking nonsense with a straight face, but I had nothing to say. Sister Ziwei. I thought about it. It's better for us to come over. Qin Zhe forced a smile. Good boy. Sister Ziwei smiled generously and sweetly. She didn't get to see mewling monster pestering Qin Zhe for 2 days. Qin Zhe drove her to the company. Aren't you coming up with me? Wang Zijin frowned. I'll go to Baozi first. There's a meeting there, Qin Zhe said. Oh, then go ahead. Have a safe trip. Wang Zijin waved her hand. Watching the car drive into the traffic, she thought to herself, should I come to the meeting a few times a week? These days, she went to the company with Qin Zhe as a couple. Wang Zijin finally understood why Qin Bao insisted on Qin Zhe going to work with her. It was because it felt good and happy. They lived together and went to work together, unlike most couples who lived in big cities. For them, home was a place to sleep every day. At dawn, they rushed to go to work. At night, they got off work and drove or took the subway. After dinner, they looked at the time and went to bed. On the other side, Qin Zhe arrived at Baozi Investment, and the meeting was scheduled for noon. He had to write a draft in the morning. Of course, he didn't have to worry about this kind of thing. Usually, Suyu would help him draft a draft, and Qin Zhe would polish it a little. After reading it once, he would have a good idea of what he was going to write. Then, he would speak frankly in front of the executives. Today, Suyu didn't help him draft, nor did she stay with him. Qin Zhe went to her office to see what was going on and found Suyu typing in front of the computer. What are you doing? Qin Zhe asked. I'm writing a novel. Suyu pushed the anti-radiation glasses on the bridge of her nose. Chapter 407. Nanny? Writing a novel? Why are you writing a novel? Qin Zhe's brain didn't turn around. My 7 Lovers in a Night, Suyu said. I've been writing it for a week and published it on Lala Novel Network. Someone gave me a reward yesterday. Although it was only 10 yuan, I'm still very happy. It means that someone has read my novel. This is the biggest recognition. What the hell? 7 times a night. Can this kind of title pass the review? Is the website's review funny? And although my kidneys are looking up to Teddy, I don't seem to have the experience of 7 times a night, right? Damn, Who are you writing about? Call him out. I'm going to kill him. No, that's not the point. There's a meeting at noon. Have you finished the draft? Chinze said. What draft? You write it yourself. I'm now inspired to write a novel. Su Yu's eyes were glued to the screen, and she tapped on the keyboard. You don't want to be a beautiful president, but you want to write a novel? Wake up, Teddy. Su Yu, there's no future in writing a novel. You can't do anything except think about the plot all day. After a long time, people will become greasy. Because of the lack of social interaction, friends will alienate you. If you write a little over the line, they will lock you in a small dark room and let you barely make a living. Even the royalties will say goodbye to you. Writing a novel is a crooked path. Don't go down the crooked path. Working hard is the right thing to do. Can the website pay your social security? Pay your 5 insurances and 1 housing fund? There are no guarantees or benefits. Be good. Put down your keyboard and prepare the draft for the noon meeting. Su Yu tilted her head and thought for a while. Don't worry, I'm not full-time. I promise I won't let myself become greasy. If I get fat, husband, you can exercise with me in bed to lose weight. In addition, I don't need any benefits or guarantees. I'm not short of money. Chinze was speechless. Believe it or not, I'll teach you a lesson with an iron rod? Su Yu stubbornly said. No, I'll write a novel. I'll write a novel and then pay to adapt it into a movie. I'll play the female lead and you'll play the male lead. Chinze pinched his temple. He remembered that Su Yu seemed to have said that she wanted to write a novel when he and his sister adapted the novel to film. But shouldn't this be a casual remark? Why did she really start writing novels? Be good. Hurry up and prepare the draft. I won't listen, King. Before Su Yu could finish, she was picked up from the chair by Chinze and thrown on the sofa. Ah, it's this kind of domineering feeling. Su Yu said happily, handsome, sunny, gentle appearance, but in fact, very overbearing and strong. He spoils you and loves you in life, but in bed, he will overbearingly ask you to follow his posture. I'm full of inspiration. King exploded, Chinze said angrily. Chinze sat in front of the computer and wanted to close her Word document. At the same time, he glanced at Su Yu's novel draft. It seemed to be about the bed scene, so he couldn't help but take a few more glances. The novel was written in the first person. After he rudely and unreasonably stuffed me into the car, he didn't say a word and drove silently to his villa. I looked at his side face. His eyelashes were long and dense, his nose was high, and his lips were thin. He was so handsome that it made people despair. At the same time, I felt angry and happy. He still cared about me, but he put on a sour face every day as if he hated me. Chinze said in his heart, I was also very desperate. So handsome that it made people despair. It felt the same as his evil smile. What kind of handsome was it? He continued to read. Finally, we arrived at the villa. I was inexplicably nervous because I knew what he was going to do. This man, although he was usually gentle and humble, in fact, he was a violent maniac, overbearing and strong. He dragged me into the bedroom. I wanted to angrily scold him, but when I met his gloomy eyes, I felt as if a fishbone was stuck in my throat and I couldn't say anything. Chinze said in his heart, this character setting is so familiar. Is it me? He forcefully pushed me onto the bed and said in a cold voice, Su Xiaolan, remember this. You are my woman. You were in the past, you are now, and you will be in the future. Don't let me see you dating other men again. Then, he unbuttoned my clothes roughly. Tears welled up in my eyes and I clenched my teeth. Qin Yu, I hate you. His face was cold and he ignored my resistance. I'll omit 500 words here. You wrote this kind of thing, won't it be banned? Are you writing a novel or a pornographic novel? Chinze was shocked. No, I've read other women's novels and they were all written like this. Su Yu ran over in her high heels. Let me show you. I've written a lot of stories like this. The reader said that I described the details very well. Of course it's good. I have practical experience. Chinze. Su Yu pulled up the Word document and showed him the previous manuscript. Chinze saw a very familiar scene full of a strong sense of déjà vu. For example, come up yourself. No. Come up. No. Come up. Another example, The shower head spurted out hot water, and he pushed me against the cold wall. Damn it, I'm looking at the stone again. Qinze. No, there were too many things to complain about. He didn't know how to complain. How is it? My writing is good, right? The plot feels good too. It's very sadistic. Then, hubby, when I finish writing, let's adapt it into a TV series, Suyu said hopefully. Let me tell you, a book like yours can't be made into a movie or a TV series, because it will be finished sooner or later, Qinze said. Then I'll delete some, but not too much. Suyu pointed her little finger with a serious expression. Just delete a little. The bed scenes can't be left out. Are you sure you can live until the end of the novel? Qinze's eyebrows twitched. It doesn't matter. Even if I'm not allowed to publish it online, I can still write it. When I'm done, you can ask the scriptwriter of Tianfeng Film and Television to help me edit it. We can make a TV series ourselves. We don't lack channels, equipment, personnel, and funds. Suyu said. Shanghai's naked-ass bureau won't pass the review. You can give up this idea. Qinze knocked on her head. We'll talk about this later. Help me see if there are any flaws in the writing and plot, Suyu said. The writing is okay, but I feel that the twists and turns are not natural enough. Maybe you haven't written a novel before and lack experience. Also, there's too much description of the female protagonist's psychological activities. When doing that kind of thing, don't write your feelings so clearly. After all, you're the one who wrote the romance novel. Although I think it's a pornographic novel. Then, I'm wearing Zijin-colored clothes today. Excuse me, what is Zijin-colored clothes? Qinze was confused. Green. Suyu said eloquently. I'll go. Qinze felt very tired. Teddy didn't forget to criticize Sister Ziwei even when writing a novel. How much did she hate her? The hatred of stealing her husband? Even if it was Sister Ziwei who hated her. Besides, why does the name of the protagonist feel weird? Qinze frowned. Of course, Qinze, it's a combination of the two of us. Suyu hugged Qinze's neck from behind and blew in his ear. Are you surprised? F***CK. Qinze suddenly shouted. Qinze remembered. It wasn't the name of the male protagonist that was wrong, but the name of the female protagonist, Su Xiaolan, was very wrong. If he remembered correctly, Xiaolan was the pet name that the old man used for his mother. No, I can't look at this novel directly anymore. Qinze covered his face silently. What are you doing? Suyu was shocked. The name of the female protagonist makes me feel out of character. Xiaolan is my mother's pet name. You can't give a name so casually, you bastard Teddy. Qinze was speechless. Oh, I thought about the name for a long time. Then I had a flash of inspiration and thought of Xiaolan. No wonder I always felt that it was familiar, Suyu said. Qinze sighed. You're just like that little bitch. Bao Bao don't allow drugs. Sooner or later, you'll be done for. The title of the novel also needs to be changed. What nonsense is it? 7 times in a night? Qinze said seriously. Suyu, tell me the truth. Is there anything that makes you dissatisfied with me? No, I'm very satisfied in all aspects. Suyu shook her head again and again. Qinze said in his heart, good answer, I'll consider you saved your little life. In the end, Qinze couldn't persuade Suyu. He went back to his office to write the manuscript. Suyu continued to type. She said that she would update 2,000 words every day without stopping. This is the integrity that an author should have. After Qinze finished reading her novel, he didn't intend to persuade her to give up. It doesn't matter. This kind of novel won't live long. When she sees the horror of the river crab mythological beast, she will naturally dispel the idea of writing a novel. On the other side, after Suyu updated today's chapter, she didn't write anymore. Her update time was very casual. If she had inspiration, she would write a few paragraphs. If she didn't have inspiration, she would work at ease. Sometimes she would update at noon, sometimes she would update at night. Not many people read her novel. After all, it was only serialized for a week, but she was very satisfied. In this week, in order to write a good bed scene, she pestered Qinze several times and then wrote out her feelings. Of course, Qinze didn't know this. He only knew that Suyu wrote novels today. Suyu was a person who showed off. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent photos to the group so frequently. She finished writing the novel today and felt great, so she sent the link to the novel to the group. I wrote a novel, let me show you. Chapter 408. After Suyu posted the link, she turned her head and busied herself with her own work. She wrote more than 10,000 words in a week. Sister Man and the others couldn't finish reading it in a short time. Later, she would ask Sister Man and the others for their opinions. Among the readers' comments on the website, 5 out of 10 were negative, 2 posted advertisements, 2 signed in, and 1 only shouted empty words, "Support the author, come on." There were no substantive opinions. As a novice, Suyu now needed the readers' opinions and suggestions. She was aiming to adapt the TV series, so the novel had to be written perfectly. At the noon meeting, it was pointed out that all company leaders should follow the footsteps of President Chin and President Su to create a harmonious company and develop a well-off and profitable level. While actively developing the business, they should pay close attention to the lives of the employees and understand that the employees are the foundation of the company. After listening to President Chin's speech, the company executives felt that today's President Chin was different. He became particularly high and mighty. In addition, the speech was inexplicably familiar. During the meeting, Suyu's mobile phone vibrated. She opened it and saw that someone in the chat group had replied. Nan Man Pei. Suyu, you wrote it? Suyu. Yes, what do you think, Sister Man? Nan Man Pei. It's not very good. It's too explicit. Don't teach children bad things. Suyu. How can there be children? Nowadays, the youngest person who reads novels is a junior high school student. Nan Man Pei. Junior high school students are not considered young? If Ziqi Donglai reads this kind of book, I'll break their legs. Suyu. That's why Sister Man knows nothing about children nowadays. Haven't you heard that a chunibyu needs to fall in love? Young people nowadays he, it's very early. Junior high school students have already started rolling in the sheets. Nan Man Pei. You only rolled in the sheets when you were 27 years old. Where did you get such a big sense of superiority? Suyu. You want to stab me in the heart? You wish. I'm not an illiterate idiot now. The Suyu of that year is dead. Now I'm Nyakalu. No, the topic can't be changed. Suyu. Sister Man, I asked you for advice. Nan Man Pei. No advice. I don't read this kind of novel. I can't give you advice. Maybe you should ask the 2 of them. Qin Bao Bao Ching Ching Zi Jin. Qin Zhe knocked on the table and frowned. Mr. Su, don't play with your phone during the meeting. Okay. President Qin. Suyu smiled and continued to look at her mobile phone. Qin Zhe was speechless. Let's continue the meeting, Qin Zhe said helplessly. In the group chat. I did. What kind of trash novel is that? Qin Bao Bao snorted. Also, can you please change the name of the female lead? Every time I see Su Xiaolan, it reminds me of my mother. Wang Zijin. Covering face and crying emoji. Wang Zijin. Suyu, what do you mean by Zijin is a pervert? I'm more concerned about this. I feel like you're mocking me. Suyu. You want to know? Wang Zijin. Yes. Suyu. I won't tell you. Wang Zijin's negative emotions. Plus 666 Suyu. Don't complain about my novel. What's wrong with it? Please point it out. Qin Bao Bao. Let's not talk about other things. I'm speechless about the bed scene. I'll take a screenshot for you to see. Screenshot. Here it is. I wasn't prepared at all. He took me violently. I felt pain, but there was also an indescribable comfort and pleasure. Are you kidding me? I slapped you, and you still feel comfort and pleasure after the pain? Although it's just a novel, it's too outrageous. Qin Bao Bao attacked. There are too many similar places that can't stand up to scrutiny. Wang Zijin, pushing sunglasses emoji. Yes, I think so too. Nan Man Pei. Suyu wasn't angry at all. Instead, she pitied these 2 short-sighted women. Suyu. Anything else? Wang Zijin. Yes, I took a screenshot too. Screenshot. There's a problem with this paragraph. He pounded into my body again and again, making it hard for me to speak. Even breathing was a little difficult. Suyu, don't you think it's too exaggerated? Qin Bao Bao. It's too exaggerated. Nan Man Pei. This seems to be a bit exaggerated. Suyu, so you're right. She silently deleted it and sent out a hee-hee emoji instead. So you don't know anything about Qin Zhe's small motor. Qin Zhe knocked on the table again. Boss Su, don't play with your mobile phone during the meeting. The main reason was that Su Yu's smile was so weird that the executives at the table couldn't help but look at her. She didn't know how lethal her appearance was, and she mercilessly took away Qin Zhe's camera. Okay, Boss Qin. Su Yu smiled sweetly and continued to play with her mobile phone. The executives at the table looked at Qin Zhe sympathetically. Qin Zhe. Mother ****. Then, let's continue. Where was I just now? Boss Qin, you talked about this year's performance targets, an executive said. Qin Zhe's face darkened. I think I just finished talking about this. The executive looked embarrassed and withdrew his gaze from Su Yu. In the group, Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin went back and forth and attacked each other. Qin Bao Bao. I found another part that doesn't make sense. Screenshot. The female lead Su Xiaolan. Again, please change my mother's name, or I'll let Qin Zhe beat you up. Then back to the topic. The female lead Su Xiaolan is eating a cucumber at home. The male lead. Please change the name of the male lead. Don't be surnamed Qin. Back to the topic. The male lead has a naughty smile on his face, saying that if you want to eat a cucumber, you can eat mine. My size is much bigger than it. Qin Bao Bao. Suyu, you're referring to that thing, right? As far as I know, a cucumber is more than 10 centimeters long, and a man's. Is that long? That's too fake. Wang Zijin. That's not scientific. Nan Man Pei. In the office, Suyu threw her mobile phone and laughed on the table. After laughing, she saw everyone looking at her. She coughed and said solemnly, "Continue the meeting." Everyone felt that Boss Su was strange today. Boss Su was laughing crazily in his heart, thinking, "Stupid Qin Bao Bao, that's your brother's size." Two illiterate idiots. In fact, many girls knew nothing about a man's size before they had a boyfriend. Unlike many men, who had all kinds of cavalry in their hands, as long as they dated a man, they would know. Some girls would watch Japanese action movies, but this did not include Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin. Qin Bao Bao was a clean freak and would not touch such things. Wang Zijin was a female hipster and would not touch such things. She liked to chase romantic and sad love. Chasing a cavalry movie was not in line with the style of a hipster. Qin Zhe was talking when his phone suddenly rang a few times. He glanced at it and thought, "It's rare that Sister Man took the initiative to send me a message." So he picked it up and saw that Sister Man had sent a few screenshots of the chat history of a chat group. After Qin Zhe read it, he felt that his body was petrified. China was petrified. His mood was particularly complicated. He was not afraid that his affair with Su Yu would be exposed. After chatting with the Low system, he really felt enlightened. The reason why Long Out Yen was that he had a loving and confident heart. In fact, this was very dangerous. If Su Yu said that the content of the novel was purely personal experience, with the sisters' intelligence, they would have guessed it. At that time, Qin Zhe really wanted to be benevolent and die. Mainly because of the stupidity of the two sisters. Sister has always been a little fairy. She lived a clean and pure life. Qin Zhe has been with her for more than 20 years and knows it in his heart. But why is Sister Ziwei also illiterate? Isn't she an internet veteran? Oh, there will be number 18 pictures on the internet. But how come she doesn't even know a man's size? Half surprise, half funny. Let's adjourn. Qin Zhe announced the end of the meeting. The company executives got up and left. Su Yu also wanted to leave, but was pulled back by Qin Zhe, who pressed her on the conference table and slapped her. "Don't you think your ass is not big enough? I'll help you develop it." Qin Zhe said angrily. Ouch! Su Yu's heart was full of grievances. "Why did you suddenly hit me?" "I say, what were you doing just now? Sister Man sent me a screenshot. If you want to write a novel, just write it." "What do you mean by showing it to my sister?" "Nonsense, I write a romance, not a pornographic novel." Chapter 409. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Qin Zhe left Baozi in advance and drove to pick up Wang Zijin from work. Wang Zijin had the ideological awareness of a party member. She said that she wanted to respond to the country's call to live a low-carbon life, so she insisted on not buying a car. Qin Bao thought that she actually wanted Qin Zhe to pick her up every day. Wang Zijin came to Shanghai in a fit of pique. She didn't plan to stay for a long time. Her initial plan was to stay for 10 days to half a month, and then go home to negotiate with her father. If he continued to meddle in her marriage, she would stay for a year and a half, or even longer. Anyway, she was her father's only daughter, and she had the confidence to be willful. She didn't expect that she would be addicted to living there. First, the Qin family was serious and full of warmth. Her father was strict, her mother was kind, and her sister and brother were a pair of clowns. Wang Zijin longed for this kind of family atmosphere. She didn't expect that she would be addicted to her best friend's brother in the end. She didn't try his glib tongue, nor did she experience his two-finger technique, but she was addicted. He was handsome, had the right temperament, and was very talented. He was interesting. Although he was a little timid occasionally, such a talented man should be strong and domineering. But because of this, he was cute and made women more curious. Moreover, a strong and domineering man didn't meet Wang Zijin's aesthetic standards. There was no lack of pursuers of the domineering CEO type in Beijing. Wang Zijin was very opinionated, and she was not stupid and sweet, so she was actually very disgusted with the domineering CEO type. On the contrary, a talented but timid type like the little red guy was in line with Wang Zijin's taste. Wang Zijin held the wall with her hand. When she took off her high heels and changed into cotton slippers, her mobile phone rang. "Aze, help me get my mobile phone." Her Louis Vuitton bag was hanging on Qin Zhe's shoulder. Qin Zhe took out his mobile phone and glanced at the caller ID. "Mom." His expression was strange. "Who is calling?" Wang Zijin asked curiously. Qin Zhe looked at his sister in the living room and mouthed, "Our mother." Wang Zijin's expression immediately became strange. "I'm going to the room to answer the call." She took the phone and ran into the room. A gentleman is magnanimous, while a villain is sneaky. Qin Bao curled her lips in disdain. She was wearing a cotton yoga suit with a very low neckline. It's right for a gentleman to be frank about his balls. The last sentence should be, "A villain hides his dick." Qin Zhe sat beside his sister. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards her deep cleavage. It was white and alluring. Qin Bao puffed up her chest. "What are you looking at?" Qin Zhe was taken aback. "I'm looking through the gap." Qin Bao chopped his head with a knife. "What is she doing?" Qin Bao bent over and took out a lollipop from the drawer of the coffee table, licking it. "Her mother." "Sister Ziwei's mother called," Qin Zhe said. Qin Bao's eyes lit up. "Let's go and eavesdrop." Qin Zhe said, "You have to respect people's privacy." He was also quite curious. Wang Zijin had been in Shanghai for more than half a year, and she rarely talked to her family on the phone. The siblings didn't know what the current situation was between her and her family. Were they still in a Cold War, or were they willing to bury the hatchet? At the very least, it should have eased a little. Since her mother called, it means that their relationship has improved. Maybe Wang Zijin has found a boyfriend? Qin Bao's eyes sparkled with the light of gossip. "Impossible," Qin Zhe said in his heart. "Her boyfriend is right in front of you, but she doesn't even dare to tell you, let alone tell her parents. Speaking of which, I haven't even touched this boyfriend of mine, let alone come in and out." After all, Wang Zijin wanted to be in a relationship but was afraid of being ked by Zijin. In the room, Wang Zijin stood by the window and looked at the night view of the Huangpu River. "Mom." Her tone was calm, neither surprised nor cold. "Zijin, your grandpa is sick." A woman's voice came from the other side of the phone. It was a gentle and pleasant voice. "How is grandpa?" Wang Zijin frowned, and her voice was nervous. Unlike other cousins, Wang Zijin grew up with her grandpa in the military family area. Dr. Chen said it's nothing serious. "He just needs to recuperate for a while," her mother said softly. "Then I'll come back?" Wang Zijin bit her lip. As if waiting for her to say this, her mother smiled and said, "Come back. Your grandpa is in his 80s. He hasn't seen you for more than half a year. He misses you." Wang Zijin hesitated for a moment and said, I'll come back to see Grandpa. Her mother sighed and said, still angry with your dad? It's been half a year. Although he doesn't say it, he misses you. Wang Zijin was silent. Her mother said again, bring your boyfriend back to see him. Wang Zijin. China petrification. Mom. How did you know? Wang Zijin panicked. It doesn't make sense. Other than uncle and auntie, no one knows about my relationship with A's. How did my mom, who's far away in Beijing, know? She couldn't figure it out. Not only me, but the Wang family also knows, her mother said. Wang Zijin. China petrification +2. What's going on? Wang Zijin's little soul roared. She couldn't figure it out. How did the Wang family in Beijing know when all the big cows outside were kept in the dark? And your little circle, they all know. Wang Zijin said carefully, did Dad send a secret agent to keep an eye on me? She couldn't believe it herself. But how did the people in Beijing know? As a mother, she naturally wouldn't keep her daughter in suspense. She told her everything she knew. It's that bastard from the Zhao family. Didn't he come to Shanghai to see you? His family also wanted to know about your situation here, so they kept an eye on it. Later, I heard that he told his friends that you were desperately in love with a man in Shanghai. You cried and begged him not to abandon you and that he must like you or something. You cried and begged for a man. You cried and begged him not to abandon you. He must like you. Zhao Taizhu said. Mom, I think it's quite embarrassing. Her mother was a little distressed. My dear daughter, you have to be more careful. Wang Zijin held a mouthful of blood in her mouth. She wanted to splash blood in front of Zhao Taizhu. No, the smart Wang Zijin immediately realized. Zhao Taizhu knew that she was in love with Qin Zhe. That was right, but the last two sentences, you cried and begged him not to abandon you, he must like you. These two sentences had a strong sense of déjà vu. If she remembered correctly, it was that night when she used Zhao Taizhu to test Qin Zhe. She thought that she had gone too far and said those words when she lost control of her emotions. Then the question was, how did Zhao Taizhu know? Zijin? Why aren't you talking? Her mother said. Are you shy? Shyness doesn't exist. Wang Zijin said softly. Mom, my brain is trembling. Ha! Her mother was confused. I know. I'll come back tomorrow and bring him back on the way, but... Wang Zijin said bitterly. I'll clean up the house first. Goodbye, Mom. Wang Zijin hung up the phone and looked at the night view of the river. Don't ask the person who loves me the most how deeply he hurt me. Reality is always too cruel. In the living room, Yingying was practicing yoga. The little guy was admiring his sister's figure without looking sideways. Wang Zijin came to the living room and said as if nothing had happened, Bao Bao, my grandpa is in the hospital. In fact, he was not in the hospital. With old Master Wang's identity, there was no reason for him to be a doctor. But Wang Zijin wanted to make the situation more serious. Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Are you going back? There's no other way. Wang Zijin sighed. Then my grandpa kept talking about my marriage and wanted me to get married early. My family used this reason to force me. I'm so helpless. Qin Zhe said in his heart, what are you crying for? Qin Bao Bao frowned and felt bad for her best friend. I told them that I have a boyfriend. My family didn't believe me and asked me to bring him back to meet them, Wang Zijin said. So you want my brother to pretend to be your friend? Qin Bao Bao understood. Qin Zhe said in his heart, he's actually your real boyfriend, sister. Wang Zijin nodded. I'll buy a plane ticket back to the capital tomorrow and stay for 2 or 3 days. Qin Bao Bao agreed readily. Then I'll lend you the little guy for a few days. Don't break him. Qin Zhe was speechless. Why did he feel like a toy? Bah, a toy? Then, he suddenly understood what his sister meant. The Wang family was such a big rich family. If the eldest daughter of the family hooked up with a wild man outside and brought him back, she would definitely be looked down upon. But since her best friend had spoken, Qin Bao Bao could not refuse. Then she could not bear to see her brother being looked down upon for no reason, so she hinted to Wang Zijin not to break him. I'm not lending my brother to you purely to block arrows for you. You have to watch over him and don't let him suffer too much. Thank you, Bao Bao. Then, A's, come with me. I'll tell you about my family situation, Wang Zijin said with a smile. Go, go. Qin Bao Bao waved her hand. Qin Zhe followed Sister Ziwei into the room in a hurry, wanting to take advantage of Sister Ziwei. But as soon as he entered the room, Wang Zijin pushed him onto the bed. Wang Zijin sat on top of him and looked down at him. Qin Zhe was shocked. He thought to himself, Sister Zian is so unrestrained today? Didn't she want to date but was afraid of being F***ed? Then should I eat grapes first, or the fungus? Qin Zhe's heart stirred. Wang Zijin looked down at him and sneered. Tell me, how do you want to die? Okay, she's playing with emotions. Qin Zhe said with a smile, Yu Xian wants to die. I'll F***king slap you to death. Wang Zijin waved her hand and chopped his head. Seeing Qin Bao Bao waving her hand and chopping her brother many times, she also learned it. Don't hit me, don't hit me. The hand knife was quite painful. Qin Zhe blocked it a few times and grabbed Sister Ziwei's wrist. He was confused. What are you doing? Why are you hitting me? I'm not the one who hit your grandfather and sent him to the hospital. Wang Zijin said with a straight face. I'll give you 3 seconds to tell the truth. Qin Zhe panicked. My affair with Su Yu was finally exposed? Yes, Sister Ziwei was so smart. After reading Su Yu's novel, it was impossible for her not to have some ideas. She finally speculated. At this time, I should snort coldly. Yes, Su Yu is my woman. Then Wang Zijin said, How can you treat your family like this? He said, But my heart for you is unchanged. Wang Zijin, I don't want it. He said, Then you will lose me. Wang Zijin, don't leave me. As long as you have me in your heart, I don't care how many women you have. But the fact was that his little heart was trembling, and he was terrified. Forget it, since the matter has been confessed, then face it bravely. Although I am a salted fish, I am also a salted fish with responsibility. I'm sorry for this matter. Qin Zhe said in a deep voice. Chapter 4:10. Although he had fantasized that the moment of confession would never come, just like 2012. How good would that be? But Qin Zhe felt that he could not be as unreliable as the master of brick. If a salted fish was put into the sea, it would be the Hei's king. The Hei's king should be a king. I know I'm a scumbag. I shouldn't have hidden it from you for so long. Qin Zhe paused, took a deep breath, and gave himself 3 seconds to prepare. Wang Zijin snorted. You really have an affair with Taizhu? Qin Zhe, what? Zhao Taizhu? Qin Zhe was stunned on the spot. What does this have to do with Zhao Taizhu? How could I have an affair with him? Wait, Sister Ziwei said. You really have an affair with Taizhu? In other words, she was not talking about Su Yu. I'm really a man with a system. I'm blessed everywhere. Do you want to say it yourself, or do I force you to say it? Wang Zijin pinched Qin Zhe's neck. She did not use much strength, but her eyes were fierce, and her lips were tightly pursed. She looked very delicate and naive. Sister Ziwei rarely lost her composure like this. I'll say it, Qin Zhe confessed. That day when I was sleeping in your car, Taizhu texted me and told me about it. And then? Wang Zijin clenched her silver teeth. Sister Ziwei, tell me first, how did you know? Qin Zhe was more curious about this. My mom just called and told me. Wang Zijin pursed her lips. My family knows about it, and it's also spreading in my circle of friends. Everyone is probably laughing at me. Look, Wang Zijin has such a day, begging a man to like her. She's simply throwing herself at him. You don't know, I've taught a lot of people a lesson when I was young. Then how did your mom know? Zhao Taizhu said it. Qin Zhe did not understand. Didn't they agree to keep it a secret? Taizhu didn't look like a blabbermouth. Wasn't it good for this guy to be alive? Why did he have to court death? In that case, I could put the blame on him with a clear conscience. I was very happy at that time because my sister Ziwei didn't like another man. I was so happy that I wanted to shout to the sky. Acting mastery. Activate. Qin Zhe said with lingering fear, if you really like another man, I will never be able to recover from this setback. I will never believe in love again. Wang Zijin was stunned. She thought to herself, this should be glib-tongued, but why are his eyes full of affection and joy? That is the expression of his true feelings. Sister Ziwei's anger immediately subsided. And then Taizhu asked me why I didn't pursue Sister Ziwei boldly since I liked her so much. I said I was afraid that I am not good enough, afraid that we can't even be friends. Zhao Taizhu gave me an idea, Qinzhe said. He told me to beat you at your own game, to test your reaction. I asked why you helped me lie to Sister Ziwei. He said that he wanted to make Sister Ziwei shed tears of regret. Even if he couldn't see it, it would be very beautiful just thinking about it. Qinzhe didn't lie. At that time, I had a bold idea, was indeed Zhao Tieju's imagination. He only beautified himself a little, and activated acting proficiency at the same time to make his words more convincing. Then why didn't you tell me later? Wang Zijin said angrily. Sister Ziwei was indeed not so easy to fool. Qinzhe said in a low voice. Sister Ziwei, I didn't mean to lie to you. But it's all because I love you deeply. Wang Zijin hit his head twice with her hands and gritted her teeth. Zhao Taizhu, I didn't expect to be tricked by him. I was too careless. Looking at Sister Ziwei's expression, it seemed that he had to teach Zhao Taizhu a lesson on his way back to the capital. Brother Taizhu, as long as you are safe, everything will be fine. Qinzhe silently prayed for Zhao Tieju's well-being. Just then the door opened. Sister Ziwei's tall figure appeared at the door. Her charming face was full of shock. What are you doing? We're not doing anything. Wang Zijin heard the door open and quickly got up. Qinzhe and Wang Zijin looked at each other, panicking. Sister's best friend rode on top of her, and rode on top of her best friend's brother. It was hard to explain. Why is your head red? Qin Baobao frowned and looked at her brother's head. I hit you just now. Wang Zijin had an idea. It's all his fault. I just told him that my parents are not on good terms. He said that my dad is keeping a mistress in front of him and will divorce sooner or later. You hit him so hard. Qin Baobao mumbled, it's red. Qinzhe thought, Sister Ziwei, are you witty or stubborn? Is it really okay to curse your parents like that? How did you ride on top? Qin Baobao walked to the bed. Ha! Wang Zijin was stunned and didn't react. I was wondering how you rode on top. Qin Baobao repeated, let's show you. Although she was confused, Wang Zijin still did as she was told. Sit on the bed. Qin Baobao did as she was told. Wang Zijin straddled her body. Like this, ouch. Qin Baobao suddenly flipped her over. Her two long legs curled up and stretched out. Then, she put them on Wang Zijin's shoulders and squeezed her legs. Wang Zijin was dumbfounded. She was really dumbfounded. What are you doing? Don't squeeze me so tightly. My neck is going to break, Wang Zijin said. How dare you hit my brother? Even if you're my best friend, I won't hold back, Qin Baobao said. Let go, let go. Wang Zijin said. Ace, save me. Qinzhe was speechless. He thought, Sister Ziwei, you're really dumbfounded. I haven't enjoyed such good benefits in a long time. I have to change the name of the deadly scissors kick. It's not appropriate enough. I'll change it to dumbfounded. The plane flew across the blue sky and slowly landed at the capital airport amidst the loud noise. Qinzhe and Wang Zijin each dragged their suitcases and took the shuttle bus to the airport. Sister Ziwei, how should I face your family? Or should I say, do your parents and grandpa prefer gentle, humble and frugal young people, or do they prefer energetic and positive young people? Qinzhe was a little nervous. It wasn't because of the power of the Wang family, but because he was going to meet his girlfriend's parents. You just have to act as yourself. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. No, you're too cowardly. You'll be looked down upon by the elders. You might even be bullied by my cousins. Wang Zijin rubbed her chin. Qinzhe was speechless. Was it really okay to call him a coward in front of her boyfriend? Sister Ziwei, don't I care about my reputation? Then what should I do? Qinzhe asked humbly. As for my father, he's a rather serious and unsmiling person, but his style in the officialdom is swift and decisive, forceful and domineering. My grandpa fought on the battlefield when he was young. He has a bad temper and a strong personality, so they prefer young people with a sharp edge. They don't like gentle, humble, and frugal young people. They also don't like scheming boys who can remain calm and even smile when they're being ostracized. Wang Zijin pondered and said, So you have to act like a strong young man. Don't be a coward and just do it. If anyone dares to provoke you, you have to fight back. Qinzhe frowned. That's not very good. It's very rude. In his opinion, he should be humble and amiable as a newcomer. He shouldn't show off too much. It depends on the person. Wang Zijin analyzed. Let's not talk about the elders first. The juniors of the Wang family are like flowers in a greenhouse. They're used to being arrogant and superior. You can't expect them to be too humble to you. Well, it's not that they're domineering, as long as your identity is more troublesome. She took Qinzhe's arm. After all, he's a wild man I hooked up with outside, right? Then, my circle of friends is made up of a bunch of successful second-generation officials. On the surface, they will be your friends and brothers, but in their hearts, they might not think highly of you. So you can't be too cowardly. Too humble. You should look down on them when you need to. You have your sister standing behind you. Qinzhe complained. Is your friend called Smile or Rubentail? Wang Zijin. Huh. Nothing. Qinzhe patted his chest. I know what to do. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. Although I like cowards, you can't be cowardly in front of outsiders. You have to be domineering, fierce, and sharp. So, get up, you little pervert. As they spoke, they took the elevator to the departure floor on the second floor. Wang Zijin looked around and pointed at the black car not far away. Let's go. My second uncle is here to pick us up. She pulled the suitcase with her left hand and took Qinzhe's hand with her right. They walked towards the car. In the car, a young man lowered the window and waved at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin narrowed his eyes and said to his father in the driver's seat, Dad, that man looks a little familiar. The middle-aged man said calmly, Go down and help your sister with her luggage. The young man answered happily, Okay. The young man was like a wild dog. He first shouted with a face full of smiles, Sister! Then, he reached out to help Wang Zijin carry her luggage and stuffed it into the trunk of his father's car. Then he closed the trunk with a bang. The little brat ignored Qinzhe and went back to the car. He opened the door of the passenger seat and said, Sister, get in. My cousin, second uncle's youngest son. Wang Zijin said. Not bad. You're trying to intimidate me as soon as we meet? Qinzhe opened the trunk and stuffed the suitcase in. Second uncle's youngest son should be called Wang Zijin. Qinzhe had an excellent memory. On the plane, Wang Zijin roughly introduced the elders and juniors in her family. If the children of her second and third grandfathers were included, there were about 40 to 50 people. Wang Zijin was a second-year high school student. He was praised by his grandfather as being very intelligent and not an arrogant and despotic second generation. However, according to Wang Zijin, because he often followed behind her when he was young, he didn't learn any open strategies. Instead, he learned a lot of conspiracies and tricks. His weakness was that he had a bad temper and liked to insult people. When they met for the first time, Qinzhe had a general impression of him. He was a relatively sinister and conceited young man. He seemed to be very unfriendly to him. It was written all over his face. Of course, a second-year high school student couldn't be too scheming and shrewd. It was unrealistic. On the other hand, second uncle was very calm. He was a middle-aged man with good facial features. When he saw Wang Zijin, he revealed a gentle smile. He took a few more glances at Qinzhe and also greeted her with a smile. Zijin, we know that you're coming back, so we prepared a table full of dishes. Let's go back and make it in time. Uncle Wang smiled. Then, is there second aunt's specialty spicy chicken? Wang Zijin also smiled. Of course there is. I specially asked Mom to make it. Wang Zijin's tone was as if he was asking for credit. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to eat a hot meal at home. I'll be eating my father and grandfather's punishment. Wang Zijin sighed. Uncle Wang laughed. Wang Zijin, you still know how to be afraid? Wang Zijin hugged Qinzhe's arm. Nah, I found a scapegoat. Uncle Wang followed the topic. Right, little Qin, right? What does your family do? It was a very proper question. Every elder would ask such a question. What does your family do? How many siblings do you have? Were all questions that elders would ask. Wang Zijin was a little puzzled. The Wang family actually knew Qin Zhe's identity and background. His father's question was unnecessary. Qin Zhe replied, "My father is a university professor and my mother is a housewife. If I were to do it myself, I would open a company." Wang Zining interrupted. "Nonsense. You're clearly an actor." "You're an actor." Wang Zijin frowned. Uncle Wang said unhappily, "Zining." If it were any other time, Qin Zhe would just laugh or find a chance to beat him up. However, it was different now. Sister Ziwei had just spoken. Whoever dared to provoke her would have to go all out. Uncle Wang was on the side. If he acted too cowardly, he would go home and tell the elders. Wouldn't he die before he could even achieve victory? "It's not like I don't know how to insult people." Qin Zhe chuckled. "Shizi is your brother-in-law." Uncle Wang was stunned. Wang Zining said angrily, "Are you worthy?" Qin Zhe shook his head. "I'm not worthy." Wang Zining sneered. "At least you know your place." Qin Zhe said, "As long as she's worthy of me." Wang Zining. Wang Zijin changed the topic. "Zining, how are your grades? Have you improved this semester?" Uncle Wang said unhappily, "Same as always. Neither good nor bad." Wang Zining was unconvinced. He was about to speak when that annoying fellow said leisurely, "It's impossible to improve. You won't improve in this lifetime. You're not smart enough either. You can only rely on cheating to maintain your grades." "Wang Zijin, Uncle Wang," Wang Zining said angrily, "what does it have to do with you?" Qin Zhe laughed. "Just kidding." Wang Zijin glared at him. "Ace is very good in science. I heard from Sister Man that her nephew has a chance to enter the University of Finance and Economics. Thanks to you tutoring him, he's improved a lot." Wang Zining's face was full of disdain. Uncle Wang was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "That's good. Little Qin, why don't you help guide him these few days?" Wang Zining sneered. "Dad, can't I work hard? Who needs him to teach me?" Qin Zhe added, "Yeah. If you don't work hard, you'll never know how useless you are." Wang Zining, Uncle Wang, Wang Zijin. Chapter 4:11. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became quiet and awkward. Wang Zining was furious. He wanted to jump out of the car and fight this guy in person, but he could only hold it in. After all, he didn't have the courage to jump out of the car at 60 kilometers per hour. Wang Zijin secretly pointed at her phone, hinting at Qin Zhe to look at his phone. Qin Zhe took it out and saw that Sister Ziwei had sent him a message. "What are you doing? Did you take the wrong medicine?" Qin Zhe was stunned for a moment before he typed a reply. "Didn't you tell me to fight back?" Wang Zijin covered her face. "I only told you to be more strong-willed, not to become a mobile complaining machine. I wanted to beat you up just now. You're so cheap." Qin Zhe curled his lips and replied, "To be honest, when faced with a disobedient little brat like your brother, I can either ignore him or beat him up. I can't hit him, right? That's why I can only fight back." Wang Zijin. "Okay. Maybe we deal with things differently." Qin Zhe. "How did you deal with it?" "I'll study." Wang Zijin. "Watch me." Wang Zijin put away her phone and said calmly, "Actually, whether or not he studies well doesn't mean anything. Grandpa said that Zining is smart. He just didn't put his intelligence into studying. When he grows up and wants to start a career, he'll be smart enough to do it." "So, Sister Zijin, what are you trying to say after laying out so much?" Qin Zhe didn't know what she was trying to do, but he knew that it wasn't as simple as just praising his cousin. Uncle Wang nodded with a smile. Wang Zining was overjoyed. "Sister, you know me the best. My parents only told me to study hard. They don't know what I like." Wang Zijin smiled faintly. "So you like women?" Uncle Wang. Wang Zining was dumbfounded. Wang Zijin said, "Although I'm in Shanghai, I know a little about what happened at school. I heard that during PE class, you blocked a girl in class at the toilet door and kissed and hugged her. You even threatened her not to tell the teacher or the school would expel her. Second uncle definitely doesn't know about this. Second aunt won't tell you either. Zining, I'm afraid that you'll go astray." Uncle Wang stared at his son with a murderous look. Wang Zining was stunned. He wondered if he didn't check the almanac before he left. Wang Zining's negative emotions. Wang Zijin took out her phone and typed a message. That's it. Complain under the banner that it's for their own good. Slander them and make their parents shed tears of gratitude. Your way of doing things is too easy to attract hate. Learn from it. In his heart, sisters asterisk 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 s asterisk 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 s star. Sister Ziwei's actions were like a scheming bee asterisk tch in a TV series. She would act weak, kind, and sensible in front of men. She would try her best to harm the female lead and say innocently, "Sister, what did I do wrong to make you hate me so much? Please hit me and scold me. Don't be angry with me." Wang Zining was completely honest now. He felt that Sister Ziwei was doing it on purpose. She was taking revenge on him for finding fault with her boyfriend. Then there was a logic that was really good. Birds of a feather flocked together. Sister Ziwei's boyfriend was RBQ. Sigh, I should worry about myself first. If Dad finds out that I flirted with a girl in school, I'll probably get a beating when I get back. It wouldn't be good to tell Dad that the girl is my girl now and we're in love with each other. Silence fell again. Qin Zhe looked at the scenery outside the window. Although there were often smog and sandstorms in Beijing, the city's greenery was actually quite good. It was even better than Shanghai. He had been here once when he was young. His parents had brought him and the girls to the capital to play. They visited the Forbidden City, climbed the Great Wall, climbed the Fragrant Mountain, and ate roast duck. He didn't want to eat roast duck a second time. His biggest impression was the street outside Tiananmen Square. It was so spacious that tanks could drive there. It was said that the people here had big hats. They could even hit a government agency if they threw a brick. Qin Zhe had never tried it before. Just like Shanghai, the capital wasn't a good place to live. Young people could come here to make a living. There was a phrase called Beijing drifting. Tens of thousands of young people came to Beijing with dreams. They lived in basements and small houses with a salary of a few thousand yuan every month. They thought that they could make a name for themselves, but after a few years, they went back to their hometown with their tails between their legs. Those who clenched their teeth and survived would rent houses and drift around. Why bother? How many of them could really make a name for themselves? Unless you had a system. Soon, they arrived at their destination. It was a place that disappointed Qin Zhe greatly. He had thought that it would be a typical courtyard house with a tree in the yard. That would be very interesting. But that wasn't the case at all. The car drove into a neighborhood. Let's call it a neighborhood. There were soldiers guarding the entrance. The neighborhood wasn't an ordinary neighborhood. It was more like a villa district. Uncle Wang's car drove into the neighborhood without any obstructions. It drove along the road and finally stopped outside a luxurious villa. Qin Zhe looked around. The villa was very grand. There was a 4-story villa in the middle and a 3-story building on both sides. There was also a huge backyard. TSK, TSK, TSK. This scale, if it was outside, would be worth at least 100 million. Sure enough, courtyard houses were a feature of the 80s and 90s. The leaders of today wouldn't live in such a place. He got out of the car and went in. He went through the wrought iron gate. He didn't push open the brown solid wood door directly. Instead, he followed the small path beside the villa and went to the backyard. Only then did he see the main hall. There was an evergreen tree in the backyard and a row of colorful bonsai plants in the southeast. Perhaps because they knew that Wang Zijin was coming home today, all the direct descendants of the Wang family's old master were present. This showed how important Wang Zijin was in the Wang family. Excluding the branches left behind by the old master's deceased brothers, there were 4 in the second generation of the Wang family. Wang Zijin's father was the eldest. He had a younger brother and 2 younger sisters. In the third generation, the eldest, Wang Qingfu, only had a daughter. The second, Wang Chenghao, had a son and a daughter. The eldest daughter died young. The second, Wang Lingyan, had a son. The youngest, Wang Linghua, had 2 daughters. The Wang family wasn't exactly flourishing, but it wasn't to the extent that there was no successor. Wang Qingfu was successful in his career and was recognized as the successor of the Wang family. Wang Qinghao was slightly worse, but his career was stable. As for the 2 daughters, they weren't in the system. They were doing business. Wang Zijin didn't feel guilty about running away from home at all. She greeted the elders with a smile. The elders had different expressions. Some were angry, some were smiling, and some were shaking their heads helplessly. Then, Wang Zijin hugged Qin Zai's arm. "My boyfriend, Qin Zai." The gazes of the elders and juniors all fell on him. Qin Zai thought to himself, "At this time, according to the routine, I should show off in front of everyone." However, the uncles and aunties were all looking at him curiously. Other than Wang Zining, who was glaring at him fiercely, no one mocked him. This made him very anxious. They didn't give him a chance to show off in front of everyone. As soon as he left the airport, he felt Wang Zining's deep malice. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be very popular. However, whether it was the elders or the juniors, they didn't seem to hate him that much. Thinking about it, it made sense. After all, they were from a wealthy family. They wouldn't be so unstylish. Since that was the case, why was Wang Zining's deep malice? With that thought, Qin Zai followed Wang Zijin's order. He first called her parents, uncle and auntie, then second uncle, second aunt, and third aunt. He ignored the young people of the same generation. Wang Zijin's father, Wang Qingfu, was a more old-fashioned and serious middle-aged man. He was very energetic and didn't have the dignified temperament of a superior. His facial features were regular, and he was somewhat similar to second Uncle Wang. He couldn't be said to be very handsome. He nodded slightly as a greeting. Qin Zai observed him hard, trying to find a look of disgust or displeasure, but there was none. He didn't know if he was too good at maintaining his composure or if he really didn't hate him. Logically speaking, he was considered to have come out of nowhere. Father Wang wanted Wang Zijin to marry a guy whose name Qin Zai forgot. "Mom, where's my grandpa?" Wang Zijin asked. Mother Wang was a very beautiful middle-aged woman. She had an oval face and was dignified and generous. It could be seen that Wang Zijin inherited her mother's looks. Also, he felt that Mother Wang's gaze was a little hot. She stared at him in a daze for a while. Mother Wang retracted her gaze and chuckled. "He's upstairs," Wang Zijin said. "I'll go up to see Grandpa." She walked through the hall and disappeared. She unfairly threw Qin Zai, who had just arrived, into the crowd of family members. The nanny brought some fruits. The elders sat in a circle, and the juniors sat in a circle further away. Qin Zai was a little embarrassed. Logically speaking, he should have mixed in with the juniors, but everyone's attitude was so cold. Mother Wang said not to be polite and to treat it as his own home. Second aunt and third aunt smiled at him. Father Wang and second Uncle Wang didn't say anything. Then, the young